but I knew the details were in the envelope. I pushed to my feet. Burns walked up to me and got a little too close. I refused to step back, to let him know he got to me. He stared down at me with a little smile laying around his lips. "It's good to have you back on the team, Meg." My brain revolted at his words, but I was careful to show nothing. I didn't answer, just waited until he moved toward the door. The two goons flanked me until he'd reached it, then they followed. I didn't know how long I stood there without moving or breathing. Maybe only a few seconds. Maybe it was minutes. All I knew was that when I heard the sound of footsteps out front, I wanted to hide rather than face the man who made them. Chapter 13. Hayes. "Megan?" I tapped the unlatched door and pushed it open. I'd sat across the street watching 3 guys walk out of her house. 3 guys who didn't look like they belonged anywhere in Sparks, Montana. In fact, they didn't seem to belong in the state or the region for that matter. They looked metropolitan, criminal, very dangerous. More than a little out of place in my woman's house. "Not tonight, Hayes." Megan's voice sounded broken, tired, a little shaky. I stomped in to find her snatching a gun from the sofa in her living room. "I said not tonight," she snapped without turning. "Okay." I forced myself to make my voice soft as I approached her. Something was wrong, very wrong, and those guys had everything to do with it. Had they hurt her, touched her? Megan didn't like to share much with me. Getting personal had been an ongoing battle, so she probably wasn't going to tell me what was going on. But there was no way I was going to walk away from her place and leave her here to spend the night alone. Not with those guys out there. "Hey," I said softly, touching her waist like she wasn't holding a gun. "Are you okay?" She worked to swallow and failed. She couldn't even look me in the eye. "Scratch that," I said. Megan was skittish, like a mare ready to bolt at the slightest thing. "May I hold you?" She drew in a sharp breath as I slowly tugged her against my body. After a moment, she exhaled and rested her forehead on my shoulder. "I didn't like the looks of those guys, baby doll." She sucked in another ragged breath, held it and released it slowly. Her body was still and taut as a bowstring ready to be plucked. She held her gun, so no way was I setting her off. "You don't have to tell me what's going on, but I'm not leaving you tonight. There's just no fucking way I'm walking out that door." "Hayes." Her voice sounded strangled like she was trying to keep from crying. I cupped her nape and kissed the top of her head. "I'm not leaving," I said in my most stubborn tone. I may have let her set a million boundaries to keep distance between us, but if she tried to send me away, I'd have to say no. She pulled away and walked toward the bedroom. The pistol was still in her hand and her shoulders sagged. I followed behind, a deep furrow between my brows. Whatever was going on with her went so much deeper than I'd imagined. I thought she had relationship issues. Maybe a crappy ex-boyfriend had fucked her over. Made her think having no relationship was better than being in a shitty one. But this was different. Really fucking different. And I recognized it not because I was a man, but because I was a soldier. I knew bad shit. I'd seen it, fought it, and she had active trouble. Criminal trouble by the looks of it, and I strongly suspected her life was in danger. She didn't turn the light on when she got to the bedroom, but she did strip out of her clothes. I stood there, watching in the dim light, trying to figure out what the fuck to do. The men were gone, for now. I'd ensure her security system was online. She had her weapon, she had me. She was safe. But for how long? What was she involved in? How could I solve it? To make all their problems go away? I needed to get Kennedy to pull the feed from her security system and run the faces of those assholes, and run the plate number I'd memorized. As soon as Megan finished stripping, she came to me and unbuckled my belt. I hissed when her knuckles brushed over my lower belly on their way south. "No talking," she murmured, grasping my dick in her small hand. She pumped it once, and she was gifted with a spurt of pre-cum. Okay, fine. This was what she needed? Yeah, okay. I'd give it to her. I'd always give her that. Nothing could stop me from satisfying my woman. I wasn't sure if she was doing this to distract herself or to distract me. In this moment, it didn't matter. She was turning to me, staying with me, finding solace or distraction in my body. I'd fuck her until she forgot all her problems. As her man, that was my job. But it was also to protect her and take care of anything that kept her from smiling. Later, I'd text Kennedy and check the perimeter. And Megan wasn't leaving my sight until I had this shit figured out. Whether we were naked was up to her. Chapter 14. Megan. After sex, I kicked Hayes out. He talked a good game about staying the night, but after I told him not to talk, I dropped to my knees. I figured he couldn't ask any questions if he was too focused on his dick in my mouth. I certainly couldn't answer any. When I'd swallowed the last drop of his release, he lifted me and tossed me onto the bed, returning the favor. He hadn't wanted to leave, but there was no way in hell I was doing pillow talk. He'd given in, but I could tell he hadn't been happy. Too bad. I wasn't happy either. He'd seen Burns and his men. He was smart, but a preschooler could tell they didn't belong in Sparks. I didn't want him knowing anything about this, about Burns or my dad or what I was up against. Hayes was a Navy SEAL. He fought for his country, served for the freedom of others. He had honor and deserved respect. I may be serving my community now, but it was because I was repaying a debt to society. I always knew my past might jump up and bite me in the ass, and it seemed that tonight it had. So keeping my distance from Hayes was no longer just an inclination. It was a full-blown need. I didn't want him to know about my past. I didn't want it to cloud his opinion of me. I especially didn't want him to get sullied by me if things blew up. He deserved someone better than me, someone without my baggage. Because I had a lot of it, and it was getting heavier, with the stupid Viking dagger. After I kicked him out, I reloaded my pistol and opened the envelope Burns had left me. It was all the details about the theft. The target acquisition was a Viking weapon, circa 970 AD, named the Alfsen Seax, after its original seller, a mid-19th century Dutch collector. Pictures of it on the internet showed a bone grip with etched Norse knotwork studded with rubies, sapphires, and diamonds. It was believed to have originally been owned by a nobleman of some kind. The piece was stolen by Nazi looters during World War II, only to resurface from an anonymous seller at a famous auction house last month. The buyer, Hollywood movie star Lucas Straight, was the highest bidder for the Alfsen Seax, which completed his collection of Viking artifacts, normally kept on display at his Montana property. A second home to escape the insanity of L.A. Since this was the pièce de résistance, his entire collection would be lent to the Smithsonian for the month of September, and armed transport had been arranged in just over a week. Hence the window of opportunity. My dad had the building plans for the guy's house from the county planning office, as well as a hand-sketched layout of the glass display case. Yeah, it was weird for a place in bumfuck Montana to have art displayed so grandly. It even featured wired security, and the room had laser crisscrossing the floors. No windows, only one door, but there was a small skylight. All of that for one rich man's obsession with the Vikings, which was where I came in, to snag the dagger from the tricky location. The skylight would have been too difficult for a man my dad's size to navigate. Even the roof was too steep and dangerous at his age. Yeah, I could see why he'd wanted my help for this job. No, it wasn't help. He'd wanted me to do it for him. The only way he could assist out in the middle of nowhere was to be a getaway driver, and that wasn't really necessary, because being so far out of any town, there wasn't anyone to get away from. Ugh, so annoying. I could do it. The job was hard but not impossible. I sat at my computer and researched it all. While my dad was good at stealing, I didn't trust him. A job had been fucked up before, and I'd paid the price because I'd let him blindly guide me. It just went against everything I now stood for, like abiding by the law, and not contributing to the delinquency of my father. I'd spent all that time in juvie vowing to myself I wouldn't go back, that I'd find a better life that stayed on the right side of right and wrong. But his life, and mine were on the line. Hard to see how I had any choice here. I could go to jail, lose my job, be shunned by the town that embraced me. My life would be over, again, because of my dad. Of choices I hadn't made back in the day, but I was making now. Hayes would think horrible things about me exactly as I expected. He'd know I'd been right to give him nothing more than my body. I hadn't committed a crime beyond breaking the speed limit since I walked out of juvie. I swore I'd never go back or get sucked into the life. Until now. Chapter 15. Hayes. Here's what I know. Kennedy spun in his desk chair as I came in the command room. I'd been up his ass from the moment he stirred at sunrise to research Megan's intruders. Now it was only 8, but the scent of garlic and meatballs from the kitchen made my stomach rumble. Mrs. L said she was making Italian for dinner, and it seemed to be an all-day process. I'd already done 5 miles with Taft and showered. Kennedy had kicked me out after I'd shared all the details I could about the men at Megan's house. Now I dropped into Mrs. L's old chair. It had lace dollies on the armrests and a basket of yarn sat beside it. I felt out of place in the thing, but had to admit it was comfortable. Her security system's good, too good for a small-town deputy, he said. I noticed. After almost a week of shutting it down, I knew it thoroughly. Close to what we installed for Indy. He nodded. I was able to tap into her feeds and got images of the men, he said. The guy in the suit. He's the one I want to know about. I told him. He nodded again and pulled the lollipop from his mouth. Roscoe trotted in from the kitchen and nudged my thigh for a pet. I obliged, and he plopped onto his butt and leaned in, expecting me to keep at it. Gabriel Burns. His rap sheet's a mile long, based out of Spokane. That's a few hours away, I commented. A long way to go to chat up a specific woman. Go on. I knew there was more. A long list of priors would have plenty to talk about. Loan shark, high-end broker of black market goods, like stolen art, jewels, endangered animals, etc. He's got a few legit businesses in the city, and plenty of under-the-table ones. A guy like that chatting up a 20-something woman. Why is he visiting Megan? A crook and a deputy? Not the perfect match. He pointed at me and turned to his monitor, pushed a few buttons. No idea. I did a search on your girlfriend. She wasn't a girlfriend because she was still kicking me out of her bed every night, but Megan didn't turn down sex. Hell, she'd initiated it the night before, even dropped to her knees for me and... fuck. Then she tossed my clothes at me like every other night, even though I told her I was staying. It was her eagerness to have me gone that left me worried. She'd been scared last night, upset. She tried to hide it and refused to talk about it, but I could tell. If she wanted me out of there so badly, more so than other nights, then she was keeping something from me, something big, which meant I needed answers, and they weren't coming from her. I left so I could get answers, not to do as she'd said. I got Kennedy involved because my woman was going solo on something that involved a big-shot bad guy from out of state. Megan Ann Hager, 29, born here in Sparks to Patricia Spitz Hager and Colin Hager. Mom got a Florida driver's license when Megan was 8, so I assumed that's when she bolted. Check out her DL photo. He pointed to an image he pulled up. Shit, she's beautiful. I commented on the older photo. I saw Megan and her mom. A lot. Same dark hair, eyes, full lips, high cheekbones. Yeah, Dad's been arrested for some petty crimes, pickpocketing, burglary, trespassing. In Sparks. London, Rome, one in Seattle, no steady paychecks, hasn't filed a tax return since he left Sparks. Sounds like a winner, I mutter. Probably has a lot more jobs under his belt than the ones he got arrested for. The other day, Megan stole my ID right out of my wallet in my pocket. I wouldn't tell her my middle name. Kennedy smiled. Is that so, Raphael Rebel? I didn't think of it at the time, but now I'm guessing she has a particular skill set. Maybe Daddy taught her a few things besides how to ride a bike and parallel park. No record of a high school graduation for Megan, but record shows she got her GED. Why would she get a GED? That means she either ditched high school, never went, or something else. Went to the police academy, so she needed it for that, then moved here, alone. I scratched Roscoe's ear and he groaned in satisfaction, his eyes falling closed. Let me check on something. He turned to his monitor and typed faster than a steno pool loaded with caffeine. GDE was issued in a suburb of Seattle. She said she was estranged from her dad. No photos in her house of either of her parents. I shared. He turned to face me again. Mrs. L said her mom's been long gone since she was a kid. As for her dad, my spidey senses tells me I don't like him. That's good enough for me. Maybe she's trouble too. No. I snarled immediately. Kennedy lifted his gaze to mine and held it. I shook my head. She's not. I searched for something that proved it, but couldn't come up with something other than my own spidey senses. Megan was a good person, I was sure of it. If she's not letting you in, maybe she's not the one. I didn't like his statement, but appreciated the honesty. She lets me in her bed, but it's pretty obvious she's hiding something. Add that Burns fucker into the mix, and there are definitely secrets. I don't think she's keeping them from me specifically. I think she's keeping them from everyone. The fact that you're a Navy SEAL makes it a hell of a lot harder to keep secrets. She was scared last night. That much I was sure of. It proved something, didn't it? It proved she wasn't in with a man like Burns. She was afraid of him. She's alone, and I think in way over her head, I said. Kennedy turned back to the screen. I was able to pull her search history from her browser at home. I should have been pissed he invaded her privacy, but sometimes you had to do the wrong thing to protect what was right. She was up researching a couple things last night after you left. I presume it was after you left, or else you're a real dud in bed. I glared. Shut up, asshole. What did she research? She read up on a certain Viking weapon called the Alfson Sayax. What the hell's a Sayax? I asked. A dagger? A big fancy old knife with jewels and gold and stuff. It was just sold at auction to Lucas Straight. The actor. He nodded. Yeah, and guess where he's keeping it? Just tell me, fuckface. Kennedy had the nerve to pause for dramatic effect. I swore for a serious badass SEAL, he was such a girl. At his second home, about 90 minutes from here. Straight spends his summers playing cowboy. I whistled. Whoa, okay, what else? Her other search was for Lucas Straight plus Conifer, Montana. Okay, so she's what? Planning on stealing the thing? Is that what we're thinking? I wouldn't have pegged Megan for a thief, ever. Kennedy shrugged. Either that or she's on a security detail, but somehow I don't think Gabriel Burns is Straight's hiring manager. Fuck. I scrubbed a hand across my face and pulled up my phone. Last night I'd been dastardly enough to install a tracking app on Megan's phone when she'd used the bathroom. If she didn't notice it and kept her location service on, I'd be able to keep tabs on her. Again, totally breaking privacy laws, but I didn't give a shit. Maybe it's her dad who's doing the job and she's going to arrest him. I offered up another option. Maybe, but why would Burns show up at her house? Why would a guy like him go to a law enforcement officer? It makes no sense. I didn't like where he was going. I pulled up the app tracking Megan's cell and... bingo. I found her. Fuck. Driving out of town in the direction of Conifer. I held up my phone and his eyebrows winged up. Text me the address for Lucas Straight's place? I asked. She's headed there. This doesn't look good. I glared and he raised his hands. Sure. He spun back to his wall of monitors. What are you going to do now? Follow her.
Chapter 16. Megan. I pulled down a long drive to Lucas Straight's vacation home about 90 minutes from Sparks. Considering how much money the guy was supposed to have, the place wasn't as fancy as I expected. I guessed he had about 20 acres and a house with 4 or 5 bedrooms. It was the river that ran through the land that made the place valuable. I guessed he was a fisherman as much as a Viking lover and wanted better water access than a state-of-the-art kitchen. That boded well for me, but I didn't guess when it came to a job. Expect the unexpected, my father always said. While he wasn't a Boy Scout, he always used their motto, always be prepared. That was why I was here. I glanced around, took in the 2-story farmhouse to validate everything my dad had shared. Security cameras in the eaves aimed at the front door. I'd recognized sensors as I turned onto the driveway. If someone was home, he or she knew I was here. I parked my older Subaru far enough away where the license plate couldn't be seen by cameras, slid on a pair of fake-tinted glasses, fluffed the red-haired wig I'd put on beneath a cowgirl hat, and made my way to the front door. I rang the bell and took in the door. Solid wood. Deadbolt. Sensor in the top right corner. The windows that flanked it were new, double pane. Closed even though it was 80 degrees out. A woman came to the door wiping her hands on a dish towel. 50s. Not from around here based on the stylish cut of her hair and the designer brand on her jeans. "Hi, I'm Lacey, and I'm here for the interview?" I smiled, trying to appear as benign as possible as I took in everything beyond the woman inside the house. The woman frowned. "Interview?" "For the farrier job," I replied. Over her shoulder, I took in the entry, the stairs rising directly behind her with a hall beside that led, I assumed, to the kitchen. On one side of her was a den, the other a living room. They were simply furnished, but professionally styled as if it were out of a magazine. Artwork hung on the walls, even a tapestry by the fireplace. "I'm sorry, I don't even know what that is." I laughed, waved it off. "No one does. I'm a horseshoer." I glanced left and right, pretending to be lost, and scoped out the other security on the front. "I am at the right place, aren't I? This is the Calmer's spread?" The woman looked relieved at my words. "The Calmer's? I think they're the next ranch down, maybe the one after that. I'm only here a few weeks in the summer, so I haven't met them yet." I closed my eyes for a second and tried to look sheepish. "Gah, sorry. The land starts to look the same, and it's not like there are house numbers this far out." She laughed with me. "No worries." I stepped back, gave a little wave, and headed back to my car. I heard the door close, and I took one last moment to look around. No trees by the house. No shrubs or plantings to hide behind. No pets inside or out. One driveway in and out unless accessed by foot. The roof was as steep as my father had pointed out, and I could see a few skylights up there. Newer ones, so they were surely wired. The woman didn't seem like someone who'd just bought a $5 million Viking dagger, but I had to assume her husband, the movie star, had the hobby. I pulled back onto the road and headed towards Sparks. I had more studying to do and had to come back for recon, but at least I had a solid house layout and a personal visual of the roof. A plan was coming together for a nighttime break-in. I had to identify when the Straits would be out of the house. I also had to figure out what to do about my bedmate. Sex was great and all, but Hayes was going to be a cock-blocker for my robbery. I drove around the curve of the long private drive and hit the brake. There, blocking my access to the road, stood a truck. A truck I recognized all too well. Hayes had followed me. The asshole. I gunned the car like I was going to crash into the side of the truck, only stopping at the last possible minute, my tire sliding on the crushed gravel, almost close enough to touch the paint of his truck. Yeah, I was driving getaway cars before I was out of middle school. I had not lost any high-speed chases since I joined the sheriff's department. I definitely knew how to handle a vehicle. Of course, Hayes, the bastard, didn't even flinch. He just sat in the front seat of that truck watching me, waiting. I threw open my door and climbed halfway out of the car, gesturing impatiently. "Get out of the middle of the road!" Hayes rolled the passenger side window down and shook his head. He looked sexy as hell in a baseball cap. He had yet to adopt the cowboy hats more commonly worn in Montana, and a t-shirt that stretched around his bulky muscles. "Not until you tell me what's going on. Why the fuck you're wearing a wig?" "Hayes, move! You have no idea what you're interfering with. So tell me." I looked around as if someone could see us. "I can't. It's police business. Now move it or I'll arrest you for obstruction of justice." It was a sad day for me when I started using my job to cover my tracks. But hey, a girl had to do what a girl had to do. He tilted his sunglasses down. "Uh-huh. So, this doesn't have anything to do with stealing a Viking dagger to sell to Gabriel Burns?" My stomach dropped like a brick to my feet. I wanted to both puke and cry at the same time. Knowing Hayes was aware of the worst of me hurt more than anything Burns had done to scare and manipulate me last night. I sat there stunned, having no idea what to say.
All I could do was blink, flush furiously, and try to come up with a lie. Instead, I asked the truth. How do you know about that? He gave me a pointed look. Baby doll, don't insult me. I saw those men leaving your house, and you think I'd leave it alone? We tapped into your security feed. Of course he did. We? We, my team, all of us at Alpha Mountain. You watch my security feed. I didn't state it as a question. When I want answers you won't give me, that involves your safety. Come on, he said, tipping his head. Follow me to the end of this road and pull over. We need to talk. Waves of both clammy panic and itchy heat swam down my midsection. I felt as caught as I had that night the police picked me up in Seattle with the Empress ring on my finger. Frozen and blank, all I could do was nod and get back in my car. Follow Hayes a mile down the road where he parked under a tree. He got out and opened my door. Get out. Numbly, I removed my seatbelt and obeyed. He fingered the red wig. Red, huh? I couldn't seem to answer him. I couldn't even swallow down the lump in my throat. He put his hand at my lower back and guided me to his truck. Climb in, baby doll. In the back of my mind, I considered my options. Bolting, fighting. They were all absurd, but even if they'd been viable, I wouldn't. It was Hayes. I owed him whatever it was he was about to demand. Not because we were in a relationship, not because we'd had sex a few times, but because he was a good man. I respected him. I wanted to still be that person he thought I was, at least a little bit longer before he bolted, or turned me in, or both. I made my fingers work to open the door to his truck, and I slid into the passenger side. He shut the door after me, and I couldn't bring myself to look at him. When he climbed behind the wheel, he didn't start up the truck. Instead, he sat there, like he was gathering his thoughts, looking out the front windshield. So, your dad is a criminal. I lifted my gaze to his and gave a single nod. And you're working with him? No! I snapped from a burst of anger at being thrown in with him again. Of course I'm not! I broke off because it wasn't true. It might have been true yesterday, but it wasn't anymore. I was working with my dad. I blew out a breath. He got himself into trouble with those guys you saw last night. They're holding him hostage until I do this job. Hayes' expression cleared, like that explained everything to his satisfaction. Okay. He nodded. Okay, baby doll, I understand. I blinked in confusion. What do you understand? He rubbed his thumb across his lower lip. I understand you were raised by a criminal. You went into law enforcement as a reaction to your upbringing, trying to stay on the side that was right. But now you have to risk everything, or someone dies. Tears filled my eyes at his succinct summary. How'd I do? I let out a sobbing laugh, then covered my lips with my fingers. Yeah, that about sums it up. Hayes nodded. I'm in. I nearly choked on my own spit. My spine shot out straight and I leaned forward. What? No, Hayes, absolutely not. Listen, baby doll, you've been pushing me away from the start. I thought maybe it was because you had commitment issues. Maybe you'd been hurt before, and you were scared of it happening again. That was legit and all, and I hoped to wear you down, to let you see I wasn't like any guys in your past. But now I see you have genuine, serious problems, the kind I can help you with. So I sure as hell am going to help you get out of your pickle. Pickle? I asked, huffing out a laugh. How about clusterfuck? When we're done figuring your shit out, you can stop hiding who you are from me, because I already know, and I've already accepted it. Jesus. I shook my head, pushed open the door, and bolted. I ran past my car and down the road toward town. It was miles away, and unless I was a marathon runner, I'd never get there. Except I had to run, had to get away. The hat and wig flew off my head. Hayes caught up to me, his long legs eating up the distance. He was fit, damn those seals, and wasn't even breathing hard. His arm snagged about my middle, and he lifted me right off my feet. Let me go! I shouted, thrashing as if I was a fish caught on a hook. Hayes, you have to let me go. No. He murmured in my ear. You've gone on alone too long. It's time to stop running. Tears threatened as sweat coated my skin. The sun beat down on us. God, I wanted to bawl like a baby. I'd never in my life had anyone just accept me for who I was, blemishes and all.
My mom abandoned me when I needed her most. So had my dad. I hadn't let anyone get close enough to do it again. But here was Hayes, reaching across the ocean divide I tried to keep between us and wouldn't go away. This guy followed me thinking I was a criminal. Then when he heard my story, offered to join me. Just like that, his honor be damned. A tear slid down my cheek because I cared too much for him. The more I pushed him away, the more he'd stuck. I cared for him, damn it! I can't let you do this, Hayes, I said, trying so damn hard to be brave, to be honorable when what I had to do was anything but. He shrugged and I felt it against my back.
Try to stop me.
I glanced over my shoulder at him, the reality of it dawning on me. I wouldn't be able to stop him. This guy was steadfast in his pursuit of me, and he'd be steadfast in his decision to help. But there was no way in hell I'd let him risk his life, honor, reputation, and team for the steaming pile of poop that was my situation right now. He might know about the job, but I had to wonder if he knew about my past. It had been sealed, and had been a secret for over a decade. I couldn't let him get involved, but he wasn't letting me go. I couldn't save myself from what I had to do, but I could protect him from himself. No way was he stooping low with me. So that meant there was only one thing to do. Trick him. Play along, let him think I was going to let him help, and leave him behind when the time came. Good thing my dad had taught me how to lie at the same time he taught me how to pick every lock, how to grift and how to steal. I gave in, wilted in his hold. I turned and he loosened his grip, so I remained in his arms. Tilting my head back, I looked up at him. "Thank you," I whispered. He instantly cupped my nape and pulled me forward to drop a kiss on the top of my head.
"You're not alone, Megan. We'll handle this. Together."
I closed my eyes and nodded.
Like hell we would. Chapter 17. Hayes. I didn't like it. I scrubbed a hand across my face and stared down at the house plans again. I'd shown up at Megan's the next night when she got off work to go over her plans for the job. We'd had pizza delivered and opened a couple of beers, and we sat at her kitchen table now, nursing the drinks and going over the details. I'd had Kennedy and the guys researching the hell out of this guy Burns today, trying to figure out where he might be holding Megan's dad. If Alpha Mountain Security could extract Colin Hager before Megan ever got her hands dirty, it would solve everything. So far we'd come up short, but I was still holding out hope. We extracted oil tycoons and diplomats from the shittiest hellholes on the planet. We could find a deadbeat dad being held prisoner somewhere in the Northwest. So you cut the security and drop in through the skylight into a room with laser detectors. Then you're supposed to hang upside down from the rooftop while you disable the security on the glass case, pick the lock, grab the Viking blade and escape the way you came? Megan nodded.
Yeah.
Christ. I hated the whole plan, especially the part about her going in solo. SEALs didn't do solo. I don't like you going in alone while they're in the house. I did some research, Megan. Did you know this guy Lucas Straight is a major donor to the NRA? That means there are weapons in that mansion. Weapons he probably won't think twice to use if he catches you there. Especially not with Montana's castle law and stand your ground and all that.
Megan's jaw flexed. Everyone in Montana has a gun. What else is new?
I gave her a look and she added,
I won't get caught. I'm actually really good at this.
God, her voice sounded so heavy. It killed me. I'd do anything to lift the burden from her shoulders right now and carry it all. Why's that exactly?
My dad taught me everything, and I had on-the-job training. She made air quotes as she spoke. Stealing from people was his job, how he made money.
And he used you, a kid, to help. I wasn't sure if she even recognized how ridiculous what she was saying was. A man using a kid as a partner in crime. She shrugged.
I didn't know any better. He made it fun, until it wasn't.
She looked at the plans, but it was obvious she wasn't seeing them. What happened? I reached out, took her hand in mine. Her dark gaze lifted. She licked her lips.
A job a lot like this one. Ironic, isn't it?
The corner of her mouth turned up.
The Empress ring. Go ahead, look it up.
I didn't take my eyes off hers. I'd rather you tell me than the internet.
I had to climb through ducts to get to it. I rappelled down and picked the lock on the case. Got it even. Somehow the system came back online. I was caught. Jesus. Did a year in juvie. I leaned back in my chair and wiped a hand down my face. Where you got your GED. It all made sense now. Your record is sealed. She nodded. I was a minor. When I got out at 18, I steered as far away from my father as I could. Police academy. Yeah. Let me guess what happened with your dad. Nothing. She popped to her feet and paced her small kitchen. I wasn't even sure if she knew her action was so telling, that she was still riled, still pissed after all this time. Hell, who wouldn't be? He bolted. I was caught. Since I was a minor, I got a slap on the wrist. A year in juvenile detention is a slap on the wrist? I asked. It must have been hell. She stilled and frowned. I leaned forward and set my forearms on the table. Baby doll, you're going to risk everything for a man, your father who abandoned you, who left you to take the fall for his actions. A kid. Tear-filled eyes looked at me, stuck, caught in a vicious cycle. I understood family, the need to help them, but I decided to steer clear of the ones who'd gone bad. Her dad was all she had, but he'd fucking abandoned her in a way far worse than her mom. I can't let him die, she admitted. Your mom left, I get that, but your dad used you. He's using you now. Her gaze narrowed and she glared. You don't think I know that? She was caught, and there was nothing I could do but help her. If Burns killed her father, she'd have to live with that for the rest of her life. Sure, it wouldn't have been her fault, but she wouldn't see it that way. Fine, let's talk about a different way in, though. I turned the blueprints around, studying the tiny print outlining the security at each entrance. She shook her head and dropped back into her chair. There isn't one. I've researched it. My dad researched it. If there were another way, my dad would have done the job on his own. That skylight is the only possible entrance to his treasure room. What do you know about Burns and his operations? I asked. Do you think he's in Spokane right now or somewhere in Montana waiting for you to finish this job? Any ideas on where he'd keep your dad? Megan joined her hands together and leaned her jaw on her knuckles, considering. After a long moment of silence, she shook her head. I really don't know. I haven't seen these guys since I was a teenager, and even then it was very limited. It's not like my dad and Burns are friends. He is a dangerous business partner. That's all. If you had to guess, I pressed. Montana or Washington? Where is he right now? She scrubbed both hands up her cheeks and dragged them down again. Montana, probably. They'd stay close to watch me, make sure I'm doing what I'm supposed to. I have Kennedy trying to hack his credit card records to see if we can find anything that way, I told her. Left out that wasn't the only thing he was hacking. We didn't leave a detail uncovered. If we did, it was how we ended up dead. Her brows shot up. Wow, can he do that? Unlike you in law enforcement, we don't have to stick within the confines of the law. With time, he'll get answers, but the sooner we can close in on Burns, the better. I'd like to extract your dad before we go in. She went still, watching me, then swallowed. You can't just extract my dad. He owes Burns a lot of money. He won't stop coming for him or me. This was the hitch in my plan. Megan was right. I didn't know her dad's skill set, but Megan was an asset for the guy. If she could steal a fucking dagger like she planned, she could do other jobs too. I saw blackmail in her future. Burns might need to be permanently eliminated, because no one threatened my woman. It was something I'd been turning over in my mind. I was a sniper for the SEALs. I'd been given directives to eliminate dangerous targets before. Would this one be much different? On one hand, every one of my skills had been ordered by my government. This one, definitely off the books, which meant it wouldn't be legal. On the other hand, this guy was a killer. He'd threatened to kill Megan. Was I going to let him live when my woman's life was at risk? Fuck no. So yeah, I was willing to let my honor get tarnished a little in the name of saving Megan from a murderous prick. I nodded. Yeah, I get that. I cleared my throat. I'm going to take care of him. How? Megan demanded, arching a brow. Since you're an officer of the law, I don't think I'll be sharing those plans with you. Megan's eyes rounded and took on a haunted quality. She pressed her fingertips to her mouth. Hayes.
Her voice sounded scratchy and hoarse. I can't let you do that. Why the hell not? Megan's shoulders sagged and she looked over her beer at me with pure despair. I don't want you to break the law for me, Hayes. I can't ask that of you. You're not asking, I said fiercely. I work for a security firm. This is the kind of shit we handle. Doing things when law enforcement can't. Hell, who do you think hires us? So if we can handle it, we're going to. She set her beer on the table. Right. Well, I was raised by a cat burglar. She tapped the plans for the mansion. This is the kind of shit I can handle. We had a stare-off across the table. Give me a few more days to try to find your dad, I said. If we can't find him, then we go forward with your plan. Megan nodded and pushed back from the table. You staying? She asked over her shoulder as she walked out of the kitchen. Part of me wanted to rage at her. Hell yes, I was staying. Every fucking night. Had she not figured that out yet? Had she not figured out I was in this for the long haul? That she'd never be alone again? I knew she was stressed and tired and had a habit of pushing people away, but asking if I was staying wasn't letting me in. She wanted sex, to lose herself in the pleasure I gave her. That was the kicker. I gave her the escape she needed. I was the escape. She just didn't see it that way yet. I let it go, for now, and followed her into the bedroom. I leaned against the doorway with my arms folded across my chest as she stripped out of her clothes. She came to me naked, beautiful. I'm sorry. Her hands went to my belt buckle and worked it open. I watched her, not touching. What for? I didn't want you involved. Damn it. I snagged her around the waist and yanked her up against my body. I'm involved, I growled. You're involved, that means I'm involved. No fucking way I leave you high and dry on this, baby doll. She said nothing, just dropped to her knees and took out my cock. Fuck me. I wrapped her hair around my fist as she tucked the head in her mouth and sucked. Her lips looked so incredible stretched around my thick member, taking me deeper and all the way to the back of her throat. She used her hand, fisting the base and dragging it in concert with the movements of her mouth, so it felt like she had all of me in deep. I let out a groan. Sweet Jesus, it felt so good. I wanted it to go on forever, but I was also already sweating, my balls heavy, my knee thick. Just when my thighs started quaking, she popped off and sat back on her heels. Are you going to let me be in charge again tonight? No man in my position would have told her no. If she'd asked me to set my clothes on fire and dance on the roof, I would have said yes. That's right, baby doll. I'm letting you. I could toss you onto that bed and fuck you 6 ways to Sunday, but I can see you need to be in charge. I'll give you whatever you need. Her eyes widened as she processed my words at what she'd said. I was dressed except for my hard dick out, while she was naked, bare. She nodded, then I let her lead me to the bed. I laid down and let her guide my arms above my head. When she handcuffed my wrists to the bed frame, I was already out of my mind with lust. A spurt of pre-cum seeped from my slit, loving that she'd pulled out those fucking cuffs. When she crawled over me and took me back in that sweet mouth of hers, I thought I'd died and gone to heaven. My hips bucked up even as I tried not to lunge down her throat. Hell yes, baby doll, just like that. I groaned. Climb up on me and let me finish in that tight pussy. Nope, she said, looking at my body. I'm in charge, remember? This one's for you. She took me deep into the back of her throat, making enthusiastic sounds as I shook and grunted beneath her. Holy fuck, did she even have a gag reflex? I'm going to come, doll. I warned, but she didn't come off. Not until she'd brought me to a shouted orgasm and swallowed down every drop of my cum. I laid there, catching my breath, my eyes closed, soaked in pleasure, and she slipped off the bed. I thought she'd gone to the bathroom. It took me a solid 60 seconds before I realized Megan hadn't just left the bedroom. Megan? I called. She'd left the fucking house. She'd handcuffed me to her bed and left. And damn it, I knew exactly where she was headed. Chapter 18. Megan. I had to focus, but it was nearly impossible. I'd left Hayes handcuffed to my bed. I'd used the one thing that was a constant between us as a weapon. The one place where I'd let go completely,
giving myself to someone in the most intimate of ways. I'd pushed him away over and over. He'd proven he would stick, that he'd play by my rules. Yet I'd just changed them. To protect him, the idiot. He didn't belong on this job with me. If I got caught, well, I had before. I was older now, smarter, more skilled. I was saving my father, but I wasn't relying on him for support. No. I was relying on myself, the only person I could trust. Except, I could trust Hayes. I cut across the open field and stumbled over a rock. Damn it, I whispered. My mind wasn't on the task. The dark house loomed in the distance, the light of the half-moon guiding me. It was a cool night, typical for summer this far north, but I was sweating. I'd grabbed clothes from my laundry room, black ones I'd had on top of the dryer for the job. I hadn't thought I'd have to put them on in the garage or even handcuff Hayes to go solo. I'd had no choice. The guy was like a golden retriever, willing to follow me blindly. I shook my head as I hoofed it across the field. No, that wasn't remotely accurate. He was a Rottweiler. Quiet, loyal yet fierce. Probably ruthless when faced with the enemy, but I had yet to see him that way. He was going to be pissed. But it was better than him behind bars. He wanted to protect me, but who the hell was going to take care of him? I made it to the mansion and peeked in a window. A light over the stove in the kitchen was on. The house was completely dark. Not even a motion sensor spotlight on the exterior. It was used to deter robbers, but maybe this far out they felt it wasn't necessary. Except the rest of the place was wired like Fort Knox. I adjusted the coiled length of my rope over my shoulder and snuck to the side of the house, to the huge river rock chimney. The layout showed a huge fireplace in the great room, and this was my access. There would be no belaying, only free climbing. I look up into the darkness, the stars twinkling, taking a moment. This was what I'd vowed never to return to. I was letting down the girl in juvie, who'd spent a miserable year a prisoner of her own actions and of the one man she thought would protect and care for her. Except he hadn't. Yet here I was, ready to do it all over again, to risk everything for the same man. It seemed so stupid when I had a good man, a trustworthy, honorable one handcuffed to my bed, a man who wanted to be there for me. It had been the only way to stop him. He was what I needed in my life, someone steadfast who cared about me, who was willing to give up all of his hard-fought values, for me. I blinked back tears. No, suck it up, Megan. He's not yours. He'll never be yours, especially not now. When he gets himself free, he'll be done with me. He knew the truth now. I was trouble. I lacked honor. I was everything he hated. Hayes would hate me eventually if he didn't already hate me now. I sniffed, reached for the smooth, round rocks above my head and set my foot on a low one. I'd come full circle. This was me. Right here. A thief. Alone.
Chapter 19. Hayes. The helicopter would have come in handy. I grumbled, my hand on the shit bar above my head. Ford glanced my way for a split second, then back on the road, taking it almost twice the speed limit. He'd returned from D.C. with no additional intel, and that had made him cranky, and his driving a little wild. It would if there weren't a chance of snagging power lines or fencing or hell, running into a fucking mountain. I'd never been so antsy before a mission before. We had guns, but we weren't pulling them from the SUV. There was no enemy here. The Straits weren't the bad guys. Megan was. So was I, because I was going to help her break into their house. My team had insisted on backing me up, even though I told them this wasn't their fight. It was a stupid fucking Viking dagger. He had insurance. Hell, I'd even steal it back from Burns and give it back to the actor personally. This wasn't a mission where a kidnapped kid needed to be rescued from militants who planned to behead him as an example of power. We were in Montana, not Missoula. The SUV bumped down the dirt road. As she already deduced, the only reasonable access for her is the skylight, Kennedy said from the back seat. His laptop gave his face a blue glow and his fingers flew over the keys. Vista Star installed the security system after the Straits bought the property, upgraded when he relocated the bulk of his Viking collection to the house. Retinal scanners, biometrics, other shit. just as Megan's dad had outlined. Taft leaned forward between the front seats. "Tell me again how she got past you." From the corner of my eye, I saw Ford grin. I ground my back molars and stayed silent. I'd had to break her headboard to get free of the cuffs. It still wasted precious time, and by the time I'd gotten to my truck and gunned it back to the ranch, Megan had a significant head start. I should have followed her directly, but I needed equipment. My team came without me asking. They just suited up with me, as if it was assumed they were going. And all the times we trained to get out of restraints, I don't remember once having my dick out. Taft added with a laugh. "When's the last time you got your dick sucked, asshole?" I growled. "I'm guessing never. I have to wonder if you still have your V-card." Kennedy snickered. "Says the man who's in love with a thief." Taft countered. "She better be fucking worth it." I spun around as best I could in my seatbelt and glared. "You're going to find your woman, and then you're going to eat every fucking word because you'll do whatever it takes to protect her." Taft held up his hands in surrender. "Helping her steal a knife is child's play. This is gonna be fun." I didn't think fun was the word, but this wouldn't be the hardest mission we'd completed, which was ironic since I was ready to rip Taft's head off before I officially broke the law. "Here's the info on that other robbery," Kennedy said. "An attempted theft on the Empress ring happened 11 years ago. It says the burglar entered through the HVAC system, rappelled down over the locked case and stole it, but was captured exiting the boiler room. The ring was safely returned and, from what I can tell, is now a part of a collection at a museum in Venice." What she told me earlier had been true. "Your woman's quite the cat burglar," Kennedy added. "No mention of accomplices?" I asked. "No." "She did a stint in juvie while Daddy got away, and now she's doing an almost identical job to save him?" Taft asked. "Burns is going to kill him if she doesn't," I explained. "It doesn't matter the reason. My woman's going in alone, and that's not fucking okay." Ford slowed the SUV. "Easy, brother. We have your back, and hers. I'm going to spank her ass for going this alone. We don't fall for meek women," Ford added. "We'd be bored out of our minds." "Yeah, infiltration and extraction on a Thursday night?" Taft asked. "Hoo-yah!" "We're close," Ford said a few minutes later. I grabbed my comms unit from the center console and stuffed it in my ear. Testing. "Clear?" Kennedy responds as Ford pulls over and cuts the engine. "The house is over there." I point out the windshield into the darkness and unclick my seatbelt. It helped that I'd follow Megan here earlier. The guys only had the info Kennedy found online and the plans I'd shared, the ones I'd nabbed from Megan's kitchen table after I'd gotten myself free of the cuffs. "We know the plan. Go get your woman," Ford said. I nodded, then slipped out into the darkness. I wasn't kidding when I told the guys Megan was going to get a spanking. I'd let her run the show enough, hold secrets, kept herself apart. Her heart, too. That shit was ending now. If she hadn't figured out I was sticking, she'd learn tonight. It was time she knew who was in charge, and it sure as fuck wasn't her. Chapter 20. Megan. Once I got to the roof by scaling the straight's chimney, I looped the rope I'd tied off at the ground over the roof vent for one of the toilets. I let the rest of it drop the 2 stories to the ground, ready to be used later. From there, I scaled the roof until I came to the skylight. I thought about the blueprint and realized this was the one over the central stairwell, not the room with the dagger. The shingles were rough beneath my palms, and I moved slowly so as not to slip. With the treads on my shoes, I held well, but the incline was more generous than other roofs I'd had to maneuver in the past. I was also older. I hadn't grown since I was 17, although my hips and boobs definitely had, but it was clear I wasn't as agile. No, that wasn't right. I stopped at the correct skylight and took a breath. Back in the day, I'd been fearless. Had a sense of indestructibility I didn't have now. Maybe it was the fact that I'd been caught, that I wasn't invincible, that had me moving more cautiously now. I had to be methodical, consistent, to let my skills take over. I was ballsy and confident enough to be on someone's roof at midnight.
I could do the rest. Using a penknife, I cut the steel around the edges of the skylight, then worked a slim chisel in to pry it open. Once open, I tugged off the second rope. This one was thinner. I tied it off like my escape rope and attached the clip to my harness I'd had on over my dark clothes. Checking to make sure I had the tools I needed in my pockets, I leaned into the opening and tumbled through. My harness caught me as I dangled in the vaulted ceiling. The Straits, at least Mrs. Straight, who I'd met earlier, was here. Fortunately, the master bedroom was on the ground floor, and at the other side of the house. With my penlight, I swept the beam around the room below me. If I were a fan of Viking history, I'd have probably creamed myself. Helmets, artwork, and other old trinkets were beneath cases and on the white walls. I couldn't appreciate any of it, especially since my father's life was at stake. All of the Vikings were dead and wouldn't miss a dagger. The Straits were well insured and would be compensated for the theft. It was my father's life's value that laid beneath me, the jewels glinting in the golden hilt. Slowly, I dropped into the room until my feet touched the wood floor. I didn't release the rope as I stepped up to the display. Sticking the penlight in my mouth so it aimed onto the glass, I pulled out my tools and got to work. The lock was similar to the one for the Empress ring, only the security features were newer. I pulled out the slim piece of metal and slid it into the wedge I'd made. I took a breath as I raised the glass, hoping the metal would do its job by continuing the electrical circuit. Alarms didn't go off, so I exhaled. Feeling like Indiana Jones and the golden statue, my fingers itched to pluck the dagger from the velvet, but I studied it for a moment to ensure there wasn't a secondary sensor. I lifted it, felt the heft of the ancient weapon, then tucked the hilt into the belt at my waist. On the side of the case, a red light came on. "Shit," I whispered, my heart rate kicking into gear. With the calmness I was trying hard to maintain, I set the glass back in place, hoping there was only a timer with the lid remaining off. With the cover down, I couldn't see the light, but it was an indication I'd been here long enough. Pulling the climbing ascenders up the rope where I'd been affixed to them earlier, I gripped one, then the other, and started to pull myself up the 20 feet to the open skylight. I didn't have tons of upper body strength. The bulk of my consistent workout to stay in shape involved running and target shooting. I could rock climb, but my skill set wasn't much on rocks, although it had come in handy for the chimney, but ropes themselves. One over the other, I worked my way up the rope. All was fine until I thought I'd clipped one in and hadn't. My weight shifted, and I dropped, wrenching my left shoulder. I dangled far over the floor as I winced in pain. Spinning, I whipped my arm around to snag the rope to try again. I got it into place, ready to pull myself up, but my strength was seriously flagging. "You can do it. One hand over the other. You're almost there." My gloved finger slipped on the rope and I dropped another 6 inches. Fuck! I drew a breath in across my teeth and let go of my right hand to reach as far up as I could go. I only had a few more pulls in me. I needed to get to the top before my strength gave out. I nearly screamed when a strong hand clasped mine and pulled me hard, lifting me up through the opening. I'd been caught. Fuckity fuck. But no. It was Hayes's warm brown eyes I met as I scrabbled onto the roof. The instantaneous relief, joy even, was short-lived. Because then I panicked in a completely different way. Hayes was here, on the roof, risking everything for me. He didn't release my hand as his gaze swept over me, as if checking to make sure I'd made it out in one piece. I'd never seen him look this way before. His gaze was intense, his jaw clenched. Every part of his body that I could see was rigid with tension and focus. The air was cool and felt good on my heated skin. I recognized Hayes' scent on the breeze. "Get the glass back in place." His voice was barely a whisper as he pulled the rope up through the opening. For someone so large, he moved along the roof with impressive agility. As I settled the skylight closed and removed the metal grounding piece, I watched him coil the rope and move to the chimney. With his feet, he braced himself between the angled roof and the rising stones. "Did you get it?" he whispered. I nodded, pointing to my hip. He looked there, then moved. Hand over hand, he lowered himself down the side of the chimney with the rope I'd had ready. I had it for my departure, but he'd clearly used it to scale the house. He went first, probably figuring I couldn't escape him if he stood at the bottom of the rope. He wasn't wrong. I rappelled after him and felt his hands at my waist to lower me the last few feet. Reaching down, I untied the rope from the hose spigot, then pulled and pulled until the section we just used to lower ourselves went up to the roof and around the vent to fall to my feet. Collecting the entire rope, I tucked it under my arm as best I could, but Hayes snagged it from me. He took my wrist and pulled me away from the house. He wasn't running, but his legs were much longer than mine. I had to move all out to keep up. "Package received," he murmured, his gaze scanning the darkness. I assumed I was the package, and he had some fancy communications device on him. I guessed SEALs were never alone. "Extraction in 5 minutes." I didn't know who he was talking to, but it seemed I wasn't the only one used to late-night missions. He skirted the back of the property, around the large patio and landscaped backyard to the field beyond. A coyote howled in the distance, but other than that, it was silent. I didn't know how a man of his size could move so silently, but he was a SEAL. We moved for a few minutes. From my visit earlier, I knew we were doing a wide arc around the property and aiming for the road. We hit the packed dirt and an engine started nearby. An SUV stopped before us, lights off. Hayes opened the rear door and all but pushed me in. He tossed the rope into my lap and climbed in beside me. On my other side was Kennedy. Ford and Taft were in the front. The SUV sped off. "Hey there, deputy," Taft said. "You've got some fancy moves." "If you're looking for a job outside of law enforcement," Ford told me but left it hanging. Kennedy winked. "Welcome to the team." Chapter 21. Hayes. "Are you pissed?" Megan asked as I parked her Subaru in her driveway. Her voice is quiet and unsure, which is not something I like. I like her ballsy and prickly, and I admit, stealthily stealing a stupid historic knife and getting out undetected. She could be a SEAL or in the circus. We'd picked up her car after we extracted her from the heist location, and I had insisted on driving. I was all for my woman taking care of herself, but I drove. End of story. I hadn't said anything on the ride back to town. I was the kind of guy who went silent when a lot was going on in my head, and I didn't know where to start. Not pissed. I climbed out of the car and strode to her door, which I'd left unlocked when I dashed out earlier. Sure as shit could have gotten stolen, but the only thing I worried about inside her house was Megan herself. Since she hadn't been there and instead had been breaking into a fucking house. She followed me in. "Because you seem kind of pissed." She carefully removed the $5 million dagger from her hip pocket and put it in her gun safe. I kept walking until I got to the bedroom, the place where she'd tried to keep me from following her just a few hours ago. It felt like a lifetime already. I toed off my boots, then stripped out of my shirt. Megan surveyed the broken headboard. "Guess it takes more than a pair of puny handcuffs to stop a SEAL." I grunted in response. "I'm going to take a shower," she said when I didn't respond further. "Yeah." I followed her into the bathroom. Washing off the night's deed suited me too. We didn't say a word as we stood under the shower spray together. Her tub was fucking tiny. I let her soap me, then took the bar from her and returned the favor. She watched me all the while, her brows knit tight. It was the most attentive she'd been to me. Usually I was the one focused on her and she was deflecting. I was up in my head, trying to figure out what I had to do or say or be to finally get through to her, to show her I was going to stick. She couldn't stop me from coming for her, no matter what she tried to do to me. Handcuffs to me were nothing more than part of a magician's act. If what happened wasn't enough to drive that concept home for her, I had no fucking clue what would. I turned off the water and stepped out, grabbing a towel from Megan. Her eyes went soft at the gesture, like me handing it to her meant something. Like I wouldn't always take care of her needs first, until the day I fucking died. She was fucking surprised I was here, that I was being nice, that I was her man, and that confusion was my fucking issue. I used my own towel and returned to the bedroom. "Hayes, I'm sorry," she spoke behind me. I didn't want to entangle you in my mess. You're an honorable man. If something had gone wrong tonight, and you had been caught,
that was for me to decide. I whirled and reached for her. She stood with the towel tucked around her right breasts, her hair still dripping. She stepped into me, bringing her hands to my bare chest, but I captured her wrists. I used them to spin her around and pin them behind her back, folding her torso over the bed. It was reminiscent, but a much gentler version of the badass move I'd seen her perform on the traffic stop with that drunk on the side of the road. For once, she didn't fight me as I held her in place. There was no wrestling match this time, no competition between us that I would let her win. I was having my way tonight, and we both knew it. I held her 2 wrists in one hand and used the other to pull off her towel. I clapped a heavy hand down on her ass, making her startle and squirm. I repeated the action on the other cheek, then stopped to rub away the red prints left by my fingers. When are you going to get it through your beautiful head that I'm here for you? I spanked her again, hard enough to make her jerk. Another spank. Haze. Raphael. I spanked her again. I'm here to stick, Megan. I'm not going anywhere. I slapped her again. I'm not going to abandon you like your mom and dad did. If you have problems, I'm going to share them, help you with them. You don't think I'm strong enough to handle them? She didn't answer, only whimpered. If she told me to stop, to let her up, I'd have released her instantly. But it seemed she needed to have me do this, to hear what I had to say, to take the punishment she deserved, that she needed because no one else had stuck around to give it to her. I delivered 3 more hard spanks. Now climb up on that bed. I'm going to fuck you until you know you're mine. I knew it was true when Megan scampered to obey. She may be a world-class cat burglar and a badass sheriff's deputy. She may have refused me a first or second date, pushed me away at every turn, and handcuffed me to her fucking bed to keep me from following her, to protect me. But right now, at this moment, she was my woman, eager to make things right, ready to receive me. I grabbed a condom from my wallet, ripped it open, and rolled it on before climbing over her. Vulnerability flickered in Megan's eyes as she glanced at me. I gave her a hard kiss, a claiming kiss. I'd been patient, I'd taken things at her pace, but I was done. She was mine, and I was going to fuck her so hard she'd remember it for days. My tongue swept between her lips at the same time the head of my cock nudged at her entrance. She reached down to grasp my dick and tuck the head inside her entrance. Fuck. I groaned at how wet she was, from nothing but a hard spanking. Then I couldn't hold back. I speared her with a hard thrust, sinking all the way into the hilt, then drawing back and thrusting again. Her head flew toward the broken headboard, and I caught her by her nape to keep her from hitting it. That's right, baby doll. You're going to take every inch of me tonight, aren't you? I growled. Yes, she breathed. Yes, Raphael. Fuck yes. She finally said my name, and damn it if it didn't make my dick even harder to hear it from her gorgeous lips. Her head was tossed back, her eyes closed. Her wet hair was a tangle on the pillow. I drilled into her, already at a finishing speed, even though we just started. The need to fully own her flushed me with heat. Who's going to satisfy you? I demanded. You are, she gasped. I fucked her harder. Who's going to make you come? Her eyes flew open. You are. That's right, baby doll. Every fucking night. And who's going to stick through thick and thin? The cry that escaped her lips sounded pained, but I knew it wasn't from the physical pounding I was giving her. It was an emotional one. I was demanding something from her, serving it up, making her see what was real and true between us, what we needed, what we were, what we could be. Say it. I gritted, sweat beading on my forehead. My balls were heavy stones, ready to release. You are, Raphael. She arched up, her cunt squeezing tight around my dick as she came. Oh no, baby doll, I'm not nearly done with you, I said when she was done. I pulled out and rolled her over to her belly. I entered her from behind, loving the new angle, the way my cock bottomed out along her front wall, making her moan cry with pleasure. Just looking down at her, seeing the long line of her spine, her upturned ass all red from her spanking, the way her lips were spread around my thrusting dick. You're gonna take it from me all night long, baby doll. I'm going to make you remember who you belong with.
Yes, yes.
Her hoarse, throaty cries nearly drove me wild. I arced in and out of her, riding my own wave of pleasure until the pressure grew too great. You gonna come for me again, baby doll? Squeeze my dick up tight and make me shout? I reached around the front of her hips, sliding my hand under to rub her clit. She screamed, convulsing beneath me with a violent climax. I shoved in tight, my loins pressing against her heated ass cheeks, and savored the sensation of her tight, pulsing squeezes. As soon as she was done, I let go, held myself deep and filled the condom. Pulse after pulse of cum came from my balls. One of these days we'd forgo condoms so nothing was between us, and I'd mark her as mine, inside and out. I pulled out, rid myself of the condom in the bathroom, then returned. She scrambled onto her knees and faced me. I walked to her, and she wrapped her arms around me like vines and burst into tears. Keeping her close, I settled on the bed with her on top of me and let her cry. I didn't know how long she'd held them in. Maybe since her dad had left her to fend for herself when she'd been caught stealing the ring. Maybe when her mom skipped out on her. I had no idea, and it didn't matter. I was here, and she could cry all she wanted.
Chapter 22. Megan. Hayes left at 8 in the morning. It was the first night I didn't kick him out of my bed and out of my house. He stayed, and for the first time ever, I slept in a man's arms. I breathed in his scent and was enveloped in his strength. It had been hard to look him in the eye this morning because not only had I cried all over him, but he'd also spanked my ass. And I'd liked it. I was game for all kinds of things when it came to sex, but that spanking he delivered had been different. He'd been punishing me, not for breaking into a house and stealing something, but because I'd done it alone. I kept it a secret and kept him out of it, out of my life. I felt raw and exposed and confused, but also whole. As I poured my second cup of coffee and stared out my back window, I couldn't remember feeling less alone. He wasn't even here, and I felt like Hayes was mine. No, Roth. He was everything I never expected, never knew could be mine. He was... A pounding on the front door had me spilling my coffee. Shit, I muttered. I'd planned to call Burns this morning to meet him, but it seemed he beat me to it. The last thing I wanted to do was face him, but I didn't need him catching my neighbor's attention. I yanked the door open. Just as I thought, it was the asshole along with his 2 goons. And my father. He was a surprise. Dad, I said. I wasn't a hugger and neither was he, but I felt the need to reach out. I took his hand in mine and gave it a squeeze. His face was all beat up. A cut was scabbed on his forehead. He had a black eye and his lip was split. And the guy who'd meted it out was here with us. I wanted to punch him and see how he liked it. Hey, Maggie. I glared at Burns, who remained silent, entering into my living room just as he had the last time, like he owned the place, or me. Heard on the police scanners about the robbery, Dad said with a triumphant smile. I'm proud of you. I knew you could do it. With the right incentive. Burns added, not to be left out. I'll get you the dagger and you can get the hell out of here. I snapped. You'll have what you want to leave my father alone. Burns didn't say anything, only narrowed his gaze. He didn't like being told off, probably especially not by a woman, but he stayed quiet. Raising his hand, he waved it to indicate I should do what I just said. Turning on my heel, I went into the kitchen, opened my gun safe, and retrieved the dagger. Returning to the living room, I slammed it in Burns's hand. There, I retrieved it for you. Now leave me and my dad alone and get the hell out. I practically growled. My dad came over, set his hand on my shoulder and smiled. His eyes shone bright with pride, affection. It had been years since I'd seen my dad look at me this way, all because I'd rescued him. Ah, Maggie, I knew you could do it. Burns didn't believe me, but I had faith in you. He chuckled. I taught you everything you know. I agreed to a certain point. I knew how to break and enter because of him, but I'd moved on, chosen a different life all on my own. Because he sure as hell hadn't been there with me in juvie. He also didn't know anything but the easy life on the wrong side of the law. You should go too, I told him. I was glad he was okay, glad that Burns had the dagger, but I wanted him gone. I did what I had to. You're safe from this asshole. Now slink away like you always do and let me get back to my life. He slowly shook his head. See, Burns, a firecracker. I told you she'd be perfect for joining us. I frowned. That wasn't something I expected to say. Maybe a thanks or something? What the hell are you talking about? You don't think I'd ever let myself get caught, would you, Meggie? I blinked, suddenly very confused. I'm too smart for that. You are too now. You learned it from the Empress job, I imagine. The year you were held. Held? I was arrested, put in juvenile detention, I countered. Do you have any idea what that was like? What I had to do to survive? He patted my head as if I were a dog or a cranky child in need of a nap. You haven't been caught since, he replied. Because I haven't done anything to be put behind bars. I'm a sheriff's deputy, if you've forgotten. And also a thief, Burns added. He raised his phone. Here's a picture of you with the dagger. He swiped his screen. Here's you saying you're the one who retrieved it from the straits. My stomach plummeted, and my pulse kicked into high gear. I was used to being level-headed under pressure, under danger. Except this? Fuck. What the hell do you want? I asked, getting to the point. He didn't take those images to take down to the station and have me arrested. Join us, my father said. Join you? I waved my finger between them. Dad, he was holding you hostage. I think that law and order stuff has made you forget where you came from. I wasn't really his hostage. I knew the only way you'd steal that dagger is if someone you cared about was threatened, and since I'm the only person you have. Oh, my God. My stomach seized up as tight as a fist. You set me up, I whispered. My father shook his head. It was a test to show Burns your skills. You passed. My eyes widened. Passed what? A bad guy test? That I care about you? That you're an asset I want on my team, Burns added. I'd heard the same thing last night from Kennedy. Ford had offered me a job, even jokingly, and Kennedy had welcomed me to their team. Their team was honorable, though. They protected people and defended liberty. Their team was for good. Burns was pure evil. As I stared at my dad, who now seemed to be everything I never expected, I realized I was in trouble. Huge trouble. I'd saved my father, who'd used me over and over, while I pushed Hayes away. My father stood before me and had not only gotten me to do a job for him, but he'd done it to show off my abilities to Burns. What kind of fucked up mind did I have? If I got caught, I'd go to jail. His hands and Burns's would stay clean. If I succeeded, which I had, they got the dagger into Patsy, me. I don't want to join you. I set my jaw, realizing it was probably too little too late. I want you out of my house, out of my life. I'm done with you, Dad. I never want to see you again. Is it the cuts and bruises? He asked, putting his fingers to the wounds on his face. I thought it was a nice touch. It doesn't hurt if you're too drunk to remember being punched. He'd gotten himself beat up as part of this plan? Holy fuck. You'll be joining us, Megan Hager, Burns said. I shook my head. No way. Or you can go to jail. A tip about who stole the dagger and you'll be arrested. You think a movie star is going to let charges drop? Imagine the news in this quaint little town. Deputy is really a jewel thief. You'll do time. In real prison, not daycare for kids. I wonder how the general population will feel about a law enforcement officer in their mix. I go work for you or I go to jail, I stated, making sure I understood what he was saying. I told you she was smart, my father said. Stop playing one of the good guys, Meggie. I raised you to be better than that. It's my job to uphold the law. And yet you broke it, he countered. All by yourself. It took you long enough, but you showed your true colors. I'd made a choice to commit a crime. For him. For nothing.
Pack your things, Burns ordered. I'll text you the address in Spokane where you need to be tomorrow. I've got a job for you. The goons, who'd been quiet all this time, opened the front door for Burns and he strode out, taking the dagger with him. My dad set his hand on my shoulder and leaned in. It'll be like old times, Maggie. We're going to have so much fun. I heard the door close behind him as I stood there. What had I done? I ran for the bathroom and threw up the coffee that had curdled in my stomach. I messed up so badly. What was I going to do? I couldn't arrest Burns. He hadn't done anything wrong. Sure, he had stolen a dagger, but he had proof I took it. Had he even had a buyer for it? Probably. The one thing that man wanted was money. I sat on the tile floor, leaned against the side of my tub, knee bent. I set my head on it. My dad had organized this whole thing. He wanted me back in the business, and he'd used my emotions against me. I'd hated him for so long, I should have told him no. I had, but I'd let my feelings, my love for him sway me. I was a doormat, an idiot. I couldn't even love the right people. Instantly I thought of Hayes, of loving him. Because while the sex the night before had been kinky and dirty as it had ever been between us, it had been intimate. I'd given myself to him, opened up, cried, admitted I wanted to be with him. Except that was never to be. He'd spent the past week having sex with the good Megan, the law enforcement officer, the one who'd broken into someone's house and robbed them because I cared about someone. I thought I was honorable, but I'd been wrong. I'd ruined my life all on my own. I couldn't go back to work. I'd go to jail. No question. If my father allowed himself to get beat up as part of a ruse to play at my emotions and get me to commit a crime, there was no question he'd turn me in if it kept him free. Burns wasn't related and would do so in a heartbeat. He no doubt hated the police, and seeing an officer take the fall for a crime, it'd make his day. I had to go to work for him, at least until I could figure out how to bring them down. But then, would it be too late? Would I have committed enough crimes by then that I'd be complicit? And Hayes. God, Hayes. I couldn't pull him into this. He'd proven last night he was willing to corrupt his honor from me. He'd been on that roof. He was good, his entire team was. They'd dedicated years of their lives to the service of the country, willingly served knowing they might die. Now they did security, good things. I couldn't taint him. I didn't deserve Hayes, and he sure as hell was too good for me. No, I had to go, to leave, now. I pushed to my feet and saw myself in the mirror over the vanity. You've been alone before. You'll be fine. You survived once. You can survive again. Except I hadn't had Hayes before. He hadn't spanked my ass and told me he was there for me. He hadn't fucked me and told me I was his. He hadn't held me as I cried. I had to do the one thing to Hayes that had destroyed me when I was 17. I had to walk away from him, abandon him. Unlike what my father did for me, it was for his own good. Because Megan Hager was all bad. Chapter 23. Hayes. She wasn't home. The alarm was set, but she wasn't inside. The house was silent except for the hum of the fridge. She hadn't answered my text about having dinner at Alpha Mountain because Mrs. L was making that pot roast she promised. She hadn't answered the one I texted a few minutes ago. Her car was gone. I went and opened her safe. Watching her type in the numbers didn't require SEAL training, and her gun was gone. So was the Viking dagger. Fuck, I muttered. It was supposed to be there until we met with Burns to get her father back. Had she gone on her own? Son of a bitch. Of course she had. Why would she change the way she did things alone after what we shared the night before? Hadn't I made myself fucking clear? I pulled out my cell, dialed Kennedy. Yo, pull up the feed on Megan's place. Work backward and see when she leaves. Hoo-yah! I hear his fingers clacking on the keyboard. I paced her space, waiting to know what she'd done. A coffee cup was on the kitchen table. Her bed's not made. Her car pulls out of the garage at 3:22. She alone? Affirmative. More clacking. Hang on. 10 minutes earlier, she's out front on the phone. Can you play it for me? Yeah, let me turn the speaker up. 10 seconds later, I hear Megan's voice through my cell. It's a little rough since it's not live, but I could hear her clearly.
Of course I got it. Don't question my skills. No, there weren't any issues. I'll bring you the dagger only after I see my cut in my account.
There's a pause. I wished I could see your face.
You don't believe I have it. I assume you called me because you heard of it over the police scanners. I might work for the Sparks Sheriff Department, but the straight place is out of my jurisdiction.
Another pause.
I'm always up for another job. You think I can retire at 40 on a deputy's salary? Right. I'll be there in 2 hours.
That's it, Kennedy said. She ends the call and goes back inside, then she leaves. Holy shit. I tugged on my hair and spun in a circle. Can you track her phone? More tapping. Headed toward Missoula. Or headed toward Spokane, I snarled. And Burns. I grabbed her coffee mug and tossed it at the wall. It shattered and pieces flew around the room. Get back here and we'll figure this out, Kennedy said. Figure it out? What's there to figure out? She was in on it the whole time, kept pushing me away because she didn't want me snooping. Jesus, I'm a fucking idiot. Get back here, he repeated. We'll be waiting. He hung up and I grabbed hold of the edge of her counter and leaned against it. Tried not to lose my shit. The one woman I let in. The one woman I wanted to be mine, and she turned out to be a fucking criminal. A user. Yeah, she'd fucking used me. I'd stayed away from my family to keep from getting sucked into criminal activities, but here I'd gone and done exactly what I was trying to avoid in Sparks. For a woman who didn't even profess to love me. Up until the night before, she'd pushed me away, tried to keep me at a distance, but last night? Fuck! I shouted, then stormed out of her house, the front door slamming behind me.
Chapter 24. Megan. I drove without stopping on the highway. My body was made of lead, my mouth full of ash. It was incredible how different my entire life seemed from 10 hours before. Just this morning, a lifetime ago, I'd woken up in Hayes' arms. We'd shared something intimate, something big. Foolish me. I thought we were going to somehow handle Burns together and then ride into the sunset. Now I faced a future of breaking the law, living in the margins, never knowing love. No, that wasn't true. I'd known love. I'd known it, and I'd just choked the life out of it. I put a hand on my roiling stomach. I hadn't eaten all day, and I still couldn't. If I did, I'd just puke again. That was what leaving Hayes made me feel like, what hurting him did to me. Because I knew when he pulled that feed from my porch, he was going to feel the worst kind of betrayal. A betrayal he didn't deserve. I remembered Hayes had told me he'd tapped into my security system. That was how we'd learned about Burns, how he'd stunned me when he told me he knew all about the job. I hadn't given him any answers. He and the other guys with Alpha Mountain had put it all together. Like detectives. Like SEALs. That meant I had to hide not only from Burns and my father, but from Hayes as well. Even though it destroyed me, utterly and completely, I hope my fake phone call had made him hate me. I needed to be sure he'd let it go. So I'd had to do more than just a fake call. I had to go to Spokane, or at least in that direction, so their snooping would back up my words. I was Burns' partner in crime, and I was headed to join him in Washington. Then Hayes would leave me alone. For good. For his good. I'd stolen a $5 million dagger. Me. My father and Burns probably had alibis in different states for the time of the crime. If I contacted the authorities, even with me being a sheriff's deputy, I couldn't be sure anyone would believe me. Not with the evidence Burns held. I'd made it all day without crying. Now I could let it out. Give in to the tears clogging my throat. Except they didn't flow. I was too numb, too in shock. Too far removed from the Megan Hager I'd been yesterday to even cry. My heart was too damaged. Too broken. I had absolutely nothing. And only now that I'd lost everything, could I see just how much Hayes had been offering me. Had I really repeatedly pushed away the one good thing that had ever come into my life? But no, pushing him away was the right thing to do. Because look where his honor and steadfastness got him. Tied to a felony burglary.
an accomplice to a major crime. Hayes was better off without me. He'd hurt, but he'd recover. He'd find someone else to love. That's the kind of man he was. And that's when the tears finally fell. Thinking about Hayes moving on, hating me and loving someone else. I covered my mouth to block the sob that erupted from my throat. Oh God, how would I ever make it through this? My heart would never know how to beat again. Hayes. I didn't go back to the house, not right away. I couldn't be around people. Instead, I got into my truck and drove. Fuck, I had been played. I was so damn stupid. So lovesick that I'd actually committed a felony last night for a woman who was a criminal. A fucking criminal. Had I wanted to believe her innocence so badly that I ignored all the evidence, concocted a story that made her out to be a pawn where she was really the villain? Was I blinded because she was so beautiful? She'd used me, flat out used me. Except that wasn't fair. She'd tried to keep me away, many times. I was the one who pushed myself onto her, and she'd been clear about using me, for sex, which I had willingly offered. Even criminals had sexual needs. No, making her out as the bad guy didn't quite sit right either. But facts were facts. She'd been involved with Burns and her dad the whole time. Fuck, had the story she told me about her dad being held hostage been something she concocted to keep me from turning her in? Of course it had. She'd even played on my heartstrings. I had to accept the fact that I had terrible instincts when it came to women. Not only had I picked one who didn't want me, but I'd picked a criminal. Fuck. I slammed my fist into the steering wheel, then turned the truck and pointed it toward the compound. I should just let this go, let her go. But I wanted to see that video feed of Megan on her porch. Maybe I was a sucker for more pain, but I needed to see it with my own eyes, to watch the proof that I'd been fucking played. When I got back, I found Kennedy in the command room. Show me, I grunted. He played the clip of Megan on her porch. When it finished, I said, "Play it again." I watched it 6 more times, memorized the brief glance she sent the camera as she spoke, tried to reconcile this conversation with the woman I thought I'd known, tried to figure out how I'd been so duped. Oh yeah, by sass and a gorgeous body. There's something else, Kennedy said. What? This. He scrolled back in the stored feed and hit play. It was the video of me leaving the house this morning. What is this? Just keep watching. He fast-forwarded, then set it to play. I watched as Burns, his 2 goons, and a 3rd man, Megan's father by the looks of it, went into the house. Huh. I know, right? Kennedy asked. If these guys are here, less than an hour before the call she made, then who was she talking to on the phone? I don't know, the fence? If she's in on it with the other 3, she might be the ringleader of this group. A tight fist closed in my solar plexus. You think Megan's the one in charge of Burns? I told you his rap sheet was a mile long. Kennedy minimized the screen and turned and looked over his shoulder at me. If she is, I'm really fucking impressed. What are you going to do? I scrubbed a hand across my face. Would I turn her in? It would mean turning myself in at the same time, which I was willing to do. I'd done the crime, I would take responsibility for it. But the thought of Megan going to prison made me sick. She hadn't hurt anyone, only stolen an ancient knife. Straight wasn't going to go hungry because of what she did. Maybe he'd get better fucking security. Nothing. I'm going to do what she's been asking me to do from the start, I said. I'm gonna let her go. Megan. After a few hours of driving, I pulled off the highway and into Spokane. I had some cash, enough to check into a motel. I needed to lie low while I figured out what I was going to do. I sat on the motel bed, hollow. I should take a shower, or eat, or brush my teeth. But I couldn't do any of those things. I couldn't seem to even move from the edge of the bed, lost. I looked at my phone. My dad had texted asking where I was. There were messages from Hayes from earlier in the day, but then they stopped. He must have figured out I was gone. He'd finally let me go. I waited for more tears to come, but they didn't. I'd cried myself dry. I scrubbed a hand over my face. It was time to stop wallowing in self-pity and figure this situation out. I needed to take Burns down, my father too. I didn't feel even a twinge of remorse for my thoughts. My dad had used me more than once, even as a kid. I hadn't known better then, but I did now, and I'd fallen for it. He didn't care about me, not at all. I doubted he ever had. Had that been why my mother had left? She knew about his selfishness. Burns probably had a buyer lined up for the blade. If I could somehow get the scoop on that and intercept it, notify the local authorities where and when it would be, I might be able to get myself free of this mess, put Burns behind bars. He might throw me to the wolves at the same time, but over the last few hours, I decided it was worth the risk. This wasn't the life I wanted for myself, and I'd rather be behind bars and disgraced than live as a criminal, as a patsy. I called my dad's phone. "Maggie, where are you?" "Spokane." "So you are coming?" He sounded relieved. Jesus, he really was harboring some fantasy about the two of us joining forces for evil. "Yes, I'm coming," I snapped. "I want my cut." There was a pause on the line as my dad digested my new tone. "Since apparently you and Burns were in on this together, I'm guessing you're getting a cut for getting me to do the job. And since I'm the one who did the job, I figured that cut belongs to me. All you did was get drunk and get beat up." "Well, yeah, okay," he muttered. "Fair enough. I did the background work, but you pulled the job. We can split my share. Of course, hon." I had to grind my teeth to keep from railing at my dad. "Do you have the money?" I was fishing, but I couldn't be overt about it. My dad wasn't going to trust me with information about the business dealings. Not yet. "No, but I'll have it tomorrow." "Cash?" I needed to know how the transaction would work, whether it was an electronic transfer, cash, or crypto, because he wasn't giving me anything until he had his cut. "Yeah, cash." That was good. That meant there would be a physical meeting. "I'm coming to the meet. I want my share." I tried to sound greedy. It was the way my dad thought, so it should ring true to him. "We'll discuss it when you get here." I relaxed. That probably meant the meet was happening in Spokane. There was still some time to figure this out, possibly fix it. I frowned. Probably not, but I had to try. I ended the call and looked at the phone. Realizing Hayes probably had the capability of tracking me if he wanted, not that I believed he'd want to, I dropped it on the floor and stomped on it until it broke. I'd buy a burner phone tomorrow. It was time to leave everything about my old life behind. That meant Hayes, Sparks, and the happiness I'd found there. "Hayes." "She did what?" Mrs. L. asked. The pot roast had been in the crock pot all day. The last thing I wanted to do was sit down and eat it when I wanted to take an AR-15 out into the back 40 and shoot up some shit. But one look from the woman, and I had my butt in one of the dining room chairs. I'd been so grim she wanted to know what was wrong. "Don't tell me it's security business. No one else at this table looks like their puppy got kicked." She gave me a kind look, so I told her. It was an Alpha Mountain business and it was far from classified. I repeated myself. "She stole a Viking dagger from Lucas Strait. I took the bowl of mashed potatoes from Kennedy. He kept the spoon and dropped a huge dollop on my plate for me." "The actor?" she asked. "Yes, ma'am." Mrs. L. blinked as she held a bowl of peas. "You're telling me that Megan Hager, the deputy who looks like a beauty pageant contestant, stole from Lucas Strait?" "Yes." Ford took the bowl from Mrs. L. and spooned some on his plate. "How? It wouldn't be like her to ever use her looks for any kind of gain." I frowned. "She climbed up the rock chimney, went through a skylight, and broke into a glass case. While Strait and his wife were sleeping," Kennedy added. I glanced at him and he looked impressed, almost full of parental pride. I wanted to punch his face in. "Megan Hager?" Mrs. L. asked again. "Graham, I've never seen you so surprised before." Ford commented. Well, I guess I shouldn't be." "Why's that?" Taft asked, then shoved a piece of pot roast in his mouth. Nothing was messing with his appetite. She sighed. "Her father was a con man. Things were stolen in town back in the day. Indy's parents' hardware store was burgled." Ford frowned. Indy wasn't here to confirm what Mrs. L. said, but none of us doubted her. One day it all stopped. It was pretty clear to everyone in town that it wasn't any coincidence it matched with when the Hagers moved away. Kennedy nudged my arm and glanced at my plate. I speared a carrot and tried to eat, but I just couldn't. If Colin Hager was a thief, then it makes sense he taught Megan, Mrs. L said. They were close. He did. I attempted another bite. I was furious, but I needed to have some manners. Megan told me they did jobs together in Seattle after they left here when she was a kid, until the last one where she was caught, and he left her to do the time. Mrs. L's eyes widened. This is news to me. Ford grunted. Clearly this didn't happen very often. She went to juvie for a year, I added, then went on to the academy, supposedly went straight. Supposedly. Are you saying that she's been a cat burglar on the side for the past 10 years? That she leads a double life? Megan? Mrs. L's voice dripped with doubt. I can't believe that. With her look, she'd stand out. She's far from forgettable. I had to agree with Mrs. L. I would never forget Megan. Not in a million years. Still, I'm going to try to forget her, I grumbled. The food settled like ash in my stomach. I'm not sure if I can ever forgive her for this. Mrs. L pushed her pot roast around on her plate. No one spoke, everyone else shoveling the dinner into their mouths. I sat and felt like shit. She doesn't seem like someone who's rolling in extra cash. She drives an old car. Her house is small. I really find it hard to believe, Mrs. L said again. Taft shrugged. I guess you never know about a person. Mrs. L fixed him with a look. Is that really true, though? I think I'm a pretty good judge of character. I'm not usually wrong about people. Megan's dad was a bad apple, but Megan... She shook her head. I don't see it. I stared at my plate as something in my brain tried to come through. Something had been nagging at me since I'd watched that security feed. Fuck! I threw my napkin down and stood up from the table so fast I caused it to lift and thud. Hey, watch it, Ford growled. She knew we watched her feed, I said to Kennedy. She knew it because I'd told her we'd seen burns on it before. My heart thudded with the realization. Kennedy stared at me blankly. She looked at the camera while she was talking on the phone. I don't follow. This is a person who orchestrated a high-tech heist. She would know when she was being watched by security cameras, especially if they were her own. She wanted me to hear that. She was making sure I wouldn't follow. That makes no sense, Quincy said. She knows you'll eventually watch the security footage, so she intentionally lies? Why even do it? I grabbed my plate and went to the sink to scrape off the uneaten food. She wants me to think she's bad, so I'll stay out of it. Why? Quincy tossed up her hands. She might think she's protecting me. When she stole the dagger, I asked her why she did it alone. I put my dish in the dishwasher and leaned against the edge. She said she was protecting me because I'm too honorable to break the law. Oh, Mrs. L set her hand on her chest. Now that sounds more like the Megan I know. So, you think she's making sure you hate her enough to stay away? Quincy said. Yes. I pointed at Kennedy. I bet if you look at her call logs, there wasn't one at that time. She was faking, Kennedy said thoughtfully. Yeah, could be. I need to find out. One way or another, I need to know the truth. I looked to Quincy. I need a lift. Our helicopter pilot stood from the table. Where to, sailor? Kennedy, can you get me a location? Already on it. My brother in arms was up and moving toward the sewing room. Ace, are you sure you're not grasping at straws here? Ford asked, doubt creasing his face. I scrubbed a hand over my face. I might be, I admitted. I'd been stupid when it came to Megan. I pointed in the direction of Mrs. L. But you heard what your Gram said. She believes Megan's a good person. Well, go find out, Ford said mildly. I've got a location. Kennedy hollered from Command Central. She's in Spokane. Meet you at the helipad, Quincy said, already leaving through the front door. Chapter 25. Megan. I tossed and turned, finding it impossible to get any sleep. I thought of my father's twisted plan. I thought of how it had worked. I'd fallen for it like the biggest dupe.
I thought about Burns and how I would never work for him, about Hayes and how I missed him in my bed. But even with all that swirling around in my idiotic brain, I somehow fell asleep because I was jolted awake by the sound of the chain on the motel door slipping out of the lock. I scrabbled to reach for the gun beneath my pillow and sat up, aiming at the door. "If you're going to shoot, do it now." That hard, raspy voice made me go still. "I'm fucking tired of having that gun pointed at me." Hayes. He was here. A thrill of happiness shot right through me. I'd missed him, even if it had been less than a day. I could smell him, recognize him anywhere by that dark scent. I set the gun on the bedside table and flew out of bed in his direction. I stopped short of throwing myself at him, though. He might be here to bring me in, to bring me to justice for my crimes. I blinked in the darkness, finding the edges of his tall, dark form. "You found me," I whispered. "Yeah." He gave nothing away in the rough syllable, not where his heart stood or his head. My fingers tangled with each other, fighting to keep from touching him. "Are you here to turn me in?" The air between us charged with electricity that only grew when he didn't answer me at first. "Is that what you need from me?" I blinked in the darkness. Okay, weird question, but it gave me hope. Hayes was here to talk about us, not about what he thought I'd done. "No," I whispered. "What is it you need?" His voice was a low rumble. Not suggestive, but the anger I heard earlier was gone. "You?" I spoke without thinking. Honestly, I should still be lying, trying to keep him out of this, but I didn't have it in me anymore. I'd left my bludgeoned heart back in Sparks with him when I drove away, and I learned a few things about myself on that long drive. That I didn't want to live without Hayes. That he was a man worth fighting for, and I'd been nothing but a coward. That I'd thought I was protecting him, but I was killing us both in the process. I heard Hayes' breath catch, but he didn't reach for me. He didn't reassure me or overpower me this time. He just stood there, leaving the last foot of distance between us. "I was a fool to run." My voice broke. "Stupid to push you away and leave you behind. You're all that matters to me, Raph." Hayes caught my nape and pulled me in, stopping before our bodies collided, still keeping those few inches of separation between our bodies. They felt like a mile. I tilted my face up to his, felt his breath feather across my lips. "Yeah?" His voice was rough and wounded. I heard him. I knew that. He may still even think the worst of me, that I was the criminal mastermind behind it all like I'd wanted him to believe. Yet he was here asking what I needed from him. I told him everything. Finally, I opened my heart to him. "My dad was working with Burns all along," I choked out. "It was a con to get me to do the job because he couldn't with his broken collarbone. They showed up at my house and recorded me saying I'd stolen the dagger to blackmail me into joining them." My heart pounded as Hayes digested that without speaking. "And are you?" "No! I'm going to try to find out where their meat is to sell the dagger and call in the FBI. I may go down with them, but at least I'll be finished with this." "Alone." He said it like an accusation, an arrow he pulled out of his own heart and thrust back at me. "I fucked up," I admitted. "I'm sorry, Raph. I should have come to you instead of running. I should have told you the truth. I was shaken by my dad's betrayal. I felt tainted, and I didn't want any of it to touch you. But I swear to you now that I'm done running. I'm done pushing you away. If you forgive me, if you take me back—" My voice broke. I drew in a steadying breath. "I will never push you away again. I'm all in, Rafael Rebel Reyes. If it's not too late. With you. With us." Hayes' lips slammed down on mine in a hard, bruising kiss. He grasped the back of my head to hold me firm as he slanted his lips over mine, swept his tongue into my mouth. The kiss went on for a moment, then he slowly eased back. "You'd better not ever leave again." "I won't, I promise." "That conversation you had on your stoop, was it for my benefit?" Of course he'd figured it out. Hayes knew me too well and was too smart to be fooled by my misdirection. I nodded. "I'm sorry. I thought maybe I could make you hate me to keep you away. I wanted to protect you. But I hated myself for doing it, and as soon as I drove away, I knew I'd ruined the only good thing in my life. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me, and I tried to destroy it. I chose a father who doesn't give a shit about me instead of you, who actually wants me. A tear leaked from the corner of my eye and spilled over Hayes' thumb, where he cradled my face. "It's okay, baby doll," he said softly. "I'm here. You'll have to do worse than that to make me bail." "Rav!" I threw myself at him, straddling his waist, my arms wrapped around his neck like he was a buoy, and I was drowning in deep waves. "I got you." His strong arms banded around my back, and he walked me toward the bed. He tried to lower me to it, but I wouldn't let go, pulling him down on top of me. He settled over me, his hips resting between my parted legs. I felt him, hard and thick, through his clothes and my panties and t-shirt. "Do you think so poorly of my skills?" he asked. I frowned up at him. The room was so dark I barely caught the gleam in his eye from the sliver of streetlight that came in through the part in the curtains. "What?" "I'm a trained Navy SEAL with a merc team behind me. You think I couldn't get myself out of anything Burns and your dad threw at me? At us?" He stroked my hair back from my face. "That was before you found out your father wasn't really in any danger and used you to steal a $5 million knife?" Tears spilled out of the corners of my eyes, but with him pinning me down, I couldn't wipe them away. "Before Burns framed you into working for them. Before you stood outside and lied your ass off on a fake phone call, so I could think you were the bad guy?" "Before I fully believed there was an us," I replied. "Before I admitted to myself that I'm in love with you, and I have been from the start." There, I said it, stripped bare, finally. Those were the words that told him everything, that I'd been willing to do anything because of how I felt for him. Hayes groaned as if something was ripped open inside of him, as if he was wounded without any cuts. His mouth settled on mine, hard, anguish and relief-filled. I opened for him instantly, and his tongue found mine. We were lost, wild in just a kiss. I didn't know how long it went on for, but he finally lifted his head. "You're getting punished for what you did." His voice sounded ragged. I arched against him, rubbing over the bulge in his pants, loving the rough dominance he always brought to our lovemaking. Yes, I was finally calling it lovemaking and not sex. What we had was so far beyond sex. "You liked your spanking too much last night for it to be effective. Maybe an ass fucking would get the point across." "You want to fuck my ass to tell me you love me?" I asked, laughter bouncing in my chest, opening up all the spaces that had caved in over the past 12 hours. A slow grin spread across his face. "I've been showing it every fucking day since I met you, baby doll. I can tell you like the idea." "That you love me?" "That too. I meant me getting inside that tight ass of yours, sinking deep and giving both of us what we need." I squirmed beneath him because I really liked the idea. "Yeah, I can see that's not going to be a punishment either." I worked the buckle on his belt, pulling it open and off. "Let's find out." His chuckle was dark. "You are all in, aren't you?" He lowered his head and sank his teeth into the side of my breast through my t-shirt. I moaned at the mingle of pain and pleasure. "But then, you always have been with sex, haven't you, baby doll?" "I'm all in with you, Raph." My hands were frantic to get the button open on his jeans. "And I'm pretty desperate to get you all in me." "Oh, you're going to take me, baby doll. You're going to take me deep and hard, right in that tight little ass of yours." He turned me over and yanked down my panties, laying a fury of spanks on my butt. I welcomed the sting. I would welcome anything Hayes gave to me right now, my relief at fixing what I'd broken between us so complete. "Beautiful woman," Hayes murmured, running his rough palm in a circle over my ass. For once the praise didn't irritate me, because I wanted to be beautiful to Hayes. He made the ugliest parts of me, what was on the inside, come out clean. I arched my back, pushing my ass out for him, eager for all he had to give. "I have lube in my suitcase," I told him.
He climbed off me and flipped on the bathroom light, stalked to the dresser where I'd opened the suitcase. "You packed a vibrator?" He sounded offended. I thought we were breaking up. I pulled my t-shirt over my head and tossed it to the floor, then wiggled out of the panties wrapped around my thighs. A heavy thud indicated he'd tossed my vibrator in the trash. "You won't be needing that, baby doll. When you have needs, I'll be satisfying them." I smiled. "You always do." "On second thought." Hayes went back and grabbed the vibrator out of the trash, then took it to the bathroom to wash. "I might have use for this tonight." I sat on the edge of the bed and waited. Hayes was in charge, and for once, I was going to follow his lead. "Touch that pussy. Get her nice and wet for me." Hayes instructed from the bathroom. I spread my knees and slid my fingers between my legs. I was already damp in anticipation of whatever Hayes had planned, but the moment my fingers started to move through my folds, slickness coated my flesh. I rubbed a slow circle around my clit, watching Hayes as he came toward me with dark purpose shining in his gaze. "Good girl." He took my elbow and tugged me up the bed. "Turn around and bend over." I obeyed, and he tucked the buzzing vibrator lengthwise over my pussy, not inside me, but where I could grind down on it. "Let's see how you did." He stroked his fingers over my wet pleats. Nice and juicy, aren't you?" "Mm-hmm." He nudged my feet wider. "Your job is to work that sweet pussy of yours. Use that vibrator to keep yourself nice and wet here, understand?" He delivered a slap to my pussy. "Yes." "Good girl." He rubbed over my entrance again, then used the moisture he found there to circle my anus. I puckered up at the foreign yet not unpleasant sensation. He smacked my ass. He delivered several more spanks. "You're getting your ass fucked, baby doll. Now open up." He squeezed a dollop of lube at my back entrance and used it to work his finger inside me. I ground down on the vibrator, concentrating to stay relaxed and open for him, despite the urge to tighten around his finger. "That's it, sweetheart." He reached another digit down to my pussy. "Are you still nice and wet for me?" "God, yes," I moaned. Having my ass penetrated at the same time my clit was in contact with the vibrator was an overload of sensations. We'd only just begun, and I was already close to the finish line. Hayes let out a soft curse and eased his finger out. I heard a zipper drop and the rustle of his jeans hitting the floor as he toed off his boots. A moment later, he pushed his cock into my sopping channel. I moaned with satisfaction. Being filled with him felt like a completion, the destination I'd been seeking, but it was short-lived. He only gave me a few long strokes before he pulled out and rubbed lube on his cockhead, then applied more lube to my back hole. I grunted, instinctively tightening, then forcing my muscles to relax. I exhaled a measured breath. "Good girl. You want to take a good pounding in the ass, don't you, baby doll?" "God help me, I so did." He slapped my ass. "Don't you?" "Yes," I breathed. The stretch was intense as he applied steady pressure, easing in. Once his cock had passed through, I groaned. He stilled then, began to push on. It got easier taking him. I both loved and hated the sensation at the same time. It was beyond intimate. The feeling of erotic fullness was like nothing I'd experienced before. My legs shook as I struggled to stay relaxed, to not tense around him, because when I did, the stretching sensation was worse. I moaned again and again, louder and louder as he built a slow and steady pace, thrusting smoothly in and out, blowing my mind with each claiming thrust. The motion pushed me onto the vibrator that I held between my legs. "Please." I started to beg. I didn't know whether I wanted him to finish, or I needed to come. Both, I guessed. "Are you okay, baby doll?" Hayes pushed my hair back from my face to look at me. "Yeah," I panted. "It's good, please." "You need to come." Yes, please." Hayes gripped my shoulder, his fingers tightening with his own need as he picked up speed. Oh, God. It was too much and also just perfect. It was mind-shattering, life-altering, a punishment and fulfillment in one. I'd never needed to come so badly in my life. I'd never trusted anyone with my body this way, submitted like this, surrendered to love.
Ruff, please, I begged. He stroked in and stayed there, holding our hips together.
Put that vibrator inside, baby doll.
Oh, I gasped. I tried to shift, but my mind was so far gone I could hardly figure out what to do. Hayes pulled my hips away from the bed and helped me feed the vibrating cylinder inside me until the curved head bumped up against my G-spot. I squealed at the sensation.
That's right. I'm gonna have you screaming by the time I'm through with you.
Yes. Oh my God, yes. I moaned. Oh, please. I was babbling, out of my mind already. Hayes started pumping in and out of my ass while the steady hum of the vibrator filled my pussy, making my entire pelvis buzz. I moaned and whimpered, rubbed my face in the bedsheets, wrapped my fingers in them and tugged.
You're taking it like a good girl, aren't you, baby doll? You like having your ass fucked hard by me?
Yes, I cried.
This is your punishment, sweetheart.
He wrapped his fist around my hair and tugged back.
This is what you get when you run from me.
Oh, God, yes! I shrieked. I couldn't take much more, like not another second. Raph! Hayes! The desperation rang out in my voice.
Who fucks you hard when you're bad, baby doll?
Oh my God, you do! I probably woke the entire motel. Hayes wanted me screaming? Mission accomplished. I guess a Navy SEAL never backed down from a challenge.
Fuck yeah.
Hayes thrust even harder, making me gasp and cry out, downright insane with need.
I'm going to come in your ass and you're going to take it. You ready?
Oh yes, please. The bed bounced with Hayes' thrusts, but he kept them smooth, not growing erratic, which would hurt.
Now, baby doll.
Hayes thrust deep and shouted. I was working so hard to stay relaxed for him and couldn't seem to come. Not until he reached back and pumped the vibrator in and out of my pussy, his cock still stuffed in my ass. Then I screamed and came, my muscles contracted around his dick in the vibe as I sobbed out my release in the sheets. I collapsed, wilted, replete, sated.
Ah, fuck, baby doll. That was so good.
Hayes stroked my hair back from my face, kissed along my jaw.
Are you okay? Was I too rough?
I'm okay. My voice sounded far away. I was blissed out beyond description, spun out into the atmosphere like a satellite orbiting the Earth.
You sure?
He bit my earlobe. Mm-hmm. Slowly, carefully, he eased out of me, then removed the vibrator.
Stay right there, baby doll.
He went to the bathroom to wash up, returning with a cloth for me. He cleaned me, then laid a tender kiss on my shoulder blade.
Good girl.
Am I? I asked sleepily. I was so blissed out my limbs felt like rubber.
Mm-hmm. My good girl.
Yep, definitely yours, I muttered.
Chapter 26. Hayes. I helped Megan fully onto the bed and crawled in beside her, pulling the sheets up and around us with a snap.
Raph?
She murmured. Yeah.
How'd you find me? And how'd you get here so fast?
She rolled over to face me. I took her into my arms, loving the way she nestled into my chest. This was the woman who refused to cuddle, who wanted me out of her bed and her house as soon as we'd both come. I stroked her silky hair. Kennedy tracked your phone, and Quincy flew me in the helicopter.
Wow, you guys really are a formidable team, aren't you?
Yeah, we've dealt with insurgents and terrorists. Don't be afraid of Burns or your dad. My team can handle them before breakfast. She ran her nails through my chest hair, lightly scratching me in a way that was about pleasure without being sexual. I caught one of her hands and brought it to my lips to kiss. I love you, Megan. I hadn't said it yet, and it felt important.
I know.
She leaned in and pressed a kiss to my chest, then my neck, then my chin.
You don't have to tell me. Your actions show it. You've never wavered, never left me, even when I kept leaving you day after day.
I'm never going to leave you. I vowed. She should know it by now, but with her past, I probably can't say it enough.
I know. I do.
She held my jaw and kissed me with an open mouth. Our tongues tangled, breath mixed. Then she settled her head on my shoulder, right where I wanted it for the rest of my life. So what was your plan here? I asked after a moment of silence. I'm guessing you had one. She drew a breath and sighed. It's not great. I was going to try to get my dad to divulge the buyer or the meeting location for when Burns sells the dagger. It hasn't happened yet, I know that much. He said tomorrow, or what time is it? I guess today. The trouble is, my dad's smart, and he's suspicious, as a con man should be. I haven't figured out how to get him to spill. I stroked my fingertips up and down her bare spine. Can you get him to take you along? If so, you don't have to know ahead of time. We can wire you, and then follow the men to the meet. It would be easy as fuck. And then what? What are you going to do with them? She asked. I mean, you can't kill them. I laughed, and she shifted on my chest. You've been watching too many movies. They'll be arrested. By whom? It can't be me. Not only do I not have jurisdiction, but I stole the dagger. We'll have to call in the feds. That's what I was thinking, too. Burns is slippery when it comes to convictions. This would be an easy one. Caught with the stolen item with the buyer. And my dad? She asked. Him, too. You okay with that? She'd committed grand larceny because she cared enough for the guy. I had to wonder if she'd be okay about this. Putting him in jail? Yes. Hopefully for a long time. She muttered. I kissed the top of her head. We can even hand the buyer over to the feds. They'll be sending us gift cards to Applebee's for all we did for them. She laughed. Sounds good. I'll go to the meet and your team will follow. If you don't want to go, we'll think of another way. I stole the dagger. I want to see this through. I couldn't blame her. Especially since I'm going to jail too. We should just make it easy for them. I shifted so I was on my side, looming over her. You're not going to jail. She brought her hand up and cupped my jaw. I'm a law enforcement officer who broke the law. Burns has the proof. We can make people disappear. Permanently. You think Kennedy can't delete a little bit of digital evidence? Hayes. She thought she was headed to jail. No fucking way. I know of a way to keep you out. To make you the good guy. She stared at me, clearly doubtful, but she whispered, Okay, tell me. Megan. I went to the address Burns had texted. Hayes hated that I was going to see Burns on my own. I'd reassured Hayes I hadn't done the man any good dead, and Hayes hadn't responded well to that. Still, it was Hayes' plan, and I had to go in alone. I climbed from my car thinking about the supposed job Burns had for me. I didn't care about it. There was no way in hell I was doing it or anything else for the guy. I was here for one reason and one reason only. To put my dad and Burns behind bars and get my life back. It was a shitty warehouse in a shitty part of town. One of the goons who had been at my house manned the dented door. I gave him a chin lift as greeting, and he opened the door for me. That was easy. Meg! My dad called from across the space. From what I could guess, it had been a factory at some point decades ago. There was a rickety-looking conveyor belt high in the air, along with other metal contraptions that I couldn't guess what they did. There was an office off to one side, but it didn't seem like anyone lived here. It was more of a stupid clubhouse or something. I accepted my father's hug with a mental grimace. Seeing him only made me hate him more. I could see now with such vivid clarity that he'd used me my entire life. He was so selfish. I felt sick. I loved him even after he left me high and dry. I hadn't forgiven him, but I'd still cared. I had. I'd broken into the Straight's house the other day. No more. I knew what real love was like with Hayes. It wasn't tainted. There were no conditions tied to it. No deals or coercion. No lies. I'm here. I want to know about my cut. Dad laughed. The bruising around his eyes was fading. He looked happy, which made me want to throat punch him. Stick to the plan. Greedy. I frowned. I learned from the best. He preened at the praise, missing the sarcasm. Sure did. We're meeting the buyer today. I'm going. No. We turned at the voice. Burns approached. Your loyalty hasn't been proven yet. I crossed my arms.
I stole the dagger. I glanced around at the men who were part of his gang. There were about 6 of them of varying ages. What did these men do, huh? Nothing. I'm the one who brought you a $5 million payoff. Burns studied me. Why keep me away? You think I'm going to steal the dagger from you? I laughed. I stole it once, I can steal it again. It doesn't matter if I'm there or not. She has a point, my dad said, slapping me on the shoulder. I taught her everything she knows. I did everything in my power not to roll my eyes. Burns frowned. Fine. We leave in an hour. Chapter 27. Hayes. We had more eyes and ears on Megan than we had on the insurgent leaders in Afghanistan. Ford called his contact at the FBI, and they'd been more than interested in what we knew about the dagger. After Strait had contacted the authorities, the FBI themselves had gotten involved, to have an open and shut case and nab Burns in the process. Their dicks were hard at the opportunity. Yet I was the only one who had skin in this game. It was my woman who was in there with those assholes. It wasn't a Boy Scout pack meeting she dropped in on. They were dangerous thugs, and I didn't like her anywhere near them. I had a feeling she'd be the only one in the place without a weapon. But she dealt with the wrong side of the law at work, so it wasn't as if she was a soccer mom not up for the challenge. Megan Hager would do this and do it fucking well. I was proud of her. I wanted to hug her and fuck her and wrap her in bubble wrap. She's doing just fine, Kennedy said. We were in my truck a block away. One of the things Alpha Mountain didn't have was a fancy van like on the TV shows. We didn't do surveillance, at least not at this low level, and usually not in the U.S. Kennedy had his powerful computer opened on his lap, and the speaker was turned up, so we could hear everything around Megan. Her dad was there. Burns was there. The meet was going to happen soon. Everyone's on standby, Kennedy said. I knew this, all of it. I wasn't an idiot, and he wasn't being patronizing. But I was squeezing the steering wheel in a stranglehold so he couldn't miss my tension. And worry. Yeah, I muttered. I'm going to find a woman who's a preschool teacher, Taft said, so the only exciting thing she has going on in her life is that she likes to bake cookies and play with puppies. That had me laughing and looking at my friend. Sounds boring as fuck. Sure does, but at least she won't be in the center of danger every fucking day. I frowned. Ready, Meg? It's like old times, isn't it? You and me, robbing the world. Colin Hager laughed. I growled. I hate that fucker. Megan. I knew the plan, knew Hayes was out there. So was the FBI, and they didn't take too kindly to fellow law enforcement officers going to the dark side. They threw the book at bad cops. That was me, the bad cop. In the room was Burns with the evidence that I'd stolen the dagger itself, a buyer for the dagger, money in exchange for the stolen goods. It was an open and shut scenario where I ended up doing 5 to 10 in federal prison. I would be punished, and it wasn't the good kind Hayes doled out. There was no pleasure in what could happen to me. But I trusted Hayes. I did. I loved him and believed him when he said he had a plan, and a team for support. So I walked into a meet in the penthouse suite of a Spokane hotel with a wire and a fuck-ton of faith. The buyer, I'd yet to learn his name, turned out to be a guy in his 60s with 2 goons who could be related to Burns's based on looks and demeanor. He was upbeat, completely relaxed, and practically drooling for the stupid dagger. It was me, my father, and Burns. His hooligan duo waited outside in the hall. Burns pulled the dagger from the inner pocket of his coat. Money, please. The buyer nodded, and one of his men went to the bedroom and returned with a briefcase. He set it on the dining table and opened it. My dad went to it and lifted a wrapped bundle. The case was filled to the brim with cash, which I assumed totaled $5 million. This the one who stole it? The man looked to me. My daughter, beautiful and talented, my father said, his words full of pride. The man looked me over in a way I didn't like. I narrowed my eyes at him. I may have other jobs with your skill set. He flicked his brows. She works for me. You want something to add to your collection, you let me know. Burns told him. Great. Burns wanted to pimp me out. What an ass. As a woman, I hated that he'd have to get his cut on something I did all the hard work for. You have an interest in all things Viking? I asked. My father closed the lid on the briefcase and took it. Burns handed over the dagger, and the buyer held it and studied it, as if it were a precious infant, not hundreds of years old. It's the central piece to my collection. I missed the auction for it, and Lucas Straight refused to sell. My ancestors were Viking, and I wish to believe this belonged to one of them. Well, that doesn't mean it belongs to you, I said, full of snark. With that, all hell broke loose. The door was kicked in. FBI, hands up! A swarm of people with FBI emblazoned on their shirts or jackets stormed the suite. The buyer's men reached for weapons beneath their jackets and were immediately subdued. I raised my hands over my head as I stepped back and watched it all unfold. No one touched me. Burns was patted down and handcuffed. My dad the same. It took less than 30 seconds and it was over. What about her? Burns shouted, wiggling like a snagged fish in an agent's hold, when he noticed I wasn't being cuffed. I'm with them, I said. What the fuck, Meg? My father asked. She stole the dagger. Burns said, pushing the blame to me. I'll make a deal. Her for information. My father offered, desperately looking to the agent beside him. Unbelievable. I dropped my hands and stared at him. Any bit of feeling I had for the man was gone, crushed beneath his cruel words. He was going to give me up for his freedom, just like he had on the job when I was 17. That your daughter? The agent asked him. We worked together. She was caught with the Empress ring, but I know other jobs she did, unsolved crimes. The agent shook his head. You throw your own daughter under the bus. What an asshole. In my phone, Burns said. The proof she stole the dagger. Arrest me for fencing stolen goods, but that's all that's happening here. Technically, what Burns said was true, and that meant he'd do less time, if any, if he had a good lawyer. What proof? Hayes came in the room. Kennedy was right behind him. God, he looked so good. Larger than life, and all mine. Feel-good endorphins flooded my system just at the sight of him. It was almost like a post-orgasmic high. I didn't find any proof on your phone, Burns. Kennedy told him. Who the fuck are you? He snapped. He's irrelevant. Hayes glared at Burns. I'm the one you should remember because you fucked with the wrong woman. My woman. He looked to me. You okay, baby doll? I nodded. I wasn't in the clear yet. I wouldn't do any time because I helped bring Burns and the buyer to justice. My dad was small time, but he'd go down too, which was fine with me. Still, I'd be known as a criminal. I'd have no job. My career was over. Miss Hager, I wanted to introduce myself. In strode Lucas Straight and Ford. I blinked, so did Burns and my father. Lucas Straight. The actor offered his hand to me to shake. I want to thank you for your effort in testing my security. I blinked again while he turned to one of the FBI men. Hayes hadn't told me any of this. Alpha Mountain Security did a great job with my vacation home. I am humbled and shamefaced to admit that what I thought was a good alarm system was a total failure. That's not speaking poorly of Miss Hager. In fact, it was top of the line, and she got past it. What the fuck? Burns said. Ford set his hand on Lucas Straight's shoulder. That's why you pay us the big bucks. We only hire the best consultants. With a background like Meg's, she's the only one for the job. When I heard she learned from the best. Isn't that what you said, Hager? He glanced at my father, but only briefly, as if he wasn't worth his energy. Nabbing the Empress ring at 17. Such talent. Since she did the crime for her involvement, she did her time. Years in law enforcement show her true colors. Her honor. What better person to test my system than a thief? Lucas Straight looked pleased. He was an even better actor than I knew. And to know I helped in bringing down some bad guys. It's like out of a movie. He winked at me as he shook Ford's hand again and left the suite. Holy shit. Straight saved me in the best and most obvious way possible. He made me out to be a thief just as I had been, but one with a purpose. For good. And while they might discover I'd done the Empress job, I'd completed my sentence. That job held no sway any longer. I looked to Hayes, who curled a finger, beckoning me over. I went to him, but stopped in front of my dad first, looked him in the eye, then punched him in the gut. He bent at the waist, the FBI agent behind him holding him up by the cuffs at his low back. "Fuck, Meg. Did you feel it that time?" I asked, then walked off into Hayes' arms. And my future.
Chapter 28. Hayes. Thank you for the lift, Quincy. I thumped our pilot on the back as we walked off the helipad back at Ford's property that night. I had to admit, while the helicopter was a hefty expense for the company, to me, it was worth every fucking penny. It had been just over 24 hours since she'd flown me to Spokane to go after Megan. Everything had changed since then. Not just with Megan's situation, but with us. For the first time, I felt like she was actually with me, not sharing a little fun in bed or only a piece of herself. She'd held my hand on the flight home, sending me small smiles. Now she looked weary but more relaxed than I'd ever seen her. With all the details of her life, it all made sense. Her need to remain aloof, her job as a deputy, the fact that she was alone and had wanted to stay that way, her need for closeness without the danger of intimacy. "Megan, my grandma's making sandwiches with the leftover pot roast from last night. Some of us ducked out early. Why don't you join us for dinner?" Ford suggested. I had no doubt he'd called her with an update. She was involved in our relationship as much as anyone else, and she was a knowing sort, and being left out probably drove her crazy. Part of me wanted to hustle Megan off to be alone with her, but dinner with the team felt right. They just stuck their necks out for her, and we both owed them the camaraderie and group celebration that came after a successful mission. My dick was hard like after every mission, but for a completely different reason now.
"That sounds nice. Thanks,"
Megan agreed. Gone was the slightly standoffish demeanor she used to have when invited to do anything. I took her hand, and she let me keep it as we walked together to the house.
"There they are!"
Mrs. L. stood on the front steps to welcome us in. She was in her usual jeans and casual top, and the scent of meat and home wafted out the open doorway. I could understand why Ford returned here when he'd been kicked out of the Navy. It was his home and a comforting place, one I now considered home as well.
"I'm making sandwiches. Did Ford tell you?"
she asked. "Yes, ma'am." I leaned in to kiss Mrs. L's cheek, standing 2 steps below hers, so we were the same height. Her wise eyes flicked to Megan.
"I see you brought our girl home. Everything go okay?"
"Yep," Ford answered, coming in behind us. "The FBI picked up Burns and Megan's dad, and the dagger buyer. Lucas Strait is not pressing any charges against Megan."
"Yeah, so how exactly did you manage that?"
Megan spun to face Ford. We hadn't talked about how it had all worked out. I was surprised she took this long to ask. He shrugged and gave her his usual intense gaze. "I just explained that you'd been blackmailed into stealing it, and wanted to do the right thing and return it, and bust the guys who'd forced you to do it at the same time. I asked if he'd be willing to say you'd done it as a test to his security. He's an actor who loves a good story. He said as long as he got the dagger back, he'd be happy to play along, and he wouldn't press charges, especially since you actually had proven his security was crap. He said he won't lie under oath, though, so if it goes to court, all bets are off."
"If it goes to court, I will tell the truth,"
Megan said. "It won't." I wrapped my arms around her waist and led her to the kitchen where Quincy and Taft had already arrived. They were setting the table, no doubt put to work by Mrs. L. Ford came in behind us and beelined straight for Indigo, who stood at the counter slicing watermelon. She offered him a sly smile as he wrapped his arm around her waist and nuzzled into her neck as a greeting. He whispered something to her, but I couldn't hear.
"Sit while the food's hot,"
Mrs. L. ordered. We did as ordered. Mrs. L. had set out the fixings for sandwiches along with corn on the cob and a Greek salad. There was plenty as usual. "Testing security systems as a private consultant would pay a lot more than the salary you're making as a deputy," Ford observed. Megan said noncommittally, grabbing a piece of corn from the platter. "Lucas Strait hired us to install a system that will actually keep you out." He paused, and then everyone started to laugh. "The commission's yours, Megan," he said with a smile. "You more than earned it." Her mouth dropped open.
"Oh, wow."
"I'd like to add it to the Alpha Mountain security menu, if you're willing," he said. "Strait didn't blink at the quote for the install and for your retest. You up for scaling his chimney again?
Megan blinked. Really?
About the job and about breaking into his house? Yes. It was actually a smart addition to the business model, and I had no doubt Straight would tell all his rich and fancy friends. That meant more business than ever. It could be full-time or a side job if you don't want to leave the sheriff's department. She nodded thoughtfully, picking up her knife to butter her corn.
Side job sounds fun. I'd like that, Ford. Thanks.
Mrs. L., this looks amazing. I gushed, trying to make up for not eating last night. And I'm starving. I dropped 4 slices of homemade bread on my plate and 2 on Megan's. Is that enough?
It's plenty.
She reached past me to grab the platter of meat. The gestures were so simple, putting food on each other's plates, but what they symbolized to me was everything. We were acting like a couple. We were a couple, with family. Megan had given herself to me. I no longer needed to chase her, to prove my faithfulness to her. She trusted. She believed in us. We were together now, over corn and leftovers. When we'd all assembled our sandwiches and stacked our plates, I lifted my beer. Here's to another successful mission. Hoo-yeah! Kennedy said, lifting his.
Yeah, I wanted to say thank you to all of you. You really stuck your necks out for me, and I'm not really sure what I ever did to deserve that.
Megan's voice broke a little.
Oh, phooey. You've done plenty to deserve it, Mrs. L scolded. You're a good person, Megan Hager. It doesn't matter who your dad is or how you were raised. I know character.
It's true. I murmured, leaning in to kiss her temple. Mrs. L is the one who never believed you were in on the deal with your dad. She made me think it through.
Megan blinked past a sheen of tears in her eyes.
To our new teammate.
Taft, who sat on her other side, clinked his beer bottle against Megan's. I'll drink to that. Quincy lifted her beer. Glad to have another woman on the team. She took a sip. Although you have Hayes attached to your hip, so we can't go out trolling for men together. Oh, I'll still be your wing woman, Megan told her. I didn't know that was something you needed. Quincy shrugged and picked up her sandwich. Well, yeah, I'm new to town. I need to get out there and circulate.
Kennedy frowned. There's nowhere to circulate in Sparks. He snapped. Was it me, or had he said it too quickly like the idea of Quincy trolling for men pissed him off?
Well, let's go out.
Megan offered brightly, missing Kennedy's piss-off.
We can have a ladies' night. What's your type? Cowboy, businessman, law enforcement? Quincy blushed a little. I was thinking more, hot mechanic. She flushed some more. Indy choked on her beer and Megan laughed. Lee Landers? Yeah, he's hot.
Megan agreed. Who's Lee Landers? Kennedy demanded. He sounds like a porn star. Yeah, who are we talking about here? Taft asked.
Porn star, Indy said with a laugh. He's no one. Never mind. She winked at Quincy. Girls' night. We'll talk later. Yep, later. Megan smiled. Mrs. L chuckled. I guess I'm a little too old for girls' night, aren't I? Nah, you can come too. Quincy beckoned.
You help me and Megan. I'm sure you can help with Quincy. I told her.
Megan frowned and Mrs. L gave me a wink.
Hey, when is girls' night? Why was I already jealous of my woman's time? We'd only been an official couple for approximately 12 hours. Megan picked up on it and reached for my hand.
Not tonight. I'm with you tonight, sailor.
Ah, Quincy said. Well, thanks for dinner, Mrs. L. I popped up from the table. Sounded like Megan needed my services, and I was happy to oblige, as always.
Young man, sit down and eat your food. Then you may take Megan off to canoodle.
I blushed at Mrs. L's order. Neither of us had eaten a bite, and it was the second night I wanted Megan over pot roast. Everyone laughed as the two of us started eating. The conversation quieted as we all dug in. I ate twice as fast as Megan, and once she was done, I grabbed her plate, took both our plates to the dishwasher, and took her hand. We left the kitchen with a wake of laughter. Your place or mine? I asked once we were far enough away from everybody, even though it was a no-brainer since my place was a bunkhouse.
This way.
Megan shifted our trajectory, pulling me down toward the barn. The sky had been clear all day, but clouds were settling over the mountains. It would probably rain overnight. I laughed. Don't tell me Megan Hager is sentimental. I might be. The smoldering look she tossed over her shoulder at me made my cock leap against my zipper. Is this our special place? I pressed her up against the barn wall, the one where I'd first made her come. Had only been about a week ago. So much had happened since then. Uh-huh. She untucked my shirt and slid her greedy hands up my torso. I palmed her ass, squeezing and kneading it as I lowered my head to kiss her jaw. The chemistry was the same, the need intense. Fuck, I love this woman. How do you want it, baby doll? She lifted her lips to meet mine, looping her arms around my neck as she kissed me. However you want to give it. Her voice was pure honey. Aw, fuck, you're sweet. I lifted one of her knees to angle my thickened cock in the notch between her legs. She rocked her hips to meet mine, and I ground against her, homing in on that delicious heat. I unbuttoned her jeans and slid my hand inside her panties to curl my fingers into her. She was hot, wet, and ready for me. I seem to recall we did something like this last time. Her head fell back on a groan and her soft flesh squeezed. I found her clit and circled it roughly. Was this what you were thinking? Mm-hmm. She worked the buttons of my jeans open and returned the favor, sliding her hands inside my jeans to squeeze my cock. A gift of pre-cum seeped from the tip. You gonna run off without giving me your number when we're through? I screwed one finger inside her. Uh-uh. She shook her head, making her thick hair swish over her shoulders. Her eyes were glazed with lust. Haze. Rough. I reminded. I thrust my finger in and out. No, you're not, are you? Because you know I can give it to you good, don't you, Megan? God, yes. She rolled my balls, then worked my shaft out of my boxer briefs. I'm going to give it to you good right now, baby doll. Then I'm going to give it to you even better back at your place. How's that sound? I withdrew my finger and turned her around to face the barn wall, tugging her hips backward. I licked her sticky sweetness from my fingers, which only made me harder. She shimmied her jeans and panties down to give me access. That sounds good. I'm gonna need a key, though. I'm done with breaking and entering. I rolled a condom on my straining dick, then lined it up with her entrance. Do you want to move in? She asked. I went still, the head of my dick just tucked inside her snug channel. Yeah. The syllable burst out of me like an exclamation, and I thrust deep inside her at the same time. Hell yeah, I wanted to move in. I wanted everything Megan had to offer. I wanted to be with her, soak up her essence, bask in the light of her beauty, admire her strength, skill, and prowess. Raph? I snapped my hips in and out, bracing her hips with an arm around her waist. Is this what you needed, baby doll? Definitely yes. So yes. She groaned and I laughed. That's good, baby doll. I nipped at her ear as I continued to thrust, because all I want to do is make you scream. It's working, she choked. Good. I pounded harder, closing my eyes and savoring the moment. How good it felt to be inside her. The fact that she'd asked me to live with her, that she was truly and wholly mine now. My thighs started to quake. My balls drew up tight. I used the pad of my middle finger to gently rub over Megan's clit. Scream my name. Who makes you come? Raph! She gasped again. Raph! She let out a cry that sounded like she was working her way up to an honest-to-goodness scream, so I covered her mouth before it erupted. I shoved in deep and tight to empty my balls, a second before she shrieked around my fingers and we came together, her tight cunt squeezing and milking the cum out of my dick. I shuddered out my release, holding Megan tightly and burying my face against her neck. Her laugh was husky and sweet as I caught my breath. I eased out and she turned around in my arms. I love you, Raph. I love you too, baby doll. So much. Come on, she said after I'd removed the condom and we both buttoned up. Let's go home. Home. I sure like the sound of that. Epilogue. Haze. So I finally get a date with you. I held Megan's hand as we walked into the bowling alley. It only took how many orgasms before you agreed to it? I guess it's a little backward, isn't it? Megan asked as we stood at the high counter. The sounds of pins being knocked down, the electronic sound of an arcade game and a crowded Saturday night surrounded us. What size? The man questioned, setting my rental shoes before me. 8, she replied. Maybe, but I'm enjoying wondering if you're going to let me kiss you on your front porch at the end of the night. She rolled her eyes, but the smile that turned up the corners of her mouth was just what I was hoping for. Go pick out your ball, and I'll grab your shoes. She nodded and went to the tiered rack to select the perfect weight from the options. I snagged her rental shoes from the man and met her gaze. I pointed to lane 12 and headed that way. As I slid the Velcro in place on my bowling shoes, yep, Velcro, she set her ball in the ball return area. I went to the score computer and entered my name, Raf and hers, BD.
BD?
She asked, looking confused at the display up by the ceiling. I grinned and closed the few feet between us, leaned down and kissed her. Couldn't wait until later. Her eyes went soft and she was still smiling. Seeing her happy made my fucking day. It used to be that we took out a group of insurgents, or some missionaries were safely rescued. Now my woman was content being with me in a bowling alley. BD? She asked again. Baby doll. I turned and grabbed a ball from the rack, felt its heft, then stepped up into the lane. Raising the ball, I eyed the 10 pins and took the steps and swung. The hefty ball thumped on the lane and careened toward the pins, taking them all out. I spun around, grinning. I raised a pointed finger to my mouth and blew on it, pretending it was a gun. Megan, in her simple jeans and green long-sleeved top that was more than modest, but didn't hide any of her curves, grabbed her ball and stepped past me to take her turn. Hey, deputy! A faceless voice called for her, and Megan turned toward it, waved with her free hand, then focused back on her objective. Before she bowled, she turned and faced me.
Want to make this game a little more interesting?
She asked. I was about to sit down, but got close to her instead. What did you have in mind? Strip bowling? She laughed and looked around. Almost every lane was taken with weekend bowling leagues, teenagers, and families with small kids.
Winner decides what we do next, she said.
My dirty mind went to all kinds of possibilities involving me bossing Megan around in bed. Not the best thoughts for keeping my dick down in front of half the town. You're on.
Don't you wonder if I'm good at this? I mean, when I win, I might pick getting ice cream at the Sweet Cow stand.
It was a stand only open in the summer and was always packed. Baby doll, you win, I win. You'll be licking something, or I will, and you know I love all that cream. She flushed and smacked my arm.
Your mind is filthy.
I grinned. Take your turn, baby doll. I can't wait to see what happens next. I wasn't talking about the round of bowling either. I didn't know what the future would bring, but it wouldn't be boring. Not with Megan. I went and sat down in front of the computer to watch my woman step 3 times, swing, and send her ball down the center of the lane. Just like a pro. I figured. There was nothing this woman didn't do well. She was a top-notch deputy, a world-class cat burglar, a thief who stole my heart. She could have it. It was always meant for her, and I never wanted it back.
This has been Rebel, a Mountain Man mercenary romance. Alpha Mountain Book 2. Written by Vanessa Vale and Renee Rose. Narrated by Kylie Stewart. Copyright 2022 by Bridger Media and Wild Rose Dream Ventures, LLC. Production copyright 2022 by Bridger Media and Wild Rose Dream Ventures, LLC. Warrior, Alpha Mountain Book 3. Written by Vanessa Vale and Renee Rose. Narrated by Kylie Stewart. Chapter 1. Quincy. There was nothing better than the feel of the stick between my thighs. Okay, maybe there was a different kind of stick that felt pretty good in that location, and maybe one specific stick I preferred at that. I would never forget the glory of that one. Long and thick, I barely got my fingers around it. Steely hardness beneath heated velvet. And the guy it belonged to? A mixture of sweet sin and ruthless danger to both my heart and body. To the enemy, they never knew the cause of their last breath. But Chase Burgart, call sign Kennedy because he's the ladies' man, wasn't here. His talented dick wasn't about to sink into my eager pussy. No, I had a different kind of thrill I was taking for a ride today. Returning to base, heading 062. The comms unit built into my helmet transmitted my message to the guys who were closely following my position. The helicopter tipped to the right as I pulled on the cyclic control stick. Copy that. Everything looking good. I glanced at the radar on the display and confirmed because the weather was holding and so was the visibility. For now. Storms blew in with record speed in Montana, and some were expected. Watch your 6. It was a different voice than usual. Taft's casual but focused response was replaced by another, one I was all too familiar with, one who had spoken in my ear before with that deep, dark tone. Kennedy. It made me wet, then offered all kinds of carnal promises. They had definitely been fulfilled. That first time happened 2 years ago at the base in Qatar after a SEAL mission. Our adrenaline had been pumping and needed an outlet. We'd found it in each other. I'd known he was a man-whore, but I hadn't minded. We'd fucked, he'd fled, sent on a mission I hadn't been privy to. We were working together again, this time not in the military, but with Alpha Mountain security. There were no rules, no protocols or laws to stay within. I glanced at my radar again. I'm good. Get back to base, he practically growled. I rolled my eyes. I'd flown helicopters my entire military career. There were very few women combat fighter jet pilots in the Navy. Starting out, my options had been limited in comparison to my brothers. I chose helicopters because they got me behind enemy lines. I helped my fellow soldiers, including the SEAL teams who needed to be extracted. I was the best they had. Until I quit. Now I was Alpha Mountain's best, and only in this small corner of the world, which meant I was the person who was called on for anything involving a helicopter, including searches and rescues. Lay off, Kennedy, I snapped. I've got this. The guys were dropped off and are on their way to the lost hikers. I'm a few miles off the targeted landing area, but no issues. You're not out of there yet. I'm well aware of where I fucking am. I wasn't behind enemy lines, or on an Alpha Mountain mission that, on paper, didn't exist. That never happened. It's not just you at risk this time, he reminded. Those words gave me pause and explained his crankiness. Yeah, it wasn't just me that needed protection on this run, but I wouldn't be grounded. Not yet and not by him. And not for a simple search and rescue team shuttle. You need to... Alarms blared and my dash blinked red. I cut off my words and focused, not on Kennedy and his possessiveness, his concern for me being up in the air, even this close to base, and being coddled and protected like a child. I had bigger problems than a bossy ex-SEAL who gave me shit. Holy fuck. Incoming, I said. I saw the flare of the missile in my periphery just as it appeared on the radar. Evasive maneuvers. Christ, what the... 2 incoming. Taft's voice cut off Kennedy's. Taft was thinking with his head and not his dick. After a few recent bouts of angry, wild sex with Kennedy, he'd gone commando on my ass. Well, and one other reason. I banked right, hard. The ground, which was thickly forested, rolling hills, got bigger. Who the hell is shooting at me and why? The first missile passed, and I banked again to avoid the second. What the fuck is going on? Kennedy shouted. Some helo is firing at Quincy, Taft countered. I could hear chatter in the background, them bickering, and... My thoughts ceased, and I focused solely on my training, on getting my ass out of the situation. I'd been shot at before, with soldiers who relied on me to get them home in one piece. No one was in the chopper now, but I still had precious cargo. Cargo I couldn't allow to be harmed. I heard Taft's voice in my ear, Kennedy's too. I ignored them and just flew. The second missile hit my left landing skid, the slight impact jarring the copter off course. I've been hit. I checked the gauges, then pressed the button to shut off the alarm as I veered along the ridge of the hillside. I relayed the damage. Damage Ford wasn't going to be happy about, not to his brand new helicopter. Not sure about landing, but I've had worse. Fucking A, Quincy. Shut it, Kennedy, I snapped. Get your ass off the fucking comms. You're my woman, and I'm not your woman, I countered. Taft, shut him down. I'm returning to base. I don't need... The alarms blared again.
Incoming. Someone sure as shit doesn't like your ass, Taft said. This time it wasn't missiles but another chopper. Of course the missiles came from a chopper. Where else would they be coming from around here? I whipped my head to the left where the radar indicated another bird. Fuck. I dipped over the ridgeline to be sheltered by the rugged hillside, but the chopper followed. It's a Bell, friendly. The whiz of bullets and the missiles had me changing my mind and direction. Shit, not friendly. I used every bit of my knowledge to evade the chopper, but I couldn't outfly it. More bullets came at me in a long barrage. Quincy, get the fuck out of there, Kennedy shouted. He was still listening in, so probably were all the others back at the command center. This was me on a simple run, shuttling the search and rescue guys. Nothing more. Now it was like I was back in the Middle East. I was fucked. I was a few miles from Alpha Mountain and my helipad. There was no way I could avoid this guy for that long or even long enough for him to run out of bullets. They want to shoot me down. Duh. Get back to base, Taft called. I'll bring them right to you. Oh shit, Kennedy said, understanding what I was putting down. I had weapons of my own thanks to Ford's obsessive need for being prepared. The only way to save myself was to turn on the offensive. I banked left hard, but that opened my side up to attack. I changed elevation, aiming for the clouds, then banked to the right, bringing the other chopper into my sights. He knew what I was doing. He was an experienced pilot whose mission was to end me. Take this, you fucker, I muttered. Sweat glistened on my skin as I pressed the fire button. I watched as bullets shot from the fixed-mounted minigun. Yeah, Ford had bought an armed tank of a helicopter for Sparks, Montana, and it sure as shit was coming in handy right now. He banked, aimed, fired. This time I had nowhere to go, no chance to evade. I only angled my chopper so it protected me, but the bullets tore through the tail boom. I lost control of the steering, then everything else. Fuck! Come on! Come on! Get an extraction team on the horn, Kennedy yelled. Extraction team? Quincy is that team. Give me something. Kennedy snapped back. Coordinates are, Taft stated. Kennedy and Taft were talking in my ear, but I was tugging on the stick, using the pedals to try and level, to try to keep from going into a tailspin. The ground rushed up fast, too fast, even as I tilted the rotors forward to get as much lift as I could. Mayday! Mayday! I called, but Taft already knew the deal. I might be close to home, but not close enough. Stay alive, Quincy. Stay fucking alive. Kennedy's frantic voice was the last I heard before the crash. Chapter 2. 4 weeks earlier. Kennedy. She was in the shower, naked, just a few feet away from me. But I wasn't thinking about that. I wasn't thinking about what she looked like unclothed, dripping wet. That long hair unbound and streaming down her back. Nope, not at all. Living with Quincy was not a daily torture for me, not in the slightest. After the shit show with Indy, or Indigo Buchanan, Ford's girlfriend being stalked and then kidnapped on top of a mountain by Tully, the psycho involved in her brother's and our SEAL team members' murder, we all agreed that a helicopter would come in handy. I'd been all for it. Taft and Hayes had been as well. Even Mrs. L had been eager for the alternate mode of transpo, although a helicopter was a big step up. Except I hadn't thought about who would fly the bird, until it was too late. After we built a landing pad. After we built a hangar. Because not only did the brand new chopper arrive, but so did the pilot. Melissa Mason, a.k.a. Quincy. The best damn pilot I knew in the Navy. She should have been a Top Gun, but the barriers to female pilots were still too significant. She was also the best damn lay I ever had, which posed really big fucking problems. We weren't in the Middle East any longer. We weren't on gripping, hellish missions where a sweaty bout of sex released all the excess adrenaline. She'd avoided me like the plague while I sniffed around her for months when I saw her around missions. Then she finally gave in to what we both knew was between us, and it was beyond spectacular. It had been the heat of post-mission that made her cave. That sexual affirmation of life that was so damned necessary after coming close to dying. It probably stemmed from some deep biological survival instinct, reproduced before it was too late, that ensured the survival of the species. Whatever the reason, after that night, I wanted to survive just to get between those sweet thighs again. Our chemistry had been off the charts. Still was, and that was the issue. Now we were out of the Navy, living in close quarters in Sparks, Montana. Population, less than what filled a major league ball stadium. Hell, half that. We'd worked together before, but only in passing, and that sure as shit hadn't been long enough. Her job had been to shuttle whomever and whatever, wherever. That included SEAL teams in and out of tricky and dangerous situations. She'd done it with precision, focus, and integrity, and full of threats. Now the most dangerous situation the two of us faced was bumping into each other in the bunkhouse in the middle of the night. Me seeing her in skimpy sleep shorts and a tank top that did nothing to hide her perfect body. Those lush tits that were topped with pert nipples. I remembered licking and sucking on and went hard every time I was around. I knew this because I couldn't help but look. Every fucking time. Which was all the time. Because this new team we were on was small. So far, besides Ford, it was me, Hayes, Taft, and now Quincy. Which meant it was nearly fucking impossible to keep from grabbing her from her bed and tossing her over my shoulder, carrying her back to my room and giving her round two. Or tossing her over my shoulder after she finished the obstacle course, her skin slick with sweat. Yeah, I wanted to toss her over my shoulder 24/7. Because she might be a badass in the pilot seat of a helicopter, but I wanted to be in charge when it came to her orgasms. Unfortunately, that wasn't happening. She'd set a clear boundary after the first time we had sex and reaffirmed it when she got here. Not happening, were her exact words, each delivered with an index finger poked in my chest. Find another hookup. I'm not your FWB. My forehead had scrunched up at that, and she had to explain. Friends with benefits. Find someone else. I'd expected that stance to change once she realized how slim the pickings were around Sparks, but it hadn't. Yet. Besides, my dick seemed to only want one woman. The one who didn't want anything to do with me. Quincy. Dude, you having a stroke? I stirred and blinked at Taft, who'd come into the industrial kitchen in the bunkhouse. I had been Ford's first hire, and we designed this space together. 8 bedrooms, each with its own full bath. A common family room and kitchen combo with a dining area that seated 12. Mrs. L., Ford's grandmother, always cooked in her kitchen in the house, enjoying feeding us all. But at 5 a.m. when I got up, not something I could break after years in the service, no one expected her to have a full breakfast spread. She got up early, but not this early. I'd made the coffee and had been pouring a mug full when I heard Quincy's shower kick on, which meant she was naked and wet and soapy, and I was staring at the steaming brew without doing shit. I gave Taft my signature grin as he went to the mega fridge and pulled out a carton of OJ. Debating adding sugar or if I'm sweet enough. Who was I kidding? I liked sugar with everything. He chugged directly from the carton, which had a sticky note on the side that had his name on it. Now that he'd just contaminated the whole thing, I didn't need the reminder. It's those lollipops. I didn't reply because he was right. I had an oral fixation that was constant, and not only for Quincy's pussy. Fuck. I was mental. That I'd had since I was a teen. I'd gotten into drinking and smoking in 9th grade. A rebellion against my parents' stiff rules and proper etiquette required of a rich, social-climbing DC family. When I realized they weren't going to change from the fake fucks they were, I had to. I'd stopped my self-destructive ways and enlisted. That got my ass in gear. I heard the shower shut off, but Taft didn't seem to notice or care, which was good because I didn't want to punch his face in for even thinking about Quincy as anything but a teammate and a pilot. Not that I was supposed to either. He set the carton back in the fridge, the door slapping shut behind him. You coming? We got PT to push through. I gave him a middle finger salute, then worked my way through my coffee. I'll be there in 10. Before Quincy came, I was always the first out the door in the mornings, but now I found myself lingering, unwilling to leave any building in which Quincy was naked. I doubted Hayes was in his room. He usually spent his nights at his girl's place in town. Megan was one of the sheriff's deputies, and had a sweet little house near the station. I didn't blame him for wanting to stay there. There was no question they were hitting it hot and heavy and didn't want an audience. I was thrilled with that. No reason to listen to others getting off when I wasn't getting any. Leaning against the counter, I worked through my brew. A few minutes later, Quincy's door opened. She came out in a pair of leggings which did nothing to hide her toned legs, or tight ass. She stopped short at the sight of me. Morning, I said. I'm surprised you're here, she replied. She was braiding her hair into a long tail even though it was wet. I arched a brow. Oh? Figured you'd be in the redhead's bed. She was referring to the waitress who'd come on to me last night. We'd gone to dinner in town as a group for Indy's birthday. While she was pretty and eager, I didn't touch the woman, only flirted. Not that Quincy needed to know that. She didn't want me, my sex life or lack thereof, and it was none of her business. Besides, the last thing I wanted her to know was that I was pining for her like a teenage boy with his first crush and first hard-on. It was better for her to think I wasn't affected. I don't linger, sweets. She rolled her eyes at the name, one I started calling her after I got a taste of her that long ago afternoon. Not your sweets, and I'm all too familiar with your fuck 'em and leave 'em routine. A routine? Yeah, well, I was known as a player, a man-whore, whatever. The reputation meant I was safe from any woman wanting seconds. That meant attachment, and I didn't do strings. Except I wanted strings and seconds with her. But since she didn't want it in return, I had my pride. I only shrugged, which made her huff. She turned and her long braid whipped over her shoulder. You're the one who doesn't want repeats, I reminded. She glared. I don't do sloppy seconds. See you out there. I called, gritting my teeth. She didn't want me, that was fine. But I wasn't going to have her think I was pining for her, even though I fucking was. She bent down, her ass in the air for a brief moment as she grabbed her flip-flops, which were on the shoe rack by the door. We all agreed the bunkhouse was a no-shoe zone. Nah, I'm headed with Mrs. L to yoga. We're meeting the others for the class at 6. The others were probably Indy and Megan, maybe even Holly from the coffee shop. The ladies were tight and I was glad for it. The thought of Quincy doing yoga, bent over, ass in the air, made my cock stir. It also made me think about how flexible she was and how much fun that could be. Yeah, I was obsessed with her, which made me cranky. I didn't obsess about any woman. I couldn't. Wouldn't. Except I couldn't stop with her. Good thing I already had my workout with the redhead, I lied. She stilled at that, glared daggers over her shoulder before she left, slamming the door behind her. Yeah, I was a dick. While we never mentioned our little fuckfest overseas, the air was constantly thick with tension about it. I'd go back for seconds, thirds. Hell, I was afraid I'd never get enough of her, and that was why I was pissed, and cranky, and a downright asshole to her. Because the more she hated me ensured that I wouldn't get her beneath me again. She'd felt too good, too perfect, and that meant trouble. Chapter 3. Quincy. I walked out of yoga class feeling warm and loose. Not bad for a workout that didn't involve me pushing limits and proving something to everyone around me. Yoga wasn't my thing, but it was a nice break from my usual training. I was a Navy pilot. I preferred running, lifting weights, or CrossFit. But I'd moved to a small town and my circle of friends was even smaller. So if I got invited to a 6 a.m. yoga class with the only 3 women I knew in Sparks, I had to go. It was better than another workout with the guys. Scratch that. It was better than working out with Kennedy, because that man was Adonis in gym shorts, and every time I got physically near him, it made me want to get physical with him, which couldn't happen again. I liked Kennedy, far more than I had cared to admit, but he was a player. He had a reputation that went far beyond the Navy SEALs. I swore every female in the Navy knew about Kennedy, maybe every port around the world. Ford's entire team had been quite popular, from what I heard, but Kennedy was known as the charmer. He had those dimples, that ridiculous habit of sucking on lollipops and winking when he talked to you. Even the red-headed waitress the night before hadn't been immune. You guys coming for some coffee? Holly, the owner of the Feed and Seed, which doubled as Sparks' local cafe and hangout, asked us, as we hit the sidewalk, our yoga mats tucked under our arms. It was summer, but the morning air was still cool coming off the mountain. It felt great after the workout. Besides myself, the morning yoga posse consisted of Holly, Indigo, and Megan. Definitely, Megan said. I've been craving your maple walnut scones since last week. So delicious. I'm totally in, I said. I could eat about 5 walnut scones right now. My phone rang as we walked on the grass-choked sidewalk toward the Feed and Seed. I checked the screen and winced, clearing my throat before I answered. Hello, Admiral. Melissa?
The speaker's familiar voice was deep and stern. I waited for him to say more.
Your mother said you hadn't called in over 2 weeks.
I rolled my eyes. I spoke to my mom more often than I spoke to my dad. I liked her. Nothing to report, remember? I killed my career when I chose not to re-enlist. Or so he told me. Several times, in fact. My dad let out an exasperated sigh. Yeah, I called my father by his rank. He was an admiral in the Navy. My brothers, a rear admiral, a commander, and a captain. Me? A Navy dropout, at least in their eyes.
Melissa, call your mother. She wants to hear from you. We both do.
I'll call her after our briefing.
What is the op?
I had to laugh. He thought because he was such a high rank in the military that he could nose his way into my life. Wasn't happening. You know I can't discuss that with you, Dad. Call me silly, but I loved parroting back the same things I grew up hearing from him. Our clients have a right to their privacy. My dad grumbled.
What kind of clients are these, Melissa? Drug cartels and supervillains?
I snort-laughed. Did you just say supervillain? It showed how little he thought of my new job.
Mercs take on dangerous work. I don't want you wrapped up in anything illegal.
I'll take that under advisement.
I'm serious.
He barked, using his admiral voice.
I looked into your boss, Ford Ledger. I found out he was dishonorably discharged.
Like this was new. I was surprised it took him this long to bring it up. I'd been at Alpha Mountain Security for over a month now, and it was Ford's company. Then you must have already heard about David Buchanan's murder, and name being cleared. Buck was Indy's brother, and he'd been framed for an Afghan soldier's death after he himself had been murdered. Yeah, big stuff.
The circumstances around the entire incident are unclear.
Unclear? I practically shouted. Your intel is shit, then.
It doesn't change the fact that the intel I do have about your boss isn't shit.
I frowned because he was right. Ford had been kicked out for trying to clear his friend's name, but even with that taken care of, Ford hadn't been exonerated. Yet. Dad was high up, and I suspected he was partially angry because he knew nothing about what was going on. The story that was being shared in the Navy was full of holes and paper thin. He wanted legit intel, from me. That was probably why he was calling more than him actually caring about me. Now I was losing my temper. Whatever you're seeing is wrong, Dad. Someone high up was running an illegal drug trade out of Afghanistan, and they tried to pin it on Ford and his friend. So yeah, things have been suppressed to protect the guilty. Since no one else is doing it, Alpha Mountain will expose the whole operation before too long. There was a pause as my dad digested that information.
I'll put some feelers out, but I don't want you involved in this, Melissa. If that's true, you will all be in danger.
I rolled my eyes. My entire career in the Navy had been dangerous. He hadn't wanted me to enlist in the first place and had been very vocal about it from the start. My brothers, he was proud of. Me? I couldn't do anything to satisfy the man. If I told him I was going to become a yoga instructor, he'd scoff at it. I'd never be able to make him proud. It probably started when I was born without a penis. I'm with an entire team of ex-Navy SEALs. No one will get past them.
Don't get cocky,
my dad snapped.
You're not a SEAL. You're my daughter, and I won't have you—
Hey, Dad, I interrupted. I'm going into the coffee shop with my friends. Can I call you later?
Melissa!
He growled my name like a curse. Bye, Dad. Love you. I ended the call and sighed. Do you call your dad Admiral? Megan asked as we climbed the wooden steps to the feed and seed. They'd been walking along beside me as I had that fun chat. Sorry, I wasn't eavesdropping, but I heard that much. I only do it to be a smartass and piss him off, I told her. Holly went behind the counter where a sleepy-eyed teenager was making espresso drinks for the town's coffee connoisseurs and started making ours. Is he an admiral? Holly asked, glancing over her shoulder. I nodded. Yep, Navy big shot. My 3 older brothers are all gunning for that rank, too. Wow! 3 older brothers? You followed in their footsteps? I frowned and couldn't keep the grumble from my words. I'm the baby and the only girl. I spent my entire life trying to catch up with those boneheads. No wonder you're such a badass. Whatever. Says the badass. I bumped hips with Megan, who was not only a sheriff's deputy, but, it turned out, was also an accomplished cat burglar. She was exceptional at yoga too. Go and sit down. Holly foamed milk in a stainless steel pitcher, the steam making a high hissing sound. I'll bring it over in a sec. Megan, Indy, and I sat down at a corner table, leaning our rolled mats against the wall. Other tables had customers, some familiar to Indy, who waved at two older men. The scent of baked goods and coffee made the place welcoming, and it was obvious why it was a hit in town. So I guess they hate that you left the Navy? Indy probed. Well, that's the irony. They never wanted me to join the Navy and held me back at every turn. But now that I've left the Navy for merc work, they're going out of their minds with worry. I haven't called my mom in 2 weeks, so I had to answer to the big gun this morning. I crooked a grin. I guess he doesn't think much of Ford. Indy ducked her head. Sorry, I might have overheard too much, too. My dad dug into his background and learned all about his dishonorable discharge. I set him on the right trail. I shrugged, then glanced at Indy to make sure she wasn't upset about the blackballing of her boyfriend. I knew she was, but we all lived with it until we could ferret out the truth and bring the bad guy, or guys, to justice. My dad can be a bulldog when it comes to interfering with my life. I flashed a knowing grin. Who knows? With his misplaced worry, he might rattle the right cages and actually unearth something useful for the team. Ah, I see how you think, Indy said. She didn't seem bothered, but picked up on the fact that I was spinning my father's anger into having him dig for results. If he hated me working for a supposed bad guy like Ford, he better help make Ford turn into a good guy. I like it. She glanced past me and lowered her voice. Oh, don't look now, but I think you have an admirer. I waited a beat before turning, but before I could, a friendly male voice sounded behind me. Well, hello there, ladies. A large hand dropped not to my shoulder, but to the chair back behind me. I spun to gaze up at literally the only hot and eligible bachelor in Sparks. Lee Landers, the local mechanic. I gave him a brilliant grin. Hey, Lee, right? He leaned over with a smile. That's right. He extended a hand to shake mine, even though he hadn't offered it to Indy or Megan, although he'd known both of them his whole life since I'd heard he'd grown up here too. You're Quincy. He remembered. I beamed up at him as I shook his rough palm. I'd met him a couple times in passing at the coffee shop and had hoped to extend our acquaintance to a date, or drinks, or a basic hookup. I could be as much of a sailor as the rest of the guys when it came to getting my sexual needs met without any strings, and I had a feeling this guy could do it. With his rugged good looks and quick smile, I was surprised Holly wasn't all over him. His dark hair was a little long, and it fell over his forehead. Wearing jeans, sturdy leather boots, and a black t-shirt that didn't hide one bit of his muscled torso, he practically oozed blue-collar perfection I read about in romance books, especially with the tattoo on his biceps. I felt calluses on his fingers. A man who worked with his hands was probably very skilled with them. What are you ladies up to? His gaze swept over my yoga clothes, taking in the rolled mats. Morning workout. Yep, I replied. Now we're caffeinating before work. What are you up to? Me too. I'm headed to the shop. He thumbed over his shoulder in the direction of his auto shop a few blocks down. Mrs. L told me he ran a brisk business, taking over the place from his father and building it up. His dark eyes didn't leave mine. He stared, I stared. We're going to K-Sparks later, Megan announced, mentioning the name of the local microbrewery. You should come around. Lee didn't look toward Megan when he asked me. You going to be there? Yeah. I hadn't had sex in a while. A long while. I was all for a fling, but I was selective. Especially now. Especially after that one time with Kennedy when my feelings had gotten involved. I hadn't meant for that to happen, but they had. I didn't long for the gorgeous seal and his magical dick since we pulled out, and he used it on women from coast to coast. But I was... something. Hung up. I had to be because being around him only riled me up, sexually and emotionally. That made me angry because I didn't want to be into a guy, especially not a soldier. I had enough soldiers in my family. That was why Lee might be exactly what I needed. Attractive, nice, employed. Didn't live with his mother that I knew of. Definitely wasn't in the military or was ex-military. And he wasn't Kennedy. Yeah, he'd do. See you there. He winked then left. Everyone was quiet because I had a feeling we were all staring at his butt. "He's a really nice guy, Quincy, but be careful," Megan warned. "He recently got out of a relationship. He may be interested in only a rebound." A rebound could work because it meant he wasn't interested in commitment but just a little fun. "Well, actually, it's probably been a year," Megan corrected, blowing on her hot coffee. "It's safe enough. I'd do him, but don't tell Hayes." We laughed, knowing it was definitely better not to tell Hayes. "I'm not blind," she added. "He's hot and nice." "I'm not looking to marry the guy, just for some entertainment in the form of broad shoulders and strong hands." I flexed my own small hands for emphasis, and my friends hummed in approval. Being a rebound is fine by me. Except the strong hands that popped to mind didn't belong to Lee, but Kennedy. Those long fingers knew exactly where to touch me, how to bring me to, or... I shook my head to clear that thought. Inwardly, I groaned. This was exactly why I wanted to get something going with Lee Landers. I needed to work Kennedy out of my system once and for all. The guy had gotten under my skin in a way I hadn't seen coming. We hadn't just hooked up the night I decided to scratch an itch with him. We'd gotten down and dirty. He'd given it to me rough, then gentle, then kinky as hell. And the worst part? He'd spent the night. That was what left me undone. I hadn't expected it from him. I'd never actually slept with a man before. I left for the military straight from my parents' house at age 18, and of course, sleepovers were strictly prohibited in the Navy. It wasn't like I had private quarters. It was only until I was deployed when the ratio of men to women was so vast that I had a space of my own. Small and cramped, but alone. Then I'd been raw and vulnerable after the mission we just completed. I'd bared my soul to him. Not just my body, but my soul, and he'd stayed with me. While it had been a one-time thing, we'd done it way more than one time. His stamina had been impressive. By morning, Kennedy had been more than a hot seal who gave me a joyride, and that was the part that ripped me apart. Because I'd known he wasn't playing for keeps. Not even remotely. "So I guess we're going out tonight?" Holly asked, pulling up a chair. "Is that what I heard?" "Yep, looks like it." I sipped the foamy cappuccino she made me with appreciation. "Do me a favor." She lifted her brows suggestively, a sly smile turning her lips. "Bring the rest of your team when you come." I tried not to bristle. There was no reason to keep Holly from the eligible guys. Taft might like her, but I'd rather not. I'd very much rather not. Living with Kennedy was hard enough, especially when I knew the way he rolled. I didn't want to have to witness him doing the morning after routine with a friend of mine, knowing they'd slept together. "So it's a couples thing?" Indy asked with mock innocence. "Or do you just mean the available ones?" "Oh, your men can stay home." Holly wagged a finger between Indy and Megan because they were in solid, unbreakable relationships with Ford and Hayes. "But bring the other two. It's no fair you're keeping them all up on that hill to yourselves." Indy and Megan chuckled. "Me? Us?" Megan said, pointing at herself and Indy. "It's Quincy who's got them all to herself." I hid my scowl in my coffee because it wasn't Holly's fault her words poked a wound. I didn't blame her. I was eager to jump the guy myself. Kennedy, not Taft. She could have him. But I'd be damned if I mentioned anything to the guys. If Indy and Megan wanted to make this a group event, they'd have to arrange it themselves. Chapter 4. Kennedy. I'd been trying to track down any lead, any detail, blip, snippet, any kind of electronic intel whatsoever on who was behind the drug smuggling ring that had gotten Buck killed and Ford blackballed. With the fucker Tully's death, a fall into a craggy ravine that wasn't harsh enough, we had some closure. Except he was only a minor player in the game. Someone higher up was pulling the strings and he hadn't been identified. He was getting away with it and that pissed me off. Ford was the most chill guy I knew, and I knew it kept him up at night. His mind was eased some when Buck had been cleared and his honor restored. Out of the two issues, he'd rather have that done. But I wanted both of them cleared and the fucker, or fuckers, behind all this brought to justice or dead. That was a good option, too. I tugged off my headphones, amazing noise-canceling ones, to take a break. I needed my sugar fix, and I'd get that from the cookie jar filled with lollipops that were on the counter in the kitchen.
The new command center that we were building was almost done, which meant my days working in Ford's grandma's sewing room were almost over.
"What will you wear?"
It was Mrs. L's voice from the kitchen, as usual. It was after lunch and the scent of something baking, something chocolatey made me hungry. I wasn't sure what she had planned for the evening meal, but I was eager for her chocolate cake, or brownies, or whatever the hell it was that had my mouth watering.
"Jeans and a cute top, I guess."
"Quincy." Just the sound of her voice made my dick stir.
"Wear a dress. If I had legs like yours, I'd want to show them off. Especially on a date."
What? I spun my chair around to face the doorway to the kitchen but didn't move. Quincy was talking freely and she sure as shit didn't do that when I was around. To say that every single fucking interaction we've had since her arrival had been awkward and angry was an understatement. No woman should affect me like she did. Yet she did. And she lived right down the hall.
"It's not an official date. I'm just meeting him there."
"Even more reason. He's a good one, dear."
"Who is a good one?"
"He likes you." "Who liked Quincy?" I gripped the armrests of my chair and wanted to rip off one and throw it out the window. Quincy laughed.
"You don't know that."
"Actually, I do."
"He told you that he liked me?"
"I get all kinds of information out of people," Mrs. L replied. She sure did. That meant if some guy liked Quincy, it was the truth. But who? I stood and stepped closer. "Just like I can see from looking at that sly smile on your face that you like him too."
"Mrs. L."
She scoffed.
"I barely know Lee and I'm not looking for a relationship."
"Then definitely wear the dress. Easy access." What the fuck? What kind of 80-something spoke about easy access to pussy? I stomped into the kitchen and saw the blush on Quincy's cheeks, and it wasn't from the heat of the oven. "You're going out with Lee Landers?" I asked. Yeah, my voice was a little raised, but whatever. Quincy blinked at me, then her forehead wrinkled with exaggerated incredulity, the kind that said, "Stay out of my business." That was the look I was used to. She scoffed.
"It's none of your business, but yes."
"But you're not looking for a relationship," I clarified. Mrs. L, in her jeans and yellow top, eyed us like she was watching a tennis match. In her hand was a spatula with chocolate frosting on it.
"Were you eavesdropping?"
Quincy questioned, setting her hand on her hip. "My desk is right there." I pointed to the other room. "I can't help but overhear you talking about tossing up your dress for a guy to have his way." "Oh my God!" I'd gone too far. She crossed her arms over her breasts, the beautiful pair I'd seen and sucked and licked.
"Says the man whore. Did you even get a chance to shower off the redhead before PT this morning?"
Ah, sweets. A slow grin spread across my face. I sauntered past her to grab a lollipop from the cookie jar and unwrapped it, trying to act more nonchalant than I felt. Inside I was seething. I didn't know you cared so much. I tucked the candy in my cheek and flashed her both dimples. She huffed. "I don't." Then what I may have done with the redhead shouldn't matter. She had her panties in a twist, thinking I'd slept with the waitress the night before. That meant she cared because if she didn't, she wouldn't give a shit who I fucked. But she did. That gave me hope that I might get another shot with her.
"Just like it shouldn't matter what I do with Lee Landers in my white sundress,"
she countered. Fuck, that white sundress was the cruelest outfit ever. She couldn't wear a bra with it, and the skirt was full and came to just above her knee. It wasn't overly sexy, but it only made me want to fuck her and fuck her hard. Now she was going to wear it for Lee, whose dick was definitely going to get hard for her because I knew he wasn't gay. And it definitely had easy access. Damn it. Ford stomped up the back steps and tugged open the screen door. "I can hear you two shouting an acre away. Let's go. We have to brief about our job tomorrow." He let the door slam behind him and he was off.
"Thanks for your advice, Mrs. L,"
Quincy said.
"Sundress for easy access it is."
I swore she added the extra flounce to her walk as she followed Ford outside. I glanced at Mrs. L, whose mouth had a slight tilt to it. "Sorry for the argument," I said, leaning against the counter. "You want her," she said. It was my turn to sputter. "Hell no, she's a member of my team. I know better than that. Besides, you saw how we hate each other. Why do boys pull on a girl's pigtails in elementary school? She asked, then answered her own question. To get her attention. She's going out with Lee. She could definitely do worse. She gave me a hard stare. He's a good man. I've known him his entire life. Quincy deserves a decent guy to take care of her. I grunted because I hated the fucker on principle. She was going to go out with Lee, the nice guy. He wasn't going to head off on some dangerous mission he couldn't ever talk about. No, he'd wake up beside her and take her to breakfast, and give her flowers, and babies. Fuck. I shouted and stalked across the room, gave Mrs. L a kiss on the cheek and grabbed the spatula from her hand. I licked the frosting from it as I stomped across the yard to the briefing. The team had a mission tomorrow. Well, I had one tonight. Operation Fuck with a Date. No way was a nice guy like Lee getting under Quincy's sundress and into her panties. They were mine, damn it. She just didn't know it yet.
Chapter 5. Quincy.
You sure you're not a ringer?
Lee asked as I got another bullseye. We were at the K-Sparks, the local music venue and bar in the back playing darts. I'd driven into town with Indy, who'd been at the compound checking out the latest work on the house she and Ford were building by the creek. She, along with Megan and Holly, was at a four-top table by the bar. I'd had one drink with them before Lee showed up and invited me to play darts. They'd all but shoved me in his direction. This wasn't a real date because I drove myself, he met me here, and I was leaving in the morning. Alpha Mountain's latest job included me. We were headed to Mexico to rescue an American couple who'd been kidnapped in the capital for ransom. The intel Kennedy and Taft collected suggested they were being held at a house in the mountains an hour outside of the city. I would be flying the team in and out to a designated point nearby to get them. So tonight I flirted with Lee, set the foundation for a date, and maybe more, for after I returned. With that in mind, I'd worn the white sundress like Mrs. L suggested, but paired it with a jean jacket and cute cowgirl boots. While I was attracted to Lee and was open to what might happen between us, Kennedy's words about me flipping my dress up for Lee had me playing conservative. He was handsome and interested. He'd be down for sex if I gave him the signal. But even if he was on the rebound, I wanted more than a quick fuck in a bar's bathroom stall. I smiled. Not much to do during downtime on deployments. His easy grin slipped a little as he took me in from head to toe with the glint of male appreciation. I forgot you were in the service. Weren't you scared? I arched a brow and tried to hide most of my frustration at the gender-specific question. You ever ask Ford if he was scared? I doubted anyone ever asked my dad or my brothers that. Nope. I've also never thought he was cute either. I didn't reply because I couldn't be all that angry. He was a regular guy, not military or ex-military. He thought of me as a woman, not a soldier. Since I was wearing a flirty dress, I fed into his male caveman thinking. I walked to the board and pulled out our darts. I never really had time to be scared. It's more exhilarating. I love to fly. You like to skydive? He asked. Yes. So you're a thrill seeker. I don't shy away from adventure, I admitted. Why the Navy? He asked. Family business. He arched a brow, and so I explained how I'd followed my father and older brothers into the service. Now you're here working for Ford. You guys must be close. I shrugged as I handed him his 3 darts. Have to be, since our work is still sometimes dangerous. I didn't tell him about the mercenary jobs that came up from time to time, the ones that weren't on the books, that had me literally flying under the radar, like the imminent rescue job in Mexico. But we don't always get along. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the bane of my existence walk in. What the hell? I didn't realize I said that aloud until Lee turned around to see what I was staring at. That's one of your teammates, right? I frowned. Kennedy. Ignore him. He's a pain in my ass. Lee turned back, taking me at my word, raised a dart and aimed, then tossed. I stared at Kennedy as he went to the bar and leaned against it, waiting for the bartender to work his way over. He was in jeans and a simple white t-shirt. His copper blonde hair was longer than it used to be, even so it was starting to curl. I hadn't even realized it did that. A tap on my shoulder made me jump. "You're up." I smiled at Lee, who was pointing at the dartboard. I spun on my heel. "Sorry, I don't know why he's even here." "You don't like the guy?" I threw the dart and it wedged into the 20 section deeper than usual. "He's arrogant, annoying, a pest." "Yet you work with him." I tossed the second dart. "He's good at what he does. I've never met an analyst like him. Did you know he speaks 3 languages? I mean, that's not uncommon for a SEAL, but..." "You sure know a lot about a guy you seem to dislike." I looked up at Lee, then frowned. Grr, why was I singing Kennedy's praises? The whole point of going out with Lee was to get Kennedy out of my system. "You're right." I aimed for the 3rd shot and took it. This time Lee went to retrieve the darts. I checked out his ass, which looked mighty fine in his jeans, but I instantly compared it to Kennedy's, and instantly remembered how his muscles had bunched as I'd held onto it when he'd thrust into me. I groaned and wiped a hand on my face. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Kennedy join the ladies at the high top. He smiled. "You sure you don't have a thing for him?" I startled at Lee's voice. Once again, I was staring. "No," I said immediately. I blushed and looked up at Lee. God, he was so handsome. And nice. Fun, too. But he wasn't Kennedy. I was a bitch for thinking of having sex with one guy while on a date with another. "I'm sorry," I admitted. Lee cocked his head and studied me. "You do like him. That's why you hate him." I looked down because he could see the truth. I even felt my cheeks heat. "Hey, it's okay. I admit I'm a little jealous of the guy. It's just... you used to be together." "Not used to as much as..." I winced and realized he deserved the truth. So much for anything ever happening with him now. "Just once." Lee nodded thoughtfully, then looked over my shoulder. "Did he hurt you?" My mouth fell open in surprise. I shook my head. "It's not like that. He'd never do that. Never." I repeated because it seemed as if Lee might go and beat the shit out of Kennedy for doing me wrong. "You're a good guy." He winked. "Thanks, but that's the last thing a man hopes to hear from a pretty woman. You want to be with him?" I shake my head. "No, he's not into me. He's a player." His spine went rigid, and I set my hand on his forearm. Not in a bad way. It's not like I didn't know the score. It was after a mission, and, well, you don't want those details. He shook his head. "Kennedy doesn't do relationships. I've known him a long time. Like I said, he's a player." "Then why is he here?" "To piss me off." I replied quickly. "Then let's piss him off." I narrowed my gaze. "How and why?" "How? That's easy. Why? To see if he's into you in return." "Huh?" Lee lowered his head and whispered in my ear. "Play along." His breath fanned my neck and I shivered. God, he was big, tall, manly, smelled good, and nice. He was so nice. I felt his fingers at the top of my back and slid down my spine, while he seemed to be sniffing my neck and hair. He stood close. "If he's into you, then he'll be over here in about 20. Maybe you two should get a room. Seconds." Lee finished. I felt his smile against my neck before he lifted his head. His fingers at my waist clenched. "Kennedy," Lee said. "Landers," Kennedy replied. Slowly I turned and faced him. The arm Lee had behind me remained in place, and now his hand rested on my belly. Kennedy's gaze was on it, and the thumb that slid up to just beneath my breasts. Kennedy held a full beer in one hand and a pool cue in the other. "You're interrupting my date," I said. "Your make-out session." Kennedy's normally laid-back manner was replaced by something darker. He wasn't happy. "Want another beer?" Lee asked me, stepping back and giving me a wink that Kennedy couldn't see. "Sure." He headed to the bar, and I crossed my arms over my chest. "What the hell are you doing?" I hissed. Kennedy took a step closer. You want to fuck, Flyer? I'm right here. He held out his arms. I hadn't heard that nickname since Qatar. So's Lee, I countered. Yeah, but you know I'll give it to you just how you like. I stepped close like I might actually be willing to partake. Then I punched him in the stomach. Because he was fit as fuck, his abs were like slabs of granite, and he only let out an oomph. I'm not interested in taking a number like at the deli counter with the other women. Yet you like my salami. He grinned. Oh my God. I stepped around him and walked off. Kennedy. I should have been flirting with Holly, Indy's friend who was actually interested in me. Instead, I was achieving a new level of pathetic, getting shot down again by Quincy. I watched her ass twitch in that short white sundress, her lean muscular legs descending into those cowgirl boots, turning every male head in the bar. She couldn't really be interested in that asshole, could she? No fucking way. Lee Landers was lame. His name made him sound like a 70s movie star. Obviously just out to get one thing from her. I wanted to rip his lungs from his body and watch him suffocate. Okay, maybe that was a little drastic, but fuck. Quincy deserved so much better. She deserved a guy who knew she was more than a pair of great legs and a winning smile. A guy who knew just exactly how talented, hardworking, and loyal she was. A guy she'd shared real life and death experience with. Fuck. I wanted that guy to be me, that I was so far from the mark of what was right for her it made my chest ache. I wasn't sure what Quincy wanted from a man, but she'd made it clear she didn't want a repeat of the night we'd shared in Qatar. Even though we'd gotten so tight during those 24 hours, I thought she might be the one. After 10 years of soulless port sex without a single relationship to show for it, I was ready to change my ways, especially after watching Ford and Hayes get pussy whipped. My scandalous sex life, the one I began long before I even graduated high school as an act of rebellion against my parents' expectations that I marry well, came to a screaming halt. I was ready to bring Quincy back to D.C. and introduce her to the family. That wouldn't go all that well. They'd hate her to start with, since her aspirations in life were more than being a trophy wife who sat on charity boards. Still, I'd flaunt her nonetheless, and they'd pull out the commitment and service to our nation bullshit for her as well. It didn't matter, though. Quincy hadn't just walked away. She'd run. And she was still running. She strutted past Lee, saying something to him before heading to the ladies' room. I glanced at the table where her friends sat. Holly looked this way. She was pretty in her girl next door way. Old me would have already nailed Holly at least 3 times since I moved to Sparks. Old me would have already had every available woman in this bar. New me? Post-Quincy me. I wasn't feeling it. I hadn't felt anything or anyone since Quincy. Literally. I'd kept my dick in my pants. Why I was remaining celibate was beyond me. It wasn't like Quincy had asked me to prove I wasn't a man whore. It wasn't like she'd asked me to be faithful, but I had been. I hadn't slept with one woman since that night in Qatar, even if she thought I'd been with the red-headed waitress from dinner the night before. I couldn't help it that the woman had been flirting, but that was all it had been. Quincy had made assumptions. I just hadn't denied them. Quincy ruined all other women for me. Holly lifted her hand and waved at me, beckoning me to their table. Fuck, I was in trouble here because totally my type. Definitely fuckable. If I hadn't had some scruples and personal rules when it came to women, I would have used her to make Quincy jealous. But I couldn't hurt Holly that way because she definitely wasn't the fling type. And I wasn't an asshole. In fact, I'd lay out any guy who did that. I watched as Quincy emerged from the ladies' room and headed toward Lee at the bar. Fuck no. I sat the pool cue on the nearest empty table and strode forward, willing my brain to come up with something, anything I could say or do to get her away from him. It crystallized halfway across the floor, and my swagger shifted into a more purposeful walk. Quincy. I took her elbow with a firm but gentle touch. My tone was clipped and serious. Ford needs to rebrief us on the mission tomorrow. Something's changed. She searched my face, which I prayed I had composed well enough to deceive her. Not quite. Her eyes narrowed. What are you talking about?
I tugged her forward. Come on, you can ride with me. We have to get back right away. Landers didn't put up a fuss. The guy really was an idiot to let me move in on his date this way. No way would I have let her go without a fight. I'll see you later, Quincy, he called. Have fun. Fun? She twisted to look over her shoulder as I hustled her toward the door. No, I don't think this will be fun. Say good night, Quincy. I growled, that gnawing jealousy getting the better of me. Good night, Quincy. She muttered as we stepped out into the crisp night air and jogged down the wooden steps to the dirt lot where I'd parked a company SUV. Wait, so what is happening exactly? Quincy demanded as I walked her swiftly to the passenger side. I unlocked it, opened her door, and she climbed in. I took my time admiring her creamy thighs as the dress rode up. She yanked at the hem, which had me blinking. It took me a second to go around to the driver's side and join her because I had to adjust my dick in my pants. We have to get back ASAP. Ford has new intel that changes the mission. Wouldn't this be better done in the morning? I mean, I've had a beer. She threw her hands in the air. Whatever. Crossing one shapely leg over the other, she turned her hips toward the door and stared out the window at the darkening sky. I didn't care if she gave me the silent treatment. I didn't care that the ride was awkward as hell. All I knew was that I'd just prevented Quincy from hooking up with a guy who didn't deserve her, and I deserved a goddamn trophy. My price was breathing in her soft floral scent in the closed confines of the cab. I knew it was her shampoo because the sweet aroma drifted from her room in the morning after her shower. My dick was still hard and pressing painfully against the zipper of my jeans. I pulled up at the bunkhouse, shut off the SUV, and climbed out. Where's the meeting? She asked, shutting her door behind me. I willed my brain to come up with an answer to the question. I'd had the entire ride to prepare one, but apparently I'd been more concerned with trying not to imagine what kind of panties Quincy wore under that easy-access dress. Kennedy! Oops. She was on to me. She stomped around the vehicle to block me from entering the bunkhouse. There's no meeting, is there? Fuck, she was beautiful when she was riled. At first it was one of the reasons I liked to push her buttons. Then she became angry at me in general, so she was always fucking pretty. I leaned a hand against the building. Not officially, but we need to get a good night's sleep for the mission. I gave her a signature Kennedy wink. Are you freaking kidding me? Oh, damn. My dick was leaking pre-cum at the sight of her all riled. She thumped the center of my chest with an open hand. You just interrupted my date for absolutely no reason other than to screw with me. You used work to get your way. Unbelievable. I gave her my most charming grin. Sorry, sweets. I just couldn't take it. Couldn't take it? She sputtered. Couldn't take what? Watching a woman have casual sex the way you men do? I didn't know why, but everything about that question hit me the wrong way. I advanced on her, but she held her ground. If all you wanted was casual sex, you could have had it with me. You didn't even have to head into town, or put on a fucking dress. I put my hands on my hips and met her glare with a challenging gaze. A dozen times over I could have had you forgetting your name. You know I give it good. It stayed light late in Montana in the summer, and there was enough twilight left to see the flush of color that stained her cheeks. I also noted the peaks of her hardened nipples showing through the thin sundress. She wasn't completely immune to my charms, as much as she'd have me believe. So what's this about? She mimicked my stance, with her hands on her hips, her cowgirl boots spread wide. You dragged me home, so I'd hit it with you instead of Lee? I tipped my head to the side and gave her my slow, spreading smile. Did it work? She stomped her foot. No, it did not work. In fact, I'm going back there. No. She fished her phone out of her purse. I'm calling Lee and have him come here. You can listen to the two of us. The hell you are. I didn't know what overcame me, but I snatched the phone from her hand and threw it as far as I could. So far into the growing darkness, I didn't even hear it land. Quincy stared at me, mouth open, eyes wide with outrage, and then she sprang into action. I thought I was going to have to race her to the phone, but she didn't go for it. No, she came after me. Quincy shoved me with both hands. With our difference in weight, there was no way she could knock me back, but she tried a couple more times before our bodies stayed together, hands tangling in each other's clothing, lips devouring each other's mouths. I reached beneath that short sundress to squeeze and knead her ass with one hand as I walked her backward into the bunkhouse. She bit my lip, hard, her kisses angry and frantic. "I hate you!" She snarled, then kissed me, her tongue plunging into my mouth. 2 more steps and I had her straddling my waist, taking a swift ride straight to my room. I talked Ford into outfitting each one with a queen bed, thank fuck, instead of the usual standard military-issue single cots, and I lowered her to the center of mine. She had my shirt up to my armpits already, so I reached behind my back and yanked it over my head while she kicked off her cowgirl boots. They thudded to the floor. "Fuck, I love it when you hate me," I muttered as I settled between her legs, wasting no time in yanking her panties off so I could taste her. She gasped and pounded her fist on my shoulder when I began, making me lift my head to make sure I hadn't fucked something up. I had her taste on my tongue and my dick was weeping to get in her. I was pretty sure those kisses meant consent, but I wasn't going to take it for granted. There was hate, and then there was hate. One fueled this chemistry between us. The other I'd never do. "Why'd you stop?" "You punched me." "Don't stop!" Her brows were down, mouth open, eyes wild. She shoved my head back down. "Get back to it, sailor. This is what you wanted." In the back of my head, I heard my more reasonable side urging me to slow down, to make sure this was, deep down, really what she wanted. But living with Quincy this last month had been too much of a torture. I'd been dying to eat her glorious pussy and make her scream again. Now I finally had my chance. Her taste was on my tongue and I wanted more. I was ravenous. I pushed her knees wide and cupped her ass cheeks, lifting her to meet my mouth. I'd make it so good she couldn't regret it. I opened wide and devoured her, taking as much of that tender flesh in as I could before I backed off and used my tongue with more finesse. This was no time for slow and sensual, but I gave her the best tongue lashing I knew how to give, stroking her from clit to anus and back again, licking every fold and cranny, sucking the little nubbin of her clit until she beat both my shoulders with her fists and kicked her heels into the bed to push her hips up. I might have smothered to death, but what a way to go. "Come here," she rasped, sinking her nails into my arms and urging me up. "Enough, I can't wait." I lifted my head and grinned, shoving 2 fingers into her at the same time. I said, "Who said you had to wait?" She didn't. The moment I rubbed her G-spot, she came, her pussy weeping over my fingers, her tight flesh squeezing. As soon as it passed, she sat straight up, her dark hair a messy halo around her face. A strap of her sundress hung off one shoulder. The bottom half was bunched about her waist. She still looked wild, furious, horny as hell. Then she shocked the fuck out of me by biting out the single word, "Mine," as she wrestled me to my back. "Damn straight I'm yours, sweets." I looked up at her and was content to let her have her way. That just seemed to make her angrier. She unfastened my jeans and yanked them off with dark intent like my dick was the enemy, and she'd been sent on a mission to destroy it. And she did, in the best possible way. She put her mouth on me and didn't stop moving. "Holy fuck," I said, my hands clenching my comforter. I was already so close to coming, so every lick and suck was delicious torture. My hips involuntarily jacked off the bed, so I choked her with my cock, but she took it, her small hand working up and down my length in a tight fist as her lips, tongue, and mouth and throat all worked in tandem to give me what I needed. Yes, holy shit, yes. Her free hand massaged my balls and the base of my cock. I stared at the ceiling and tried to think of every password I knew to calm down. I didn't want to come in her mouth. I wasn't sure Quincy was going to stay in my bed long enough for round 2, and I sure as hell wanted to make sure I gave her what she needed. I liked it fast sometimes, but this was way too fast. "Hang on, baby." I caught the back of her head as she bobbed up and down over my cock. "I want to give you what you need." "Shit, that's good. But it's time to take you for a ride." "Yeah?" She popped off, her chest heaving like she'd been running a race. My balls ached for her mouth to return, to feel that sweet suction again, but knowing it was going into her dripping pussy. Yeah. The breathy syllable made every cell in my body celebrate. In a flash, she was over me, lowering herself down over my very hard and ready cock. Wait! I choked out as my eyes rolled back in my head with pleasure. I was going to tell her about the condoms in the side drawer, but then it felt so good I forgot. Her pussy rippled with need, adjusting to take me so quickly. I was big enough that I had to take it slow with a woman to get all of my dick in her. I remembered Quincy being tight and taking my time to get her soft and worked up to take me. Now she slid onto me in one go. She was wet as fuck, but still. All I could do was surrender to the sensations, grip her hips with both hands and drive up into her as she rode me hard and fast. The bed bounced and shook with the vigor of our movements. I wanted to slow us down. I wanted to pay attention to those hard nipples bouncing under her dress, but I couldn't. I wanted her bare, but didn't want to take the time to stop. All I could do was reach up, hook my fingers into the neckline and yank, so one breast popped free. We were like wild animals, mating for survival, enemies battling to see who could reach the finish line first. We fucked like this was the most important mission we'd ever been sent on, like our lives depended on it. Our gasps punctuated the rushed slapping of flesh, the eager coupling of our bodies. We were desperate and hungry and undeniably made for each other. That's what I thought anyway. Quincy came first, her head flung backward like a she-wolf howling out her conquest. The moment her juicy flesh gripped my dick, I followed. My hips jacked off the bed, lifting both of us into the air as I came like a fountain. Oh, shit. Quincy! I lifted her off me, spilling some of my cum. Sweets, I didn't use protection. I mean, I'm clean, 100% sure, but... Quincy's cheeks were flushed, her wide eyes glassy. I wasn't sure she even understood my words yet. She was still recovering, trying to catch her breath. She was sweaty and panting, her body lax and pliant, and fuck, we were sticky and wet. My dick wasn't going down anytime soon, knowing I marked her. It might not have been on purpose, but every fiber of my caveman being pounded my chest with male satisfaction. It's okay, she panted after a moment. It is? Yeah, I had the birth control shot. Sadly, she pulled her dress up and covered her breasts as she backed off my bed. I'm good, no worries. She picked up her panties. I already hated that she was leaving. I hated that I ruined the moment or cut it short. Well, that was a workout. She grinned at me. Sweat glistened on her cheeks and forehead. I guess that made up for swapping PT with yoga this morning. I swung my legs to the floor and reached for her waist, drawing her between my knees. My dick aimed for her, and I glanced at it for a second, caught the way it glistened with our combined fluids. I groaned. I'd never gone bare with a woman before. Ever. Not once. And now I wasn't sure how I was going to be able to ever wrap it again, or be with anyone but Quincy. I'm not sure if it was quite enough cardio. We'd probably better go for another round to be sure. I was ready for a round 2 right away. Hell with her, I could go all night. She gave me a lopsided grin and backed out of my arms. Nah, I know better than that, Kennedy. I knew better than to go the first round with you. She eased the trauma of that statement by leaning back in with her hands on my shoulders and her lips beside my ear. Not that it wasn't worth it. Pretty good orgasms for hating a guy. And then she walked out. I knew my cum was dripping down her thighs beneath her dress. I stared at my closed bedroom door. Fuck. The only woman who'd ever gotten under my skin had slipped through my fingers once again. For now.
Chapter 6. Quincy. The entire team was on this job. Ford, Hayes, Taft, Kennedy, and me. We were sitting in the borrowed helicopter on a rustic Mexican runway, which was a little more than a clearing of trees on a steep hillside. I just landed and shut down the rotors because nothing drew more attention than that kind of noise. Half my job was done.
flying the guys to this desolate spot from Mexico City. Their task was to hike into the exchange point and extract the couple who had been kidnapped. From what I'd learned, it was a politician's daughter and a son-in-law. From the briefing, they could take any measures necessary for successful retrieval, meaning shoot to kill. The men were dressed like commandos in dark green with matching backpacks and matching machine guns. Ford was riding second seat with the others in the back. Hayes and Kennedy were speaking in Spanish, yakking back and forth as if they were at a swim-up bar at a Cancun all-inclusive resort, instead of waiting for the go to kill members of a Mexican drug cartel and rescue captives. I tuned them out since I seemed to be the only one who didn't speak the language. I had no idea what they were talking about. Ford didn't comment, but the corner of his mouth tipped up now and then as if amused by the convo. Taft, having a photographic memory, probably learned it in first grade. I wasn't amused. Not about being left out. Not about anything. Not since the other night and that crazy hate fuck. I was hot and itchy and unsatisfied even though Kennedy had thoroughly satisfied me. I hadn't been able to stop thinking about it, and being mad at myself more than Kennedy. He'd gone to the bar and broken up my date. Then I jumped him like sex was on sale and running out. Kennedy laughed at something Hayes said, and I watched the way he tipped his head back, the way his Adam's apple bobbed, the strong muscles that worked in his neck and shoulders with the action. I glared because why did he have to be so good-looking? A man in uniform? Yeah, it totally got me hot. But a commando, a guy with a gun who knew how to use it, literally and metaphorically, I was doomed. Although glancing at the four men right now, women anywhere who weren't blind would hand over their panties. Kennedy's pale gaze met mine, and I was suddenly hot all over, and it wasn't from the heat of the afternoon. It had rained before we took off, and the humidity was so high I could probably cut the air with a machete, if I had one. Well, if I had one, I'd have used it on Kennedy first, then the weather. I'd obviously seen him since I left his room the other night. In fact, the only time I'd been out of his sight had been the few hours of restless sleep I got in my own bed after I left him in his bed, and the times I'd been to the bathroom. A job meant close contact. Since I slept with the guy, no, we hadn't slept. Since I screwed the guy, it was a little awkward because there was no way to steer clear of him, or explain why I wanted to be far, far away. I didn't want the others to know, obviously. Sleeping with a coworker in any kind of job probably wasn't a good thing, but one as tight as ours, where we depended on each other with our lives, it made things tricky, especially since I knew I was, again or still, another in a long line of women who had made it into Kennedy's bed. I wouldn't say that he'd seduced me the other night. Far from it. I wouldn't say that it had been one-sided. If it was on my side. I literally climbed him like a tree knowing full well he was a player. I told him I hated him, then attacked him with my lips and my needy pussy. What was wrong with me? It was the feelings I got from just looking at him. His gaze bored into me, saw past my permanent tough girl act to the woman beneath. He got me to forget I had to be one of the guys in order to get ahead. The military wasn't too keen, even in these modern times, to have women in the ranks. Some didn't care what sex you were as long as you did your job and did it well. Many, actually. But there were rules and other things in place that made it difficult for a woman to get ahead. An example of that was that only recently could we be fighter pilots. I didn't have a penis, and that had been a problem for me since birth. My father had been thrilled that my older brothers had followed in his footsteps into the Navy. When I decided to enlist as well, he'd laughed. Nothing I could do would be good enough because, no penis. My mother was a stay-at-home mom. She'd had 4 children to raise since my dad was the breadwinner, the man. They were happy in their designated roles, but I saw from an early age that Mom got left out of the fun. The boys got to go play on the big fancy equipment, fly, go in submarines, have adventures. I'd wanted that too, still did. I didn't want to be my mom at home, bored. Well, she might not have been bored, but I would be if I was her. She couldn't have both, be both, a mom and a pilot, a mom and a whatever. No, a woman like my mom got held back, so I didn't want to be like my mom. I was anti-mom. I did everything a guy could do except pee standing up.
So those feelings I had, that I was having now staring at Kennedy as he stared right back, meant I was in trouble. Because I wanted something from him I didn't want from any other guy. He treated me like a woman, held me, lifted me without effort, fucked me, sucked me, did all the things to me he did to all the other women he got into his bed. With him, I wasn't his coworker. I wasn't his pilot. I was Melissa, the woman. That scared the shit out of me because if I let even a sliver of the idea that I wasn't the teammate who had her own set of brass balls, then I wouldn't be anything when he moved on to his next conquest. Because he would. The only way I could be in his life was as Quincy, not Melissa. Because he'd be back to the red-headed waitress's bed by next weekend. If not hers, another woman's. So I needed to keep right on hating him because it was easier than being angry at myself for wanting him. Because he'd gone all Neanderthal and broken up my date with Lee, and I fucked him anyway. And it had been the best sex of my life. You could speak in English. I snapped at him, even though Hayes was equally as guilty. Could. Just sinking into the culture. I glared. Sinking into the culture? We're not here for a study abroad program. Instead of answering, he winked. I glared some more. He stared and then grinned. Sorry for leaving you out, Hayes said. Ford doesn't know much Spanish either, if it makes you feel better. Ford didn't say anything. He never did, saving his words for when they were really needed. I doubted Hayes because SEALs had language immersion as part of their training, and Ford seemed to know everything. Which languages are your specialty? I asked him. No chance all he knew was English. I'd flown these guys on missions before, but we hadn't sat around and talked. Arabic and Russian, Ford said. Jesus, I muttered. Don't like the Latin alphabet? Ford shrugged a broad shoulder. Sweat dotted his brow. It coated all of the guy's skin, but they didn't seem fazed. Nothing fazed SEALs. Discomfort meant they were alive or some stupid t-shirt phrase. Taft here is Mr. Lingo, Hayes said, tipping his head in Taft's direction. The youngest of the group didn't say anything, because we all knew he was the human knowledge sponge, and probably spoke 10 languages or more. If we sat here long enough and gave him a workbook, he'd probably be fluent in Farsi or something. I'd hate him for it if he wasn't so damned nice. I'd actually never heard him speak anything but English. What's your special talent? I asked Kennedy, then thought better of it. Too late. He grinned again. I think you have a good idea of that. Ford's cell pinged and he pulled it from his pocket and read the screen. Where we go? The men shifted from 1 second to the next, from relaxed and casual to focused and intense. Taft slid the back door of the bird open and he hopped down. Hayes followed. Kennedy offered me one last wink before I returned it with a middle finger salute. Ford opened the passenger door but faced me. Be back soon. Be ready. I nodded. Hoo-yah! I watched the four jog off, although my focus was on Kennedy. I was used to the guys going off on missions. That was the job, shuffling soldiers off and into danger, sometimes to their death. We weren't in the military now. These men were my colleagues, friends. One was my on-again, off-again lover. I didn't want them dead. But something in me became anxious as Kennedy disappeared into the trees, AR raised and ready. Because while I may hate the guy for being a man-whore and breaking down my resolve with his charms anyway, it was moments like this that I realized it might not be hate that I felt for him. It was a big fucking problem because while Kennedy would move on after we got back to the States, I just realized I hadn't thought about Lee Landers once since I walked out of the bar with Kennedy the other night. Kennedy, you slept with Quincy. Ford's voice tipped low as he walked directly behind me. We were in one line, Taft in the front. He'd studied the topo maps and all the other intel we'd collected for this extraction and knew exactly where we were headed. We all did, but he liked point. We had over a mile to hike to get to the meeting spot, which we'd do in minutes. We'd sit and wait for the kidnappers to arrive, finish them, then get those they'd taken out of the country without any money passing hands. What the hell are you talking about?
I replied, giving him a brief glance over my shoulder. Crickets and other animals were noisy in the woods. Droplets of water from the earlier showers dripped from the canopy above us. My shoulders were wet from it. The air wasn't overly hot, but it was muggy as hell. It was nothing like the sandbox of Afghanistan or Iraq. The only Mexican sand was on stunning beaches and hundreds of miles from here. She's a member of the team, he added. He didn't make me admit it. I didn't kiss and tell and wouldn't disrespect Quincy by doing so. You fuck the team up, I might have to get rid of one of you. I slowed and gritted my teeth. Ford was one of my best friends, and I had his back. But this, accusing me of being a dick with Quincy, I didn't like what he was insinuating. You won't fire her for this, I snapped, protecting the woman. I wasn't talking about her. I stopped this time and turned and faced Ford. I'd never hurt her. You did. What was it? In Qatar? How the hell do you know that? I wondered. A whistle came from behind me. Hayes. Yeah, we were slowing shit down. I turned around and double-timed it to catch up. It was right about when she started ignoring you completely, he said. I'm guessing you two got it on one night on base, and it went south. It didn't go south. The only south was the direction I'd headed on her body. She still ignores me, I replied, skipping the sex replay. I could jog for miles and not get winded. Same went for the others. The downside was a convo like this one with Ford. There was no escape. Which means she still has feelings for you. I tried to ignore the leap of excitement that pronouncement gave me. I wanted Quincy to want me. After the other night, I was even more confident that she was the one for me, like Indy was for Ford or Megan for Hayes. Except Ford was right. If shit went bad between us, it would be a nightmare on the team. I'm not sure if that's true, but even if it was, I wouldn't hurt her. I told him, which all but admitted that we'd been together, that I had feelings of my own. You already have, he said. No, bro, you have it all wrong. Quincy was the one who'd insisted it was just sex, and she didn't want more. She grabbed her clothes and walked out, my cum dripping from her. It wasn't the other way around. You sure about that? Still, I started to slow, mulling it all over, and Ford slapped me on the back and ran ahead. Fuck me. Was her rejection of me really a disguise for hurt? Had I hurt her? Was I hurting her now? No, it couldn't be. Quincy was strong as hell. I hadn't taken anything from her, I'd given. But now wasn't the time to have a tea party with my emotions. We were about to meet up with ruthless drug lords and most likely kill them with double taps. I'd steer my anger where it belonged. On them. Up ahead I heard shots fired and I was instantly on alert. My training kicked in. It was go time.
Chapter 7. Quincy.
It's a surface wound.
Kennedy hit me with that lazy smile of his, the one that made his dimples wink, and I wanted to knock him upside his bleeding head. Head wounds can be dangerous, I snapped, rubbing another alcohol wipe over his temple to mop up the blood. I'd flown the guys and the package, aka the rescued civilians, back to Mexico City with my heart pounding out of my chest the entire flight. I'd had the bird up and running, rotors spinning as they came out of the woods. We were off the ground the second Taft stepped onto the running boards, not even waiting for him to climb in. My adrenaline had flooded my system when I saw the blood on Kennedy, and I knew we needed to get the fuck out of there. Turned out he'd been grazed by a bullet. His skull had been in the way of a firing gun. I still couldn't breathe thinking about it. One fraction of an inch more and Kennedy's brains could have been splattered all over the Mexican forest. It wasn't okay. I wasn't okay. Now, as I stood up between his knees to dress the wound, I wanted to throw up. The fact that he seemed unconcerned about it made me even angrier. Why was he so calm about this? I had to wonder if he'd been injured like this before, and it wasn't even a big deal to him. Well, it was a big deal to me. Do you know how lucky you were? I raged. Seriously, Kennedy, do you have any idea? You nearly died back there. Aw, all this time you've been pretending you didn't care. Kennedy's normally panty-soaking grin made me want to kick him. This isn't funny. His large hands settled lightly on my outer thighs as I rubbed antibiotic ointment over the open wound. My hands shook as I packed gauze into the little trench. Kennedy was right. It was just a flesh wound. It missed the bone, just seared the skin on the side of his forehead. Still, it wouldn't stop bleeding, and the sight of blood running down Kennedy's face made me sweatier than the Mexican weather. I should have told him to keep his hands off me, especially in front of the rest of the team, but I was the one pressing my tits in his face, wearing nothing more than my tank top undershirt. Besides, the sensation of his steady touch eased some of my panic. He was still here, being annoyingly charming as ever. He was alive. He'd heal from this wound in a matter of weeks. There weren't even any metallic shavings or shrapnel in there as far as I could tell, only a hint of burn around the edges.
"Thank you, Flyer."
For once, Kennedy sounded serious. He gave one of my thighs a squeeze, and his blue gaze met mine. Held. That's what got to me. I had to work hard, but I knew how to steel myself against Kennedy's charm. But when the man got real with me, that I couldn't take. I didn't do intimacy. There hadn't been room for it growing up because every emotion, every angry or sad outburst was considered a deficiency, a weakness. There certainly hadn't been a place for that in my family or the Navy, not until someone died or came close to being killed. So when it happened, when I'd let my guard down with Kennedy, and he'd let his down with me, there had been no container for it, no place to go once we'd shown each other our true selves that one time in Qatar. Then we'd both still been enlisted, had orders to follow, lives to save, missions to complete. After that one night, we needed to pour ourselves back into our uniforms and go on being the sailors we were trained to be. We'd gone our separate ways to help save the world. Now, though, the situation was even worse. We were out of the military. Dating was possible. Long-term relationships were happening all around us. Ford and Hayes had fallen in love and fallen hard. The idea that I possibly could have a real relationship with a guy scared me. I didn't think I was cut out for that because it meant someone could see every one of my weaknesses and use them against me. Even if I were open to a relationship, I would never choose Kennedy. He was a heartbreaker through and through. He'd be the least safe choice I could possibly pick. Why then could I not stop thinking about what it would be like with him? I backed out from between Kennedy's knees, pulling away from his touch. "Next time, wear a dang helmet," I growled as I stalked away.
"Hold up."
Kennedy reached for my hand, shocking me with the inappropriate gesture. I yanked it away and shot right up against him. "Are you crazy?" I hissed in a low voice, glancing around. We were alone, but it might not be for long. "You don't get to hold my hand. Try it again and I'll chop yours off." His brow shot up in amused surprise, but he didn't let me go.
"Hang on, sweets."
I stalked out of the small rented house we were using as our home base for the night, but Kennedy was right on my ass. I stopped and whirled. "Back up, sailor. We just had a discussion about personal space." Kennedy's lips twitched.
"Oh, is that why you were just tits to ribs with me?"
When anger blazed in my face, he lost the smirk and the bravado, and I saw the man from Qatar.
"Hang on, Quincy. I just want to talk. Can you give me 5?
I put my hands on my hips. "What is it?" He tipped his head, indicating we should walk further away from the house and the possible ears of our teammates. I followed him to the clearing. We were somewhere in the outskirts of Mexico City and would fly back to Montana in the morning.
"Did I do something wrong? I mean, I know I fucked up your date the other night, but I sort of thought I'd made that up to you."
I rolled my eyes. Of course, he'd be proud of himself. Any guy who got around as much as he did had to be built of solid confidence when it came to his skills in bed. "Yes, you did, didn't you?" My words were as sweet as sugar, but as fake as saccharine. His brow arched, and his gaze roved over my face.
"So what's going on? You've acted like you're allergic to me since the day you arrived. Did I fuck something up? The way I remembered it, you were the one who didn't want more after Qatar."
My face heated, not with embarrassment, with something even deeper, more personal. Kennedy was calling me out on having feelings, and I sure as hell didn't want to reveal that lunacy. No, you're right. I tried to play it off, giving his shoulder a slap. You didn't fuck anything up. All good, Kennedy. I tried to make my escape. He snaked an arm around my waist and tugged me back against his front. Hang on, Flyer. I stiffened in his hold. You're 2 seconds away from me going kung fu on your ass. Believe me, when it comes to hand-to-hand combat, I can take down a guy twice my size. Kennedy chuckled and released me. I don't doubt that. He held his palms up in surrender. Listen, I can't help but feel there's something huge I'm missing here. If you were only out for sex, why not hit it with me again? I know I satisfied you. I let out a light scoff at his arrogance. And if you wanted something more, I didn't. I cut in quickly. I told you then and nothing's changed. I'm not out looking for a relationship. What are you looking for? My breath choked me for a moment, but I managed to shake my head. This was when I could tell him the truth, but it wasn't going to happen. Nothing. Nothing from you. What did I do? He asked again. There was no smile this time, no dimples, no swagger. Kennedy was letting down his guard and asking for the truth. Dang it. I owed him that much. He'd done nothing wrong. Not a damn thing except rock my world and shake my walls to the ground. More than once. I rubbed my lips together. Kennedy, I worked to swallow. Qatar was great. Really, you were there for me when I needed you. I blinked some more. But as far as guys go, you're about as safe as a hand grenade without the pin. What? Kennedy looked genuinely offended. You don't think you're safe with me? I'd never hurt you. I might be ruthless with my job, but not with a woman. Not with you. I knew what he said was true because when he held me, when he touched me with those lethal hands, I felt safe. I just mean you're a player. You don't just have a woman in every port, you have multiple women. You'd already slept with half the ladies in my squadron by the time you got to me, and I'm sure you had the other half before you left. Kennedy was shaking his head, but I plowed on. Look, I like you, Kennedy, a lot, but I'm not interested in being one of your playthings. I mean, it was fun and all, but you weren't a plaything. He interrupted. His jaw flexed. You were never that. I wanted, still want, more than that from you. I opened my mouth, then shut it, surprised by this revelation. Kennedy wanted more? From me? I found that implausible. I knew what we'd shared in Qatar had been special. At least, I'd hoped I was different than his average lady. But it was still a leap to believe Kennedy wanted a lasting relationship with a woman, especially me. I shook my head with regret. We're on the same team. You know this is a bad idea. Workplace romance is forbidden in most businesses because it's a match in a powder keg. I'm going to assume you keep using bomb references because I blew your mind with my incredible skills. The words sounded like Kennedy's usual light, flirty banter, but the way he studied my face showed something else. I offered a sad smile. You definitely blew my mind. Probably ruined me for other men. I had no doubt his chest was puffing with male pride. Well then? He spread his hands. No, we can't. I care about you. You're amazing in the sack. But this just isn't going to work. Go back to the red-headed waitress. I'm sure she's eager for seconds. I reached up on my tiptoes and gave his cheek, scratchy with scruff since he hadn't shaved since we left Montana, a peck. Thanks for the short-term offer, though. I'm honored. I walked back to the house, and this time, Kennedy let me go. I was exhausted from the job and dealing with him. I wanted to climb in my bed and sleep for a week, but no matter where I did that, the man would be right there. Honored. I heard him mutter as I stepped inside. What the fuck? For some reason, I actually believed I may have hurt his feelings. But that couldn't be. Kennedy didn't have feelings when it came to women. He was just broad shoulders and a very talented dick. Chapter 8. Kennedy. At least we're not being shot at, Hayes said.
I grinned at him as we both held the handles of a backboard, carrying a fake car accident victim to a waiting ambulance. It was a week after our mission in Mexico, and we were back in Sparks doing some community service. It was a Saturday morning interagency emergency response training. That meant there were several different fake accidents happening at once, so different departments learned to work smoothly together and ensure everyone's skills were fresh in case something real came up. We all wanted to be prepared. It wasn't just the motto for the Boy Scouts. Quincy and Ford were working with Indy and Mountain Rescue to track, helping to retrieve pretend lost and injured hikers and bring them back to town by helicopter. Hayes and I were working a fake motor vehicle accident with the fire department. Hayes was with Megan and the sheriff's department. This meant I wasn't near Quincy. Again. She'd kept her distance since the night we'd had sex in my room at the bunkhouse. I'd given her space, even though I hated it. I still couldn't figure out what she had wanted from me. She hated that I had been past tense, because I wasn't anymore. A player, that much was clear. But I couldn't figure out how to prove to her I could be something different. This is simple stuff for you two, I'm sure. The fire chief, a guy in his 30s with a quick mind and laid-back leadership style, held another corner of the backboard. A fresh-faced 18-year-old had the other. He was clearly new to fire and rescue and was as eager as a golden retriever. Christ, had I ever been that young in earnest? I'd gone into basic training at that age. I hadn't known about all the fucked-up evil shit in the world. I'd only been jaded to being used as a political pawn, not to anything else. Like war and unnecessary death. Of my friend being murdered and my other friend being fucked over. Living in Sparks has its perks. I may not be a senator like my dad, but I could be diplomatic. We couldn't speak of our missions, in and out of the military. And they might not believe us anyway if we shared them. The EMTs were waiting at the back of the ambulance with the gurney, and we set the patient down. From what I'd been told, he was another volunteer firefighter who had tweaked his groin muscle in a softball game and couldn't participate in the all-county disaster drill, other than laying on his back and pretending to be unconscious. "You're up, guys," the chief told them. They gave him a smile and a little salute and went to work on the guy. A paramedic was supervising their part in this, a skills assessment on how to triage and care for a car accident victim. I turned and surveyed the event. We were in the high school parking lot with a collection of fire trucks, sheriff's vehicles, and even Forest Service SUVs. It was going well, and I was impressed with the joint venture. A totaled car, delivered by none other than Lee Landers and his tow truck, was being ripped apart for training by the fire department. One guy was using the jaws of life on the driver's door, while two others were pretending to treat a dummy who was in the rear seat through the broken back window as if he'd been in an accident. Hayes and I had been part of the mass casualty portion of the training, forcing the sheriff's department to triage a large number of injuries. I saw Megan and Taft working on a group who'd volunteered from the local church to be patients. The guy we just handed off had been one of them, one of the worst with a supposed ephemeral bleed. Mrs. L had enlisted to help us in this Saturday morning activity. We were members of the community now, and well-trained for situations like these, although we were the ones usually creating the carnage or injuring people, although we didn't injure. We gave everyone a double tap. One bullet to the chest, one to the head, to ensure they were dead. Ford had agreed with his grandmother, and none of us had complained because while this was different than our usual, SEALs trained consistently. Staying on top of our game, knowing we could work and survive as a team was everything. If this morning's events could save lives, I was all in. "If you ever want to join the department, we'd love to have you." I turned and faced the chief. He was in bunker pants, and beneath the red suspenders that held them up, he wore a Navy Sparks FD t-shirt. "We're better at making fires than putting them out," I admitted. He grinned. "Must be hard to go from your old lifestyle to this." He waved his hand to indicate Sparks. A fight song cut through the sound of the jaws of life. My gaze took in the playing field beyond, the marching band that was practicing. Football players were working drills. School started next week. This was real life, the real world. What the SEALs went to war for. Normal, everyday activities. Up at Alpha Mountain, we had a fancy and complex obstacle course. A helicopter, which was out now as part of this exercise, and a catch of weapons and explosives that would make the sheriff shit his pants if he knew about it. Being a SEAL wasn't a normal life. Being a mercenary didn't change that all too much. I didn't have to wear a uniform or report up a chain of command, but our view of the world was skewed. Our Saturday mornings didn't include marching band practice, or even a real car accident call. Maybe that was why I was drawn to Quincy. She knew the score. Our real world. Life and death. It's definitely different, Hayes said. I like it here. Heard you locked down Megan Hager. Hayes' gaze narrowed on the chief, but the man didn't seem to be messing with him. Only stating a fact. That's right. Good. My brother went to elementary school with her. She gave him a black eye and dodgeball. I'll never forget him coming home from school with a shiner. From a girl. The rotors of a helicopter had us looking toward the mountain. It was headed our way. Here on the ground, 3 people with neon orange sticks spread out in the back section of the parking lot to form the perimeter of a landing pad. We watched as Quincy slowly brought the chopper over the high school, then carefully lowered down and into the center of the landing area. The wind kicked up, and I squinted against the dust. Cutting the rotors, the engine quieted, and the blades slowly came to a stop. Ford, along with Indy and 2 others, hopped out of the back and pulled out a pretend hiking victim on a backboard and carried him to the ambulance. That helicopter is real handy, the chief said. A big help around here. I agreed, but I was thinking more about the pilot. How amazing she was. Talented. I watched as she took off her headset, then climbed out. Her feet hit the asphalt, and she shook hands with someone who'd been a passenger. From the outfit, he was search and rescue. She one of yours? The chief asked. Not one of ours. She's mine. I thought. All mine. I knew every inch of that body. How she looked when she slept, when she came, when she smiled. I knew her on a mission. I just knew her. Quincy, our pilot, former Navy. Hayes told him. Impressive. My hackles went up from him complimenting her. Gotta get back to training. He slapped me on the shoulder and trotted off toward the total car and his crew. Thought you were going to rip his head off there for a moment. We'd have a real casualty event. Hayes said, turning to me and crossing his arms over his chest. What the hell are you talking about? You're going all beast mode over Quincy. I frowned. Hayes tipped his head back and laughed. Either you're an idiot or you think I'm stupid. Since I'm not stupid, then you're a fucking idiot. Jesus, I have no idea what that means. It means everyone knows about you and Quincy. Oh? I wasn't giving anything away. Quincy wasn't just a woman I banged and didn't care who knew. Tabb said he heard the 2 of you get it on. Your cum sounds aren't what I want to ever hear, so I'm thankful I sleep at Megan's. Fuck. When are you going to stop prowling around each other like 2 feral cats? Feral cats? I ran a hand through my sweaty hair. It was late August in Montana, but it was still warm. Ford came over, having handed off his patient, and saved me from answering. This is going well. I glanced around again. Things were wrapping up. The dummy was out of the back of the chopped-up car, the jaws of life had been turned off, and the crew was putting away their tools. The fake patients were off the gurneys and walking toward the refreshment tent, where Mrs. L and some other volunteers were handing out drinks and snacks. Hayes and I both offered grunts of approval. This is our lives after we get too old to go on jobs. I narrowed my gaze at my friend. We'll always be going on jobs. I didn't know anything else. Couldn't imagine being a fire chief or a football coach. Ford's mouth turned up, which for him was a full-blown smile. Eventually we're going to have to hire a younger team, and we'll be the ones barking orders. Who peed in your Cheerios? I asked. We're not that fucking old. Just being realistic. This town, these people, are doing their thing. This'll be us. Normal shit like being volunteer firefighters. Ford's repeating of my thoughts from earlier made me a little grumpy. I blow stuff up, not put it out. I reminded him. The 2 of you have women. You're already doing normal. For ex-SEALs. Well, you could settle down. Get real with Quincy, although the 2 of you are like feral cats. Hayes finished for Ford. Now Ford laughed outright. Better than him firing me as he'd suggested when we were on that job. Fuckers. I stomped off, giving them the middle finger as I headed toward Quincy. My steps hitched when I saw her sag back against the helicopter and wipe sweat from her forehead. Her face was pale and she looked tired. Quincy was a champ. She worked and trained as hard as the rest of us and never looked wiped out or exhausted. Something was wrong. I quickened my steps, opening my mouth to call out to her, but it was too late. Quincy crumpled to the ground in a heap before I could reach her.
Quincy.
Quincy? Quincy! Airmen down! Get the paramedics, now!
Kennedy's frantic voice shouted far too close to my ear. I groaned. Oh, Jesus, keep it down, Kennedy. I tried to figure out what in the hell just happened. My stomach roiled, my head hurt. It was way too hot out here on the asphalt. I fought to sit up and found myself wrestling with Kennedy, who apparently was holding me in his arms.
Can you lie her down, sir? Someone asked politely. She passed out and hit her head. Kennedy snarled. I'm not going to lay her on the hot pavement. Get a gurney over here.
No gurney, I said weakly. I made my eyes focus and found my worst nightmare. A swarm of firemen, paramedics, and my teammates surrounding me, talking about me, freaking out. No, that was just Kennedy. The rest seemed appropriately concerned, but not out of their minds.
Are you all right? What happened?
One of the paramedics asked, squatting down to take my pulse. Oh God, I was so embarrassed. I smacked Kennedy's arms off me so I could sit up. I don't know. I guess I overheated? Dehydrated, maybe. It seemed bizarre. I'd been in the Navy for years in all kinds of conditions, hot and cold. I'd never passed out from the heat before. Maybe it was a combination of the high altitude in Montana plus the heat. Although it had been higher in Mexico and much hotter. Humid as hell, too. Someone uncapped a bottle of water and thrust it in my face. Kennedy snatched it up before I could and held it to my lips. I drank a little, but with my stomach revolting, I was cautious. When I pulled my face back to refuse, Kennedy tipped the bottle and dribbled water down the front of my shirt. I smacked him weakly with the back of my hand. What the fuck, Kennedy? If you're overheated, the water will help cool you down. You just want to see me in a wet shirt. I mumbled, and someone, I thought it was Hayes, laughed. Because this was literally the most humiliating experience in the recent years of my life, I made a show of rallying. I'm fine, everyone, just need to drink a little water. I took the bottle from Kennedy and drank some more. To him, I growled. Help me up, sailor.
Are you sure? We don't even know what happened.
Now, I growled.
I gotcha.
In a flash, I was hauled to my feet by a pair of strong hands beneath my armpits. Kennedy kept me close to his side, though, like he was afraid I'd teeter over and fall again. Had I fallen? Passed out? It was so weird. I rubbed the throbbing egg on my head.
Get her some ice,
Kennedy shouted. Again, with the yelling in my ear. Not cool. His voice instantly softened, and his fingertips sought the egg on my head with light exploration.
I'm sorry, sweets.
Don't call me that.
Here's an ice pack. Why don't you come and have a seat over here by the ambulance, and we'll take your vitals?
The paramedic offered. I had to move fast to accept the ice pack before Kennedy took it. I held it to my head. I'm totally fine, really, just a bruised ego at this point. Please carry on. I'm begging you. Maybe a snack would help. Could be low blood sugar if you didn't have breakfast. Megan said. I'll go and get you something. I'm fine. I insisted, although a snack was starting to sound good, despite the queasiness in my belly.
Hey,
Kennedy said softly. He still hadn't left his position as my boulder to lean against in case I got dizzy again.
You have nothing to prove here. Why not just give yourself a break and sit down?
Nothing to prove? If only that were true. I'd spent my entire life proving I was tough enough to fit in with the boys. I sure as hell wasn't going to ruin my rep now fainting from sunstroke. It was absurd.
Really, Quincy, you don't have to be a badass every minute of every day.
I turned around, ready to bar my teeth at him, but the depth of concern and caring in his expression stopped me. Once again, Kennedy was getting real with me, and it was always my kryptonite. No wonder he was so good with the ladies. He put his hand on the side of my shoulder and slowly stroked it down my arm. I'm good. I muttered, but the humiliation slipped away. The sensation that I'd screwed up and shown my weakness, acted too feminine, slackened. Maybe Kennedy was right. Maybe I didn't have anything to prove. Not with my teammates, my friends, nor the fire and rescue group who were all here practicing to ensure they were prepared to help people. Definitely not with Kennedy. I was out of the Navy now, no longer chasing my brothers hoping to be included with the big boys. I was a big boy, minus the penis. Thanks, Kennedy. I think I just need to cool down. Over here. He instantly propelled me, not toward the back of the ambulance, which I would have hated, but to the shade of a tree at the edge of the parking lot. Ford and Hayes stepped away, thankfully not wanting to hover. The two of us leaned our backs against the bark, and I relaxed as he opened the granola bar Megan had tossed him as we made our way here. He unwrapped it and held it out to me. I took a bite and chewed. I scared you, didn't I? I poked him with my elbow. You were yelling like I'd been shot down over enemy land. Kennedy chuckled. Scared the hell out of me. He admitted. Now we're both going to have to live this down. Nope. Kennedy said, shaking his head. No one's going to rib you for this without me breaking noses. I twisted my head to peer up at him. Those dimples in his cocky swagger made him appear laid back, friendly even. But that didn't mean he wasn't just as capable of violence as any SEAL. I'd seen him in action. I knew what he could do. And it seemed he intended to use it to protect me, my feelings. Part of me wanted to fall back on my usual immediate protest that I certainly didn't need him to defend me. But the other part kept me silent. The part that marveled at the fact that Kennedy seemed almost attached, like I meant something to him, more than hot sex on a sweaty night. Kennedy was showing me a side of him I didn't know existed, and it took my breath away. I leaned my head against his very sturdy shoulder. Thanks, Kennedy. For once in my life, having someone look after me didn't feel like an insult. It felt like the highest form of praise. Anytime, Flyer. Anytime. Chapter 9. Kennedy. I tossed my lollipop stick in the trash can at my feet. I was frustrated because I'd been working on my computer for 2 hours and had zero luck. Not just this morning, but for weeks, months even, looking for any bit of information that might clear Ford. I'd spent the bulk of my downtime at my desk searching. I hadn't even found the intel on Tully. He'd come to us. Indy had been snooping around on her own before she hooked up with Ford, not believing that her brother, Buck, had done the things the military had told her and her parents after he'd died. No way was the man a murderer, part of a drug ring. It was too ridiculous to imagine for Buck to do. He had been too fucking honorable. When Ford started looking into it, not taking the military at their word, he'd been discharged under a shitty excuse. That, of course, had driven him to create Alpha Mountain Security, not only to build the best merc team outside of the SEALs, but also to get the best together to figure out what the fuck had been going on. It had been Indy's searches that had brought her to Tully's attention. He'd come to Montana to track her down, to kill her because she had proof that her brother was innocent. Buck had sent it to her to keep her safe. She had, and she'd kept herself alive from Tully. The memory card Buck had sent her had cleared him, given him an honorable discharge posthumously, and redeemed him. Ford, though, hadn't been cleared. The charges against him didn't drop away. His honor was still tainted, and none of us could stand for it. So I'd been trying and fucking trying to find something as to who Tully's boss was. Since Tully was dead, he wasn't talking. Whoever had pulled his strings had ensured all incriminating data was gone. There was nothing to find. Still searching? Mrs. L. asked, coming into the command room, her sewing room, and settled in her high-backed chair. There were crochet dollies on the armrests and a basket of yarn beside the chair. She looked more like a grandma sitting there than ever. But that was deceiving because Mrs. L. was shrewd, savvy, wise. Haven't found a thing in weeks. It's like the guy doesn't even exist, I replied. She pursed her lips and frowned. It was her grandson who'd been disgraced, and she didn't like it any more than any of us did. If there's someone who will find it, it's you, Kennedy. Your belief in my skills might be off. I've been manifesting lately. It'll come around soon. Manifesting? I asked. It was something different with her all the time.
yoga, portrait painting, car mechanics, which only made me think of Landers and his date with Quincy, the one I'd broken up to get the girl. Yeah, I'd had her, in my bed, but she'd fled afterward. And apart from that moment we'd shared after she'd passed out in the high school parking lot, I'd barely seen her in the last week since then. That had been fucked up. But once she'd had some water and a snack, she rallied quickly and was back to her old self, which meant she steered clear of me once again, because of me. She didn't like to share much, but she let out that I'd hurt her by being with other women. Well, I hadn't, not since her. She just didn't know that. I told her the truth, more than I ever had with any other woman. It hadn't been pillow talk or post-orgasm blathering. I wanted more from Quincy. I wanted it all with her. No one else was like her. Fuck, not only was she beautiful and made my dick hard every time I got a glimpse of her, but she was smart. Brave as fuck. I didn't know a better pilot, man or woman. She understood the life of a SEAL, or the life we had here at Alpha Mountain, the danger, the secrets and intense moments. She had guts and nerves of steel. Yet I looked at the line of her neck, and all I wanted to do was nuzzle it with my nose and protect her and hide her away, so no harm could come to her. Even something as simple as getting dehydrated. I wanted to make sure she always had enough water. But no matter how protective I felt of her, it seemed I'd hurt her. Me. The one thing I told her I'd never do. I'll never hurt you. I'd meant physically. The idea made me sick. I'd used my hands to hurt and kill many people, but they'd been the enemy. I'd never considered any other way I might hurt her. That her emotions were involved. That she was putting up the angry act to protect herself. Since she was only angry with me among our team, I was the one who was fucking up. "Did you have a good trip?" Mrs. L asked. I blinked. "What?" She smiled. "You went somewhere just now." I blushed. I could feel the heat on my cheeks. "Sorry." "You have quite a bit going on. Lack of evidence can be frustrating." "What do women want?" I blurted, then bit my tongue. Had I actually asked that? Mrs. L cocked her head to the side and then pushed to her feet. "Come to the kitchen with me. I need to put the pork roast in the crock pot before I go." I wasn't sure where she was off to this morning, but it had to do with helping someone in town, I was sure. I stood and followed, grabbed another lollipop from the jar. "Men are simple," she said. "Get the roast from the fridge for me, please." With the candy stuck in my cheek, I pulled out the piece of meat and set it beside the crock pot. She grabbed 2 apples from a bowl, along with an onion, and set them on the wood butcher block. "Men need sleep, food, and exercise. They get those 3 things, they're happy. If a man's cranky, then he hasn't had one of the 3. I thought about that as she roughly sliced an apple and tossed it in the pot. Sleep, food, and exercise. A man also needed sex, and a lot of it, but I assumed Mrs. L put that under exercise. Otherwise, she was probably right. Women are more complicated. I grunted and leaned against the counter to watch her work. I'd help, but I didn't know what she was making, and she was armed with a knife. "I assume you want to know what a woman wants in a man?" She looked over her shoulder at me. I wasn't getting out of this since I opened my big fucking mouth, so I nodded. Of course she wasn't poking fun at me like the guys would. We didn't talk about feelings or women, or anything besides guns and the power of C4 and how a big explosion made us happy. "It's pretty simple. She wants a guy who sticks, who sees only her. Always." With a big fork, she set the pork roast on top of the apple slices. Then she added more apples on top along with the circles of onion. "That's it?" She grabbed the apple juice from the fridge and poured a cup or 2 into the pot. I wasn't sure what this recipe was exactly, but I knew it would be delicious. Everything she made was fucking good. She set the lid on the top and pushed the button to start the cooking process. By the time dinner came, the meal would be ready. That's it. A guy who sticks, who only sees her. I put Mrs. L's words together with what Quincy had said to me. Quincy didn't think I would stick. Even though I'd taken care of her after she'd passed out, she thought I'd jump from bed to bed. Which meant she didn't think I only saw her. I was doing this wrong. Mrs. L listed 2 things and I was messing them both up. Really fucking wrong.
Quincy. It had been 2 weeks since we'd been back from Mexico. I learned that not only did Ford want a verbal debrief from the job, but written statements from each of us. The report included an inventory of supplies, so from me I had to put a borrowed helicopter on the list, the amount of fuel used, any issues with the machinery, user challenges, what my opinion was on whether we'd use the same bird or company again. Only after he collected everyone's reports did Ford write up a master one to share with the client along with the bill. I could only imagine the itemized expense report. But jobs like the retrieve and rescue we just accomplished paid the bills and bought the fancy helicopter that was in the hangar up on the mountain, and my salary. I'd heard the tab was in the low 7 figures, the extraction, not my salary. So Alpha Mountain Security was doing pretty well. That was why Ford ensured that whoever went on a job had at least a week of downtime after. Since the entire team went, we had a stretch off. Except for PT in the mornings and the emergency rescue training we'd done in town, we'd had free time. I didn't like to think of my little fainting spell, because while the guys never mentioned it, they'd watched me with a touch more concern, and they ensured I was never without a water bottle. They weren't doing it because I was a girl, but because I was part of the team. Taft had his knee shut up on deployment, and while they didn't baby him, they ensured he took care of himself and didn't overdo it and fuck up his knee any worse. Still, I was sick of their faces, so it hadn't been hard for the other women to pull me into a ladies' night, starting with dinner and then later moving on to drinks at K-Sparks. Holly, Indy, and I were at a booth at the local steakhouse. Megan had arrived late, just getting off shift. She'd gone home and changed out of her uniform, and now matched us in casual jeans or flirty skirts. Holly'd gone so far as to curl her usually straight hair. "So, what are the men doing tonight with us women not there to keep them in line?" Holly asked. She was the only one of us not working for, or in a relationship with, someone at Alpha Mountain. Indy smiled. Mrs. L made lasagna, which is the guy's favorite. I'd say they're going to eat too much of it, then sit around moaning and groaning because their bellies got too fat. "Those guys in belly fat?" Holly asked. "Never happening." Yeah, I know the saying is bounce a quarter off a tight ass, but I'll say the same for those men's abs. Megan, please tell me you feel up Hayes' six-pack all the time. Holly said, hope in her voice. The waitress stopped by to take Megan's drink order, and I realized she was the redhead, the waitress Kennedy slept with a few weeks ago. Ugh. Gin and tonic, double lime, please, Megan said. Once the waitress left, she turned to Holly. I feel up his abs and other things. She grinned and waggled her eyebrows up and down. Holly groaned. Ugh, I need a man with abs of steel. I'd been following, but I watched the waitress as she worked her way to the bar. She was younger than me. Her boobs were bigger, hips wider. That red hair was wild, and I could see how Kennedy would want her. I'd do her if I was into women. Earth to Quincy. Indy waved her hand in front of my face. I blinked and smiled at Indy. Sorry? You okay with Erin as our waitress? She asked. I blinked. Erin. She crinkled her face up and winced. You know, the one... Ah, she knew too what happened. The one Kennedy slept with? I said for her. Megan's and Holly's heads whipped around toward the bar and the redhead. Erin. All three of them grew up here, but Indy seemed to know the woman personally, at least enough to know her name. He did? Holly said. I thought... My cell chimed in my purse and I pulled it out, thankful for the reprieve. I never told any of them that I'd slept with Kennedy in Qatar, and especially not before the mission a few weeks ago. Shit. Had it been almost 3 weeks since he'd broken up my date with Lee? I glanced at my screen. It's my dad. I'll be right back. I told them, then hopped up from the booth. Admiral. I worked my way through the tables and outside. I didn't want to disturb anyone with my call because I could never be sure how the convo would go. Your boss might not be in the service any longer, but Alpha Mountain Security has been spoken about several times this week. I wasn't sure if I should be pleased or petrified, so I settled for, oh? No pleasantries, no asking after my health, the weather, nothing. Just straight to the point. The rescue mission you did out of Mexico. Diplomatically, it could have been done by real SEALs.
Real SEALs. I couldn't imagine saying that to any of the guys' faces. They could kill a man with their pinky finger and survive in the wilderness for a week with just a spoon. Probably had. Yep, those are the kinds of jobs we get. We were the runners-up. The not top choice. But we'd do when it needed to get done and regular channels just wouldn't work. I'm always so glad you call with your passive-aggressive put-downs. He sighed. I heard you flew them in and out of there. Sounds like your team did well. I blinked and paused at his silence. I'm sorry, what? Was he giving the team a compliment? I'm proud of you, hon. I admit, when you first went into the service, I thought it was because you were trying to prove something to your brothers, that you could keep up. Well, you didn't make it to Admiral, but you sure know how to fly. I closed my eyes and blinked away tears. I got a fucking compliment out of my dad. He was proud of me. Yet from one breath to the next, he ruined it. Yeah, I'd never make Admiral because I quit the service. To him, walking away meant I gave up. At first, I thought you got yourself knocked up or something. Or maybe that your head was turned by a man. But I can see that a civilian job is where you need to be. Knocked up? I sputtered. Jesus, Dad. Well, it can be a career ender. Just look at what happened to your mother. She could have been a brilliant scientist, but I got her pregnant on our first date. Gross? And first date? After having Zach, she never went back, and 3 more kids ensured that. Oh my God. Sounds like you ruined her life, Dad. I hope you've made it up to her. Well, she's proud of her kids. I think that's been enough. Long live the patriarchy. My father could really be an asshole. A misogynistic asshole. Who called to tell me he was proud of me for quitting because I'd never been cut out for the military like him and my older brothers. Good talking to you, Admiral. I hung up and took a second to unclench my jaw and fists. Then I went back inside, settled into the booth with my friends who were laughing about some weird order Holly took at the Feed and Seed coffee shop this morning, then waved my hand for the waitress. Erin, the woman the guy I was fucked up over had slept with. She came by and smiled. It wasn't her fault for handing Kennedy her panties. He was single, free and clear. Hell, we should form a club. Kennedy's Dick Fan Club. Another beer, please. Maybe a pitcher. I told her. No problem. Where are the men tonight? She glanced between us. The guys of Alpha Mountain were known in town and famous among the single ladies, and Erin knew one of them really well. Doing their own thing, I replied. Too bad. I like the dark-haired one. I frowned, then looked to Indy, who was smiling. You mean Taft? The redhead nodded. The one more my age. He seemed really kind. Hot, too. She smiled. I'm sure he'll be interested to know you asked after him, Indy said. Erin, you probably know Megan and Holly. This is Quincy. She works with Taft. I opened my mouth like a fish, forgetting all about the call with my dad and focusing on the fact that Erin's interest was in Taft. Taft. Kennedy not do it for you? I asked, hoping I didn't sound too snarky. Moving from Kennedy to Taft was pretty bold. Her smile slipped a little. The flirt? Megan, Indy, and Holly laughed. That's definitely the one, Megan said. Erin shrugged. He's okay, I guess. But Taft? That's his name. A blush spread across her cheeks. I bet that baby face of his gets all the girls. I'd say you might have a shot, Holly offered. You didn't... I thought... I sputtered like an idiot. What? Erin asked. I thought you and Kennedy, that night. She flushed hotter. What night? Oh, you mean when you all came here a few weeks ago? God, no. He winked at me, but I saw him wink at Callie, the bartender, too. I'm sure he's a nice guy and all, but I want a guy who's all in with me, who only has eyes for me. Aw, Megan said, reaching out and taking Erin's hand. You'll find the guy, and if it's Taft, you're going to be one lucky woman. Erin left after that to get our pitcher of beer and to tend to her other tables. Kennedy hadn't slept with Erin. Why hadn't he said anything? Why had he let me think that? Was he trying to make me believe he slept around? Had he been trying to?
My mind nearly exploded. Make me jealous? I wasn't jealous. I was angry, annoyed too. Whatever it was he was up to, or not up to with Aaron, I was going to get the truth.
Chapter 10. Kennedy. I sprawled on my bed debating whether it was wrong to jack off to thoughts of Quincy while she was still out on the town. I didn't like her being out without me because if Lee was sniffing around her, the other guys would too. She was too fucking gorgeous to be ignored. I was being a good boy, so I didn't follow to cockblock her on her girls' night. Again. I may or may not have pumped Indy for intel before they left to ensure Landers wasn't invited, though. I might have gotten away with it once, but the guy wasn't stupid. He'd be sure she didn't get away from him again. For Mindy's intel, it sounded like it truly was a girls' night, so I stayed in the bunkhouse, trying not to think about the way Quincy looked in that hip-hugging jean skirt she left in. I'd already beat one off in the shower, and now as I lounged with the towel still wrapped around my waist, I still felt unsatisfied. This was how it had been every day since Qatar. Yeah, that long. I just couldn't settle for anything but Quincy. Since I'd had a taste and feel of her again a few weeks ago, my need for her was worse than ever. God, that had been hot and wild. She'd been uninhibited and greedy, and I'd loved every fucking second of it, except when she'd fixed her dress and left. I was just about to give in to the urge to rub one out again when my door burst open, and the woman I'd been fantasizing about stood there in all her glory. White tank top, jean skirt, sandals with straps that went around her tanned ankles. Too much skin showed, and I wanted to touch and taste every inch of her. "You didn't screw the redhead." She said it in an accusing voice like it pissed her off. She didn't move into the room, just stood there backlit by the light from the main room. I sat up. "Sorry?" Her gaze traveled down my bare torso to my towel-covered lap. "Oh." My cock twitched in salute, and there was no missing the way it tented the terry cloth. "Come in, sweets. You're not interrupting a thing." I turned on the charm. She took a step in and angled the door shut behind her, but not all the way. She was leaving herself an out. "You didn't screw the redhead." Her gaze darted to my lap again. She definitely wanted another ride. "That upsets you? That I didn't sleep with a woman?" Mrs. L's words flashed in my mind. I was more confused than ever. "You made me think you had." Now she pulled the door all the way closed and leaned against it, folding her arms across her chest, making her perfect tits lift. "Were you trying to make me jealous?" I grinned. "Did it work?" She pushed off from the door and took a few steps toward me. I wanted to reach for her, but I stopped myself. Quincy wasn't the type of woman you coaxed into anything. She had to come on her own, or she wouldn't come at all. She stopped with her hands on her hips. "I really don't get you, Kennedy. Why would you do that? Why did you want me thinking you were a man whore?" It was time to come clean. I should have told her the last time we talked. I didn't know why I hadn't. Because you're a stubborn idiot of a man who self-sabotaged. Sweets, I know you think I'm a player. I definitely got around before we hooked up in Qatar, no denying it. I was no monk and definitely not a virgin. Neither were you. She blinked, then gave a quick nod. Neither of us had any intention of talking about past partners, but I had thrown the red-headed waitress in her face, even if it hadn't been true. But I haven't been with anyone since. Quincy's mouth opened and she stared at me. "You haven't been with anyone?" She echoed in a stunned voice. "Wait, since that night, you mean?" I shook my head. "Since Qatar." I held my hands up. "I swear to God, sweets, I know we didn't make any promises or commitments to each other, but after you, no one else seemed to measure up. I didn't feel like going there with anyone else." Quincy looked like she was going to faint or something. She swayed on her feet, staring at me in shock. "Yeah, the man whore who turned into a born-again virgin because of her. If that doesn't make you feel good about yourself, I'm not sure what will." I let out a rueful laugh. "I know it's a shocker. It sort of shocked me, too. I just want you, Quince. Can we revisit that as a possibility?" Quincy blinked rapidly. She let out a ragged laugh. "This is so weird." She stumbled forward, almost to my arms, but not quite. I managed to keep from dragging her the rest of the way in, but I did reach out and grip her muscular thighs, stroking along the bare skin below the hem of her skirt.
"You're telling me you gave up women after me?"
I grinned. I didn't give them up. I was saving myself for the best. I winked at her, and she let out a breathy laugh, finally taking that last step to fall into me. Her hands came to my shoulders, and my face went between her tits. I slid my palms up her legs to cup her panty-clad ass underneath the skirt, which was up around her waist now.
"Saving yourself,"
she scoffed softly.
"That's ridiculous, Kennedy."
Her fingertips explored the tattoo on my back. "It's all true."
I'm flabbergasted."
I pulled her hips forward and down until she landed straddling my lap. "Let me shock you some more." I nibbled at her breast through her fitted t-shirt, while I pulled her ass up so the heat between her legs caged my raging heart-on. "How's your head?" I wasn't doing anything if she wasn't up to it. She reached between us to grasp my cock.
"My head's fine. How's your dick? Ready to go?
You offering me another ride?" Her tone was just as suggestive as mine. Her head was fine. Check. She was running hot and ready to go. Check. I thought I just explained that the offer is always open where you're concerned. I pulled her panties to the side, and she adjusted her position to line my cock up at her entrance. "Do you need my mouth there first, sweets?" The question died between us as she lowered herself onto my length. Turned out she was already plenty wet and ready to take me. Her mouth opened in a silent gasp of pleasure. She closed her eyes and undulated in a slow, sensual way as I peeled her t-shirt off and unhooked her bra.
"Hang on."
She dismounted and quickly stripped out of her skirt and panties. I stood and tossed the towel that had fallen from my waist to the floor. "On your back, sweets. I need to fuck you hard and deep tonight." She dove onto the bed and rolled to her back, and I climbed over her.
"You really haven't had sex with anyone else?"
I gripped my cock and fed my length into her. "Apparently, he only works for you now," I told her. "And don't think I'm not a little bitter about you stonewalling me these past few weeks. In fact, punishment might be in order." I gripped her wrists and pinned them beside her head, shoving in hard. Her eyes flared with excitement. We'd gotten a little kinky in Qatar. She liked to be manhandled. I remembered that. It had taken a lot for her to surrender, but once she had, she'd wanted to be dominated completely, to let go.
"Oh, yeah?"
There was a dare in her breathy response, and the way her chin lifted and she held my gaze. My grin turned feral. I shoved in harder, faster. "Yeah." I lowered my head and sucked one pert nipple, then scraped my teeth over it. I repeated the action with the other, sensing her anticipation growing. Pulling out, I rolled her to her belly and pinned her hands at her low back. I smacked her ass hard. Her hips bounced on the bed, and she rolled her ass for more. I proceeded to spank her, alternating sides, heating her ass up with the flat of my hand. All the while she made soft hms and ahs of appreciation, squirming, like she loved every minute of it. "I am definitely going to have to tie you to this bed soon," I murmured, and she arched her back in invitation. I entered her from behind, keeping my grip on her wrists, so I was still in charge. "Spread those legs wide for me, sweets." She obeyed, and I entered her without needing to use my hand to guide my cock in. I was so hard for her, and she was so wet. We would have found each other and connected if both of us were tied up and blindfolded. I tugged her elbows backward, making her arch a little as I fucked her from behind. The sweet slip of flesh inside flesh made my entire body flush with inferno-like heat. Or maybe it was the fact that it was Quincy beneath me, the woman who made my blood sing. She was already coming, her ass squeezing, her thighs straightening out tight as her internal muscles pulsed around my dick. It came on a breathy exhale, a low moan that made my balls ache. Thank fuck she didn't scream. I remembered Hayes had said Taft had overheard. We'd have to keep things quiet. Quieter. That was one. I counted. I intended to make her come many more times tonight. She'd come to my bed willingly, and I was going to reward her for it. Show her what she'd been missing. Teach her to come back to me, night after night. I'd give her what she needed. I pulled out and lifted her hips in the air, so she rested on her knees and her torso sloped down. Re-entering her from this angle, I wrung another small aftershock out of her. She felt so fucking good. I was completely lost in everything that was Quincy. Her scent, the lean muscular lines of her lithe body, her long thick hair splaying out around her. She was beautiful. I gripped her hips and pumped in and out of her, hard enough to make the bed shake and rock beneath us. She braced her hands against the headboard, trying to push back at me, to take me even deeper. That's it, sweets. Take me deep and hard. Good girl. She came again right after that. Good to know she had a praise kink. She liked being called a good girl. That was 2. She let out a sob of satisfaction. I didn't stop my vigorous pounding. How many are we going for here? She panted. Thank God for the daily cardio, because I was pretty sure I could go on forever like this. Damn sure I wanted this to never stop. What was our previous record? I'd made her come at least 5 times that night in Qatar. Her laugh was throaty and raw. Oh my God, you were crazy. Does everything have to be a competition? I continued pounding into her. Well, I hold myself to a high standard. I am a SEAL, after all. You're cocky as hell. And you love this cock, as far as I can tell. Too true, she gasped. Please. I slowed a little in case she meant please not so hard, but she immediately said, No, please, I need it, Kennedy. Damn, now I was going to lose control. Just hearing those words from her sent me over the edge. I gripped her with bruising strength that slammed in and out. I've got what you need, Quincy girl. You don't have to beg. I'll give it to you any time you want. Oh, God! She tucked her toes under, which made her pelvis arch even more. When she turned her face to look over her shoulder at me, I nearly lost it. She looked so beautiful, so abandoned to lust. I needed to slake that lust like I needed my heart to keep beating, my breath to keep cycling. I want it now. I forgot to be quiet. Didn't give a shit that Taft might be in the building. Forgot that Quincy probably wouldn't want the team to know we were hitting it. Except I didn't care. If they knew I was satisfying my girl, then I didn't give a shit. Yeah, she was my girl. The only one for me. A roar of satisfaction ripped from my throat and my thrusts turned wild. Another 6 seconds and I was coming like a bullet train, emptying my balls, filling her with my release. She didn't need any coaxing to join me. Her muscles squeezed and pulsed, milking my cock of all its seed. Before she finished, I reached around to rub her clit and got another huge spasm out of her, along with a cry of satisfaction. Good girl, I praised, remembering. She squeezed again, her channel tight around my cock. Oh my God. Her body went slack. Kennedy! I kept our hips glued together and dropped to my side to spoon her. That was only 3, I murmured against her ear. I've got my assignment, and I'll complete my mission. Don't you worry. Her laugh made me feel like a warrior.
Chapter 11. Quincy. 6 orgasms. Kennedy was freaking out of his mind. Well, actually, he'd sent me out of mine. The man had the stamina of a bull. If the military had a breeding program, he would have been the Navy SEAL of breeders. Huh, that was an amusing thought. I should have written that fantasy up and posted it on an erotic story website where the female sailors sought masturbatory fodder when on tour. My old teammates would have loved me for it. Now, as I lay in Kennedy's arms, limp as a rag doll, wrung out by pleasure, my brain slowly came back online. You really haven't had sex with anyone else since Qatar? I demanded, breathing in the sweaty scent of sex. Nope. He said it so easily and immediately I had to believe him. Why would he lie? He was a notorious womanizer. You'd think it would hurt his male ego to admit he'd been celibate for the nearly 2 years since we'd parted. I mean, I just couldn't wrap my brain around it. You weren't waiting for me. It's not like we had any kind of agreement after that night. You weren't actively chasing me or anything since we both had our work. The SEAL sent you one way, I went another. Well, I may be a player, but I do consider myself a gentleman. I always respect a woman when she tells me no. He slid his hand up from my waist to cut my breast and lightly strum my nipple with his thumb. Besides, it's not like I had much of a chance.
I didn't see you again until Ford hired you, and then you were sort of off limits."
He kissed my shoulder.
"You technically still are. Ford told me if I fucked things up with you, he'd fire my ass."
"What?" I rolled over in his arms and nestled up against his side. He had golden hair on his chest that made him seem leonine. He was definitely all king of the jungle. Wild, feral, yet ruthlessly controlled. Anyone who fell for his casual nature had never seen him on a mission.
"Yep. I guess you're more useful than I am when it comes to the team."
"No chance of that. But what do you mean, fuck things up with me? Does that mean he was encouraging you to pursue me? Ford wanted us to be together? It couldn't be good for team dynamics."
"No." Kennedy gave a dry laugh. "The opposite. He wants me to keep my dick in my pants."
He went silent, and I thought I sensed a change in him, a stiffness. "What?" I pried.
Kennedy just shook his head. "Nobody believes I could be serious about a woman, yourself included. Maybe especially you."
"Well, you literally told me in Qatar you would never settle down."
He turned his head to look at me, wincing. "I did? Fuck. No wonder you ran."
I shook my head, my hair most likely a wild snarl on the pillow. "I didn't run, I was shipped out, and then so were you. But yeah, I thought you made things pretty clear."
"That wasn't—"
He turned his face back to the ceiling and stared for a minute.
"I guess I meant it at the time. I just gotten to know you a little. The experience hadn't soaked in yet. And after, when we were sent to our next mission in Africa, the distance had me realizing what we had was more. Special. I wanted more from you."
I didn't like the way my heart seemed to be beating outside my chest. I shouldn't care so much about the direction of this conversation. I didn't plan on pursuing a relationship with Kennedy. Hell, I hadn't planned on climbing into his bed again. I wasn't much for following my own orders when it came to this devilish man, though, was I? I thought he was a womanizer, and I'd had sex with him twice. 3 times if I counted Qatar. It seemed he was impossible to resist, even with what I thought of him, which had been wrong. "You soaked into me too," I admitted, apparently losing my sanity again. Kennedy rolled to face me, leaning up on his elbow.
"Here's the thing. I became a sworn bachelor at 13 as soon as I figured out the path my parents had laid out for me."
I went still, listening. I actually knew nothing about his past, his home life, where he came from. Hell, I didn't even know his real name. I didn't realize how hungry I was for it, though.
"Do you know who my father is?" he asked.
I shook my head. Should I?
"They didn't just pick the call name Kennedy for me because the ladies like me. Have you heard of Senator Joe Burghart?"
My eyes widened. Sounds familiar. Which state?
"Maryland."
"Is he your dad?"
"Yep. And I was supposed to follow in his footsteps, my grandfather before him. I was groomed with fancy prep schools and country club golf tournament trophies. Those things I actually did. They expected me to continue the legacy with a law degree from Yale, followed by a marriage to a rich socialite to help bankroll my campaigns. A trophy wife who smiled beside me and made perfect photo-op babies, and then handed them off to a nanny. They'd help me get elected as a state representative and work my way up, using the family name to propel my future."
My stomach turned. I was sure that dream would be amazing for some kids, but Kennedy was a salt-of-the-earth kind of a man. Sure, he was brilliant and charming, but he was also a warrior, dangerous to the enemy. He was physical and grounded and real. Not polished and fake like a politician where the only adventure was making deals on the back nine. He took down ruthless drug lords and terrorists, other things that were classified that I couldn't even imagine. I scraped my nails through the hair on his chest, making goosebumps stand up along his arms. "I'm guessing you joined the Navy to run away from that future?"
"Exactly. I played along until I was 18, but I wanted to be the anti-kid, the black sheep. Whatever I needed to do to get as far away from the veneer as possible. It totally backfired, though."
"Oh?"
"Instead of my career choice pissing them off, they made it work for them. They used my service as a SEAL to show their patriotism. The senator's son putting his life on the line in duty to his country. The Burghardt family committing themselves to the people of the U.S. in different ways.
He laughed, but he didn't look like he found it at all funny. I didn't either. So they inwardly hate you but love you for the good PR spin. I recapped. He sighed.
Until recently, yeah. This mercenary work with Alpha Mountain sure as hell doesn't sit right with them, though. I'm 30 years old and they still need me to keep my image perfect. They don't like me associating with a disgraced officer. They're afraid it will come out and tarnish my record, too.
Another good reason to clear Ford's name, I murmured.
He shook his head. No, fuck them. I know the real Ford, the kind of man he really is. I don't give a shit if he's labeled dishonorable or not. I'll still have his back. But I want to clear Ford's name for Ford. I could care less about my parents' concerns.
I take it you're not close? His pale eyes met mine.
They were awful parents. Judgmental pricks who I could never please. They never forgave me for joining the Navy instead of going to Georgetown, where I'd been accepted. And I flushed the chance of a Yale law legacy down the toilet.
I glanced up at him. I'm sorry. My parents never wanted me in the Navy either. Kennedy brushed the hair back from my face.
Really? Isn't your dad an admiral? I thought all his kids went into the Navy.
Yeah, we did, but I'm a girl. I wrinkled my nose. His hand cut my bare ass.
I'm well aware of that.
I rolled my eyes.
Ah, I see. Were you supposed to stay home, be a school teacher, and have babies or something?
Kennedy flashed his dimpled grin, the one that dissolved me into a puddle of hormones. I don't know. I honestly can't tell what my dad wanted for me. Be that housewife because, as a woman, I could be content with my husband's life being mine, or be a Navy pilot and say it was because I was trying to keep up with my brothers, and then telling me I wasn't a real woman since I never had a family. I sighed because I'd never verbalized how my father messed with my head. It seems like whatever I do is wrong. Going into the Navy, leaving the Navy, being associated with Ford. I guess our parents have that bias in common.
The Navy is a good place for people with daddy issues.
Kennedy said with a smirk. I snorted. What are you talking about? He shrugged.
Expectations are clearly laid out. It's easy to succeed there.
So, back to your daddy issues, I said, not willing to examine my own too closely. You vowed not to get a trophy wife to spite your parents? He shrugged.
Trophy wife? Never. Married in general? Essentially.
He swallowed.
I'm never going to do the wedding ring and picket fence. What's expected and perfect. I definitely don't want pedigree children. I would never curse a child by bringing them into this world with grandparents who expect them to carry on the Burghardt legacy. That's a hefty burden.
I checked in with my emotions, but no part of me felt daunted by what Kennedy was saying. He wasn't saying no to a relationship, only to one that was shaped the way his parents wanted him to do it. He lived his life on his own terms, and I respected that. I did that for myself as well. Yeah, I never wanted to pick a fence either. My mom gave up a dream career as a biologist when she got pregnant with my oldest brother. It always seemed sad to me. I promised myself I would never give up a career to have a family. Kennedy shifted, rolling me beneath him. He brushed my hair back once more, and I got lost in his gaze. In him, in the feel of his weight, the comfort and safety I felt in his hold. Kennedy leaned forward and kissed the soft flesh above my nipple, then worked his way up to my neck.
So we're in agreement. No picket fence. No 2.5 kids.
He kissed across my jaw until his lips brushed over mine. He hovered just above them.
Just us doing this. Together.
My heart stopped beating, then restarted at a gallop. Together. Like together.
Exclusive.
The muscle in his jaw flexed.
No more dates with Lee Landers, or I will plant a car bomb in his vehicle.
Pleasure bloomed in my chest. Kennedy was claiming me. I never thought the guy would claim any woman in his lifetime, least of all me. I laughed. I might pop a tire on that redhead's vehicle if you keep winking at her.
I'll control the winking.
Kennedy promised. I rolled my hips when he kissed me, then looped an arm behind his neck to deepen it, claiming him right back.
Chapter 12. Kennedy.
Bingo!
Quincy burst through the door to Ford's grandma's house, aka Alpha Mountain HQ, and marched into the office where Ford, Taft, Hayes, and I sat going over the latest intel for an upcoming job. Anytime she walked through those doors, she snagged all of my attention, but even more so now because she appeared to be bursting with news. "What's up, Flyer?" I asked, leaning back in my office chair, trying not to smile too big. I didn't need to signal to everyone that she and I had spent the entire night exploring each other's bodies, thoroughly. That I nearly made her cry with so many orgasms. That I'd slept with her tucked up against my side. I had a feeling they all knew we were together, minus the intimate details. "I just got off the phone with my dad. It's usually a painful experience, and I won't bore you with the reasons why." I knew some of them, but she was humming with energy as if she had a gallon of high-octane coffee. "He doesn't like me working with Ford because of the whole dishonorable discharge thing. Sorry, but yeah. A while ago, I threw out a few scraps about the truth. What really happened because while he's an expert in passive aggressiveness, he follows facts. Since I work with you, Ford, he knew my intel was solid. I knew he'd follow up, and he did." I blinked, trying to follow, but Ford sat at attention. "Admiral Mason." "Keep it up, Master Chief." "Yes, Admiral Mason, my dad." "So what did he find out?" I asked after pulling the lollipop from my mouth, rubbing my fingers together to get ready to type the info into my keyboard. She cocked a hip. "Well, he wouldn't say over the phone. He asked me to fly out there so we could talk in person, but that must mean it's important." "Is he still at 32nd Street?" Ford asked, using the insider name for Navy SEAL Base San Diego. She nodded, which sent her dark ponytail swinging. "Yes. I booked a flight out of Missoula this afternoon." "Taft, you go with her." Ford swiveled in his chair to face him. "I want 2 pairs of ears there. Book a hotel room because you won't go there and back in a day." "What?" I rocketed out of my office chair, sending it rolling behind. "No fucking way, I'm going with Quincy." Not a chance in hell Taft was sharing a hotel room with my woman. Ford grinned at me, and I realized I'd totally tipped my hand. I tried to cool my jets. "I mean, no way I'm missing out on fish tacos from the shack." Hayes snorted and rolled his eyes. Taft frowned like he was offended to be taken off the job. When I gave him a hard glare, though, he caught on. "Right. Kennedy should go. He probably knows the Admiral, and I don't." I didn't, but I wouldn't mind having a little chat with a man for treating his daughter like anything less than a princess. Quincy looked everywhere but at me. A slight flush ran up her neck, making me want to nibble my way along it again. "Is that okay with you, Quince?" Ford asked. She lifted her gaze to his. "Oh, yeah, definitely." We weren't fooling anybody. I wasn't sure why we even tried. "Okay. Kennedy, get on that flight with Quincy," Ford said. "What time are wheels up?" 15:35, Quincy said. I glanced at my watch. Just over 3 hours. "I'll pack my bag," I said, moving swiftly toward the door and giving Quincy a wink only she could see when I passed. Quincy heading to California alone? Not happening. Meeting with her pain-in-the-ass father solo? Again, not happening. I had her back, and I was going to prove it. No way was I letting that woman out of my sight. Not when I was still drunk on the taste of her. "Quincy, I hate not being in the cockpit," I told Kennedy as we tilted our seat backs and got comfortable. The plane was small, so there were only 2 seats on each side of the aisle. The good thing was I didn't have to share a row with anyone else. "I'll bet." He flashed me with those panty-melting dimples. "At least I don't have to jump out of this one. I get to stay on for both takeoff and landing." That made her smile. "Commercial air travel for the win, especially since we can order a drink. I definitely need 1 or 2 any time it comes to dealing with my dad." Kennedy turned his laser focus on me, his brows dropping. Because the seats were so close together, his face was right there. As in, if I leaned forward 2 inches, we'd be kissing. Is he a hard ass at home, too?
Home? I haven't really been home much in the past few years. None of us kids have. I meet up with my mom for a girls' weekend at different spas around the country instead of heading to San Diego. But back in the day? No, he wasn't a hard ass. Not like that. He was a decent, loving dad. It's just the whole being a girl and the baby of the family in a household of boys. I'm always trying to prove I'm worthy and never measuring up.
Then he's a dick.
Kennedy said it like it was fact, like he'd just measured my father and found him lacking. He reached for my hand and laced his fingers through mine, setting them on his jean-clad thigh. I stared down at our tangled hands, somewhat shocked by the simple yet dramatic gesture. I was holding hands with Kennedy, almost as if I was his girlfriend. Kennedy, the notorious womanizer. The flight attendant came by and we ordered gin and tonics. When they arrived, I took a deep sip of mine, expecting to enjoy the bite of the liquor and the tang of lime, but for whatever reason, it didn't taste good to me. I set it back down.
Here's the thing.
Kennedy swirled his plastic cup to mix it better. A mother with an antsy toddler passed us to go to the bathroom.
You're a grown-up now. You're also no longer in the Navy, so you don't have to answer to him for anything. We don't have to answer to him for anything. There aren't rules or protocols to follow. We're not under his command, and while he might be your dad, you run your own life now.
We. I wasn't sure if Kennedy used that pronoun because he was reminding himself he no longer answered to higher ranks like Admiral Mason, or if he meant the two of us were a combined unit. Either way, I loved the way it hit my chest, like a spreading warmth that filled me, and lightened some of the bricks that had settled there thinking about the visit. I wanted to get the intel my dad had about Ford, but being forced to go to California to get it? I would feel like shit if he pulled the request just to get me to tell me what to do. If anyone even had a scrap of information on who was fucking with Ford, any one of us on the team would jump. Easier said than done, though. My mouth twisted in a wry smile. My dad is like a bulldozer who flattens everyone around him with his own ideas about how things should be. Kennedy appeared amused.
And you're incapable of being flattened. Look at you, Flyer.
His gaze raked over me in my simple blue scoop neck tee and jeans. I had my hair in a braid and only swiped on mascara and lip gloss before we headed to the airport. But he eyed me in a way I hadn't seen from a man before. Appreciation. Respect. Heat.
Have you acknowledged how much you achieved? You're a top-notch pilot who doesn't take shit from anyone. You're beautiful, badass, and nobody's bitch, especially not some crusty old admirals.
I couldn't stop myself from smiling back at Kennedy, basking in the warmth of his gaze, but I knew the pep talk wouldn't last. My dad had a way of making me shrink into that 12-year-old girl who got left behind when the older boys went on hunting, snowmobiling, or skydiving trips with him. And even though Kennedy talked a big game, I knew he was hardwired to respond to an admiral's authority too. $10 says you salute him when he barks your name. Kennedy met my challenging gaze and a slow smile spread across his face.
You're on. I will not salute the crusty old bastard once. That C note is mine.
I laughed.
So what's the plan?
Kennedy asked.
Are we going to your house, his house, someone's house?
I nodded. Yes, my mom wanted to make us dinner, but I told her not to wait. Even though we go back an hour with changing time zones, it will be late. Besides, I figured we'd rather get tacos from the shack. His eyes lit up and he practically licked his lips.
Yes, please. Don't tempt me with a good time. My mouth is already watering for them.
I was quiet for a moment, considering something important. I don't know what you want to do about sleeping. My mom will want me to stay there.
Is that what you want?
Kennedy's blue gaze held no judgment. I gave his fingers a little squeeze. No, not really.
Thank fuck.
He sighed and raised our joined hands to his mouth to kiss my knuckles.
I have no intention of sleeping down the hall from you ever again, especially in your parents' house.
He leaned in to whisper in my ear. While the noise of the engines muted most conversations, what came next was from my ears only.
The idea of defiling you in your childhood bedroom makes my dick hard, but while I might not like your father, I respect him and your mom. I'll fuck their daughter in the privacy of a hotel room. I can't help but laugh and squirm a little at his words. I made a hotel reservation, sweets, to get you beneath me, but more importantly, if being around your parents makes you feel disempowered, I say the least amount of time we spend at their house, the better. Another band of tightness around my ribs loosened. I shouldn't have needed permission from someone else to set boundaries, but my parents were difficult terrain. It was easy to fall back on who I used to be when I was with them, instead of who I was now. Kennedy's permission to make my own choices and be my own woman made it all seem easier. Possible. Are you going to tell my dad we're sharing a room? I teased. I assume you got only one. Because my dad's form of intimidation went into hyperdrive when it came to men who were interested in me. One room, one bed, he said, then his smile faltered. Do you want me to tell him? I laughed. Up to you. But if you do, don't be surprised if we find a team of Navy SEALs sneaking into our hotel room to take you out in the middle of the night. No SEAL is coming into a room you're sleeping in without permission. Kennedy vowed. Not if they want to live. I patted his bulging biceps. I appreciate that, tough guy, but I can't. He held up his hands. I know. You can look out for yourself. I would never believe otherwise. But I'll be here if you need me. And remember, whatever happens afterward, I'll fuck you hard enough to forget your own name, let alone that you met with your parents. I swallowed hard because that definitely was going to be on my mind. Chapter 13. Kennedy. San Diego. I always loved San Diego, as we'd called it when I was stationed there. I'd done my basic underwater demolition SEAL training at Naval Amphibious Base Coronado, where the weather was perfect year-round. The water, which some days we'd be in more than on land, was fucking cold. When not training, there'd been no shortage of good tacos and beautiful women for us there. Not that I cared about that now. Well, I'd take a few tacos, and I had my beautiful woman. My sole job of this trip was to protect Quincy, because she was the one to get that intel that might give us a lead to help Ford. Not that I believed anything would happen to her. We were in California, not Kandahar. No, I was actually worried about protecting her emotions. I might as well have cut off my balls and handed them to her. I'd never given any thought to a woman's emotional state beyond ensuring she was into what I was offering and understood it was just playtime. Now, we'd have playtime, but she'd come first and often. That would happen after we took care of shit with her dad, and I made sure her head was on straight. Because while I was out of the SEALs, I could call in a wet team to make even an admiral disappear. Yeah, I was that into Quincy. After tacos at the shack, which were as amazing as I remembered, we took a ride shared to her parents' house, which was an immaculately kept place on the golf course. This is where you grew up, huh? I looked around, trying to imagine a younger Quincy living here, chasing after her older brothers, wanting to be included. Yep. She sounded stiff and her lips pressed together in a thin line as she surveyed the house. Her energy had already shifted, like she was on lockdown emotionally. I recognized it because I did it myself when I saw my own parents. A rare occurrence, but it happened more than I wanted. Treat it like a mission, I said softly as we walked to the door. In and out, and no one gets hurt. She gave a humorless laugh as the door flew open, and a woman in her 60s rushed out and threw her arms around Quincy. Melissa, I'm so happy to see you. When Dad said you were coming, I couldn't believe it. How long can you stay? Admiral Mason stood in the doorway with his arms crossed over his massive chest. He wasn't in uniform, but his khaki pants had creases as sharp as dress whites. Her mom broke the embrace and urged Quincy toward the door as she extended a hand to me with a warm, friendly smile. Hi, I'm Janet. I didn't know Melissa was bringing a friend. I saw where Quincy got her warmth and openness from because it wasn't from her dad. But she got his dark hair and eyes. There was no question she was his daughter. Teammate, Quincy corrected, and I winced. But then as I shook Janet's hand, Quincy added, Well, yes, he's a friend too. She moved on to give her dad a stilted hug. His arm went around her back and patted as if she might be wearing an IED. The Admiral was staring at me as he did so. His gaze narrowed on me, assessing. Chief Warrant Officer Chase Burghardt, Navy SEAL, son of Maryland Senator Joe Burghardt, did not re-enlist after his commanding officer Ford Ledger was dishonorably discharged. He had done his research. Either he'd assessed TSA records and had my name that way, or he had intel on all the guys at Alpha Mountain Security. I assumed the latter. Yes, sir. I offered my hand to him to shake, and he took a moment before slowly deigning to grasp it. When he did, I suspected he was trying to crack my bones with his grip. I just gave him my most easygoing smile in return. Compared to warlords or drug kingpins, an aging admiral was a walk in the park. The only landmines around here were anything I might say that would put shit on a Quincy. You should have cleared bringing members of your team with me first, he scolded Quincy. We work as a team, and my boss sent him, Quincy said dryly, both reminding him that she no longer was in the military, and she answered first to someone else now. Well, the Admiral said, sounding put out. Your mom will want to have some time with you first. What can I get you both to drink? Janet asked, bustling us through the tidy, upper-middle-class house and into the kitchen. Are you both staying the night? She glanced at the bags we'd pulled from the car. We'd both packed light. Quincy had a backpack, and I had a small carry-on with my computer and a change of clothes. If the Admiral's intel had any merit, I wanted to dig into it right away. We leave at 0600 tomorrow, Quincy answered. And no, we'll be staying in a hotel. Both her parents seemed startled by that information. I watched the reassessment happening behind their eyes as they looked from Quincy to me. I desperately wanted to claim Quincy in front of them, to put my hand on her back and show her she had my full support. But I also didn't want to overstep. This was her familial home, and it was up to her how she wanted to play this. I dealt with higher-ups before, but not when one was my woman's father. We might be in a relationship and considered ourselves exclusive. That had been to deal with the Lelanders and red-headed waitresses, not parents. Well, business first, then, the Admiral said. He tipped his head toward the hallway, and we followed him into a stately masculine office. The desk was neat, nothing out of place. I had to guess if he made his own bed, the corners would be precise, and he'd bounce a quarter off it each morning. When I compared the house and this office to our current temporary headquarters, essentially Mrs. L's sewing room that we'd taken over, the differences were laughable. Still, Ford was no less of an imposing presence or dignified leader than the Admiral. Hell, he had the skills, the connections, lacked the rules and regs, and made a shit-ton more money. So did I, Quincy too. Have a seat, he instructed, taking his place behind the great oak desk. Quincy and I sat in the chairs in front of it. What did you find out? Quincy asked, getting right to the point. The Admiral caged his hands together and gave us both another stare down. Well, nothing definitive. But whatever David Buchanan got himself into, it's big. And it goes all the way up the chain of command. It was still hard to hear about what happened to Buck. I hadn't grown up with him like Ford had, but he'd been my teammate for years, a friend. Losing him, or anyone as close as we'd been, was hell. We suspected that much, I said, earning a sharp glare from the Admiral, like I wasn't permitted to speak or be a part of this conversation any more than being the teammate. How do you know? Quincy asked. I looked into Ford Ledger's dismissal, pulled his file, asked to see the evidence of his failed drug test. He frowned. There wasn't any. I told you that... The Admiral held up a hand to cut Quincy off, and I narrowed my eyes. Total dick move. A few days later, I get a call. He paused, I presumed, for dramatic effect. Yeah, he was leading this show. And? Quincy prodded. He looked to her. It came from Admiral Williams. Ice cold washed over my arms at the name. Williams had given the orders for a number of our missions in Afghanistan. He'd been our commanding admiral. Lincoln, our buddy on the inside of the SEAL teams here in San Diego, and was a mere captain in comparison, answered to him then, still did. I ground my molars waiting for the rest of the story because this was bad fucking news. Williams asked what my interest in Ford's case was. I explained that my daughter was working for him now, so I wanted to make sure the guy was safe. And? Quincy prompted him again. The Admiral set his forearms on the desk and folded his hands together. And he painted a picture of an officer who had long-term ongoing drug problems, one who would lie and cheat and break rules. Williams said they thought Ford Ledger was involved with the drug trafficking incident with Buck, but now it appears he was working with this guy, Tully, who he conveniently pushed off a cliff in Montana. A murderous rage simmered in my blood as I realized the implications of the Admiral's words. Admiral Williams and Lincoln had been supporters of Ford even after his discharge, or so we'd thought. So if Williams fed Quincy's dad this story, that meant he was at the top of the corrupt chain. It didn't go any higher up than him, but did it trickle down to Lincoln? Interesting that a man who thought so little of him would have thrown his security company so many jobs after he left, don't you think? I asked tightly. Lincoln, presumably under the agreement of Williams, had consistently sent work our way since Ford formed Alpha Mountain Security. Was he doing it to hide his involvement, or to absolve his guilt? I didn't know Williams, hadn't even met the man. Lincoln, though, was the leader we looked up to, reported to. He was on our side, our rep when it came to dealing with shit like this. But was he? Holy fuck. Had we been looking so far away that we never even noticed the corruption right in front of us? The Admiral arched a brow at me. I found it suspicious, to say the least. He dropped his hands onto the desk with a heavy thud. I don't like it, Melissa. Now that I rattled this cage, it can't be unrattled. Ford and the rest of you. He looked between the two of us. Just became untidy loose ends. Whatever goodwill that kept your boss from getting killed along with Buck probably just expired. He directed his gaze at Melissa. I want you out of that outfit right now. No. She bit out the word before I even had a chance to take a breath. I stand with my team. We intend to clear Ford's name. That's been our main mission all along. We knew sometime, somewhere, things would get stirred up. Sounds like you did it. We'll take it from here, even if it means bringing down your buddy. His buddy, an admiral, who might be the head of this whole fucking mess? How would we not seen any involvement from him before? Oh yeah, because his details and actions were highly classified. Or he had some underling working for him who ensured he stayed squeaky clean. Probably both. But was it Lincoln? The idea of such a backstabbing made my gut churn. My buddy! He sputtered. Melissa, that's not what this is about. This is about your goddamn safety. Your life is in danger right now. All I did was toss out a scrap about Ford Ledger to make sure I knew you were safe, and now you're not. Even though I knew the Admiral was right, and even though Quincy's safety was of the utmost importance to me too, I couldn't take his side. Sure, I wanted to tie her to my bed back at the compound, so she couldn't go on any missions and get even the slightest hangnail. But I couldn't do that. I'd be just like her dad, and I wasn't that. Not when I knew how much being sidelined meant to Quincy. And my safety will be ensured by us taking down the entire corrupt network. Quincy sat back, slapping her palms on her thighs. Did you have any other intel for us? The Admiral pushed back his chair and stood. The action was intentional and probably ingrained from decades in the service. I mean it, Melissa. I want you out. Thank you for your help. She stood and I followed suit, not letting him have the least bit of advantage. I forbid you to— You're not in charge of me, Admiral. Quincy snapped, crossing her arms over her chest. If you want me safe, keep rattling cages on your end until we have the proof we need to put an end to this. A good man was murdered and framed. Another good man had his career destroyed over this. Good soldiers. We owe it to them to make it right. And we owe it to the fuckers who were doing this to put them down. I'm part of a team that's going to do this. I'm good at what I do, Dad. I'll get these SEALs in and out safely. They do the hard work. I won't have it. The Admiral bellowed as we walked out. Quincy paused in the doorway. End of discussion, she said firmly. If you keep it up, I will leave without visiting Mom. That was my girl. That shut him up. His mouth snapped closed and he sank back into his chair, his face red. I shut the door behind us with a firm click. The info had been solid and secretive enough for the Admiral wanting us to come all the way here to talk about it. but that was all he was going to get out of his daughter.
Quincy. Kennedy put his hand on my back as we walked down the hall to the kitchen. I was sure he could feel the shakes that rippled through me. I was so angry and frustrated with my dad, it was almost impossible not to lose my shit. But that was what my dad had wanted me to do. To burst into hysterics. To act like a girl. I'd had years of practice keeping all my emotions tamped down. Turned out he was the one who'd gotten riled because I wouldn't bend to his commands any longer.
Not flattened at all,
he murmured behind me. I stopped in the darkened hallway and turned to face him, letting him gather me loosely in his arms. I took a deep breath, let it out, breathed in his familiar scent. Thanks to you, I said softly, setting my forehead on his chest. Kennedy shook his head.
No, it was all you, sweets.
His big hand stroked over my hair. Williams was your commanding admiral, right? While I flew SEAL teams in and out of missions, I wasn't based with them or had the same commanding officers. In fact, the chances that Kennedy and the guys ended up in my chopper was random. It could have been any number of pilots who flew them. There had been, actually. So I never came across Williams before. There weren't too many admirals, so I'd heard his name, but that was it.
Yeah, I can't believe it. It's Lincoln, though, that I have to deal with first.
He pulled out his phone.
I'm going to text Ford right now to give him the heads up. Your dad is right. We could all be in danger.
I swallowed. I wasn't afraid for myself, but the thought of my team being taken out was my worst nightmare. Indy had unintentionally drawn that guy Tully to her by a simple internet search. Having my father toss out a few sentences about a former SEAL and getting a bite from the biggest fish in the sea? We need to get ahead of this thing. I stayed quiet as he typed. It was impressive with his big hands on the small screen. Only when he tucked the cell away did he respond.
Yeah, he said they'll get started on things tonight. There's nothing we can do from here except visit with your mom.
This man. I dropped my forehead again against Kennedy's sturdy chest. How had I believed him incapable of meaningful relations? He was literally showing up as the ideal boyfriend right now. He'd been with me when talking to my dad. He knew how important it was for me to visit with my mom, even for a little bit. She might have married my dad, and I wasn't always sure why, but she was her own person, and I loved her. Thank you, I said into his shirt. He cut my nape and dropped a kiss on the top of my head.
Your mom just saw us,
he said in a low voice. Oops, let's go. I grabbed his hand and led him to the kitchen, where my mom had prepared an entire charcuterie spread. Can you stay and visit a little while? My mom asked hopefully, uncorking a bottle of red wine. I gave her another hug. Totally. Thanks, Mom, this looks delicious.
I'm just going to step outside to make a phone call, if that's okay,
Kennedy said.
But I'll be right back.
Mom nodded and pointed in the direction of the glass French doors that led out onto the back terrace. If it was daylight, Kennedy would be able to look down the fourth hole of the golf course. You calling Ford? I asked.
Yes, he already texted back asking for details. I won't be long.
As soon as Kennedy was gone, my mom asked, How long have you two been seeing each other? My face heated, and I grabbed an olive from a small dish. It's new, I guess. I knew him from before, but... I waved my hand. I don't really know. I thought you didn't like olives, she commented, eyeing me. The salty, tangy flavor sat on my tongue. I'd never been a fan of them, but this one was good. I had no answer, so I shrugged. Well, he seems wonderful. Mom poured wine into 4 glasses. Dad hadn't appeared, but she clearly had hoped that he would join us. Yeah, I had underestimated him, but it seems like he's worth the risk. What are you risking? She lifted her own wineglass to her lips. Just getting involved, I guess. I shrugged. Please get involved, my mom said. I need some grandchildren. None of your brothers seem like they're going to help me out in that way. Nope, not happening here either, I said quickly. Don't pin those aspirations all on me just because I have a uterus. I tried a sip of wine, but the smell of it made my stomach turn. My mom let out a sigh. I get it. Your career is important. I just hope now that you're out of the Navy. Sorry, Mom. You'll have to lean on my brothers for that. My career didn't stop with the Navy. Well, as long as you're happy, sweetheart, that's all I care about. So get involved for other reasons. Mom! I laughed. What? There's nothing wrong with having a career and a relationship. They aren't mutually exclusive. You thought so, I said, then bit my tongue. She shook her head and took a sip of her wine. Being a wife didn't mean I couldn't have anything else. I picked what I wanted and have never been sorry about my decision. I popped another olive in my mouth, so I didn't tell my mom that I didn't want to have to pick. I wanted it all.
Chapter 14. Kennedy. I'd lied when I told Quincy there was nothing we could do from here in San Diego to work her dad's intel. There was something I could do, something I had to do. But I didn't want to include her, not because she was a woman, but because she wasn't a SEAL, hadn't had Lincoln as a CO, didn't look up to the man, respect him. I did. Had. While Quincy visited with her mom, I got on the horn with Ford. "You're fucking shitting me," he'd said after I gave him the rundown. I ran a hand through my hair, breathing in the salty air coming off the Pacific. I missed the tang, the thick marine layer that coated everything once darkness descended. The air in Montana was sharp and clear. There was no traffic, no crowds. It was quiet and peaceful as a place. But all of us on the team were far from peaceful with the drug kingpin out there, and Ford's dismissal still unresolved. Maybe that was why we'd all enjoyed the emergency response drill the previous week. It was a glimpse of peaceful, of community and belonging that we all wanted, but couldn't have until this one mission was complete. "I believe him," I replied. "He's an asshole, but he loves his daughter and wants to see her safe. No way would he keep this shit from us, or give us a line if she might be in danger." "Indy's poked the hornet's nest, and look what happened," he growled. He still hadn't gotten over learning she'd been up in the wilderness with that asshole. She'd been kidnapped and had saved herself until Ford had gotten there to finish him. No way would he want her to take on that burden, someone else's death, no matter how much it was warranted. Which means if an admiral is snooping around, Williams and Lincoln should feel threatened. I could hear a sigh across the miles. "You really think Lincoln is a part of this?" I shook my head even though we couldn't see. The idea was something none of us had ever considered. Not once. "I don't want him to be, but it makes sense, steering us the way he wanted to keep us from the truth. Puppets. I'll learn the truth. Tonight." My voice was deep and final. My task for this job wasn't to accompany Quincy this time. It was facing Lincoln. "Let me know what you find out." He was sanctioning my visit to our old CO, although I didn't need it. I was going no matter what. That was how I ended up sitting in an armchair in Lincoln's bedroom a few hours later, watching the man sleep. It was 2 a.m. and the house was dark and quiet. He was a bachelor and lived off base. No one was around to bother our little chit-chat. I couldn't stare at the guy all night. I was here for a reason, so I stirred just enough to wake him. He was a SEAL even if he rode a desk these days. Still, he was trained to hear every sound, every possible danger, awake or asleep. He sat up in bed and reached toward his end table. "Looking for this." I held up his service pistol. He pushed the covers back and turned to sit on the side of the bed. His bare feet rested on the area rug. "Stay where you are," I commanded. He stopped moving. "I knew one of you would show up. I expected Ford. I was in the area." He didn't comment on the fact that I'd broken into his house and settled into his bedroom without him knowing. If I'd woken him by accident, I'd know my skills were shit. Breaking and entering were child's play for a SEAL. The room was dark. Only the light from the hallway and a street lamp outside lit up his features. "Mason?" he asked, referring to Quincy's father. I nodded. "Heard some pretty damning things about Admiral Williams. And you think I'm involved? If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck and all of that," I replied. "I think Williams has been the head of the drug smuggling operation out of Afghanistan." He was succinct and to the point. Didn't reply with 5 sentences when one could do. Typical Lincoln. "Why didn't you tell us? Because you're involved?" "Because I didn't have proof," he countered. Ford needed a team to take whatever it was down, and I've been feeding him jobs that enabled him to build one. Jobs that Williams knew about and approved. Fuck. If Ford deals with this alone, he'll be pinned as rogue. It'll only make him more guilty of shit he never did. That made sense. I stayed quiet, let him talk. I knew interrogation techniques, but so did he. I could torture him for the intel, and he knew it. He's got you, Taft, Hayes, even Quincy. I expect Van and Harding will defect to your company when their tours are up. Van and Harding were two other members of our old SEAL team. They were still on it in Akanas, or outside the contiguous United States. They were deployed on a mission. Ford had talked to them about joining us eventually with another teammate, Carter, too. If we had those guys at Alpha Mountain, we'd be the best mercs in the business. I stood, raised his gun, and aimed right for his forehead. He didn't move, didn't even blink as he sat on the side of his bed in his boxers. Ford hates that he got kicked out. It's like sticking a hot poker in a wound and never pulling it out. It goes against everything he is, everything he lives by. I know. I'm not done. He can live with that. You made sure all of us could handle any hell on earth through Buds and all the other training we did. But his woman was kidnapped and almost killed. He made sure that the threat was eliminated, but she's not completely safe. That is what drives him now. And you? This middle-of-the-night visit? I left a warm and well-satisfied woman in bed to come and chat with you. Let's just say she looks a hell of a lot better in underwear than you. Quincy was across town in our hotel room, actually without underwear. She was naked and sleeping off the 3 orgasms I gave her. Her scent clung to me, and I wanted to get back in bed with her before she realized I'd left. I wanted to wake her up with my head between her parted thighs. The corner of his mouth tipped up. No doubt. Good to hear you found someone. Chatting about my love life isn't why I'm here. I reminded. You having this visit or Ford or for the warm and well-satisfied Quincy? Fuck. Even he knew we were together. How I had no fucking idea. Qatar, he said, answering my unspoken question. I know everything about my men. Quincy's not one of yours. Never been on your team and doesn't have anything to do with this. She's mine. My woman, and I won't have anyone fucking with her. You're here to protect her from what? No way Williams would go after another admiral's daughter. It'd be suicide. Valid point. Williams has got a hard-on for Ford. Why do you think he's been feeding jobs to him? I did it because I thought... Fuck, I sound like an idiot, but I thought it was to help him out. For setting him up with a solid career outside the Navy. But Williams has pushed them down to me to know exactly what Ford's up to. Right. It's not out of the generosity of his giving heart, that's for fucking sure. The best way to keep tabs on your enemy is to keep him close. And you helped by making it seem like you were tossing Ford a bone or two. He ran a hand over his short hair. Yeah, well, I'll have to live with that one. This shit's getting old. I want it done with. I'm sure Ford agrees. I grunt in reply. Then let's bring Williams down. Together. Your team's ready. Williams may have controlled some jobs sent your way, but that's all. Ford's recruited a solid team. And you have other outside business now. Big money makers based on the new helicopter. You've been watching. Like I said, I keep track of my men. We were his even out of the service. Your team's solid and can take Williams down. Hoo-yah! That made his lip tip up. I'll see what Williams might have next in the pipeline for Ford and let you know. Think he'll try to do something on that job? It's the perfect time, he replied. I stared at him, thinking. There were no answers here, not in the middle of the night. I needed to get back to Montana and hash it out with the others. Make a plan, to end it all. If it turns out you're involved, you'll be dead and you won't even know it. My threat made him smile. I wouldn't expect anything less from my men. An hour later, I slipped back in bed with Quincy. She stirred and rolled toward me. I pulled her into my arms and kissed her hair. My dick stirred. I'd think about Lincoln and Williams, and even Quincy's father later. I had my woman and a bed, and I was going to make the most of it. I gently rolled her onto her back and pulled the blankets down, revealing her perfect breasts. I took one nipple into my mouth and felt it harden against my tongue. Quincy whimpered and shifted her hips. I may have had her a few hours ago, but I wanted her again. Needed her.
Kennedy,
she whispered, slowly waking up. Need you. I breathed. She stroked my hair and looked at me through the darkness. Her hand went to my shoulder and pushed. I fell onto my back and she climbed over me, straddling my hips and then sinking down onto my hard dick. She was slick from my cum still deep inside her from earlier. Her head tilted back as she moaned. I gripped her hips and helped her find her rhythm. Fuck, she was gorgeous. Her pale skin, swaying breasts, her pussy clenched around me. I wanted her happy, satisfied. I licked my thumb and reached between us, circled her clit and felt her clench. Good girl. Come for me. She got lost in the pleasure she wrung from my body, tumbling into her orgasm in a way that stunned me. I followed, sinking deep and not wanting to ever come out. Quincy was mine, and nothing was going to change that.
Chapter 15. Quincy. The atmosphere in Alpha Mountain HQ was sober, as we discussed the latest developments. Kennedy and I had flown in this morning, and we were now gathered in the sewing room, which was far too small to handle all of us, especially with the amount of tension we were radiating. I'd been too queasy to eat breakfast this morning, which wasn't unusual for me when I got up at dark 30, but I hadn't really felt like eating lunch either. The room was hot, and I didn't have a chair, opting to stand in the doorway for fresh air. But now I was feeling a little lightheaded. I might have to duck out and eat a little something.
All this time, I thought Williams was one of the good ones, a true fucking leader.
Hayes growled.
But he's the piece of shit behind all this.
Ford took a swig from a glass of his grandmother's iced tea.
It seems that way. We need solid proof to bring someone like him down, though.
How he could be so calm when he finally had a name for the person who'd not only tarnished his reputation and had him thrown out of the military, but he'd had his best friend murdered, and had been handing off jobs not out of kindness but deceit. I wasn't sure why he didn't want to hurl too, or throw something, shoot something, hell, blow something up, preferably the Admiral himself.
Or we just kill him in his bed,
Hayes suggested, making Taft, our resident Boy Scout, shoot him an alarmed look. I, for one, was all for it. But if that was the plan, it'd be done by now, by Ford himself.
That won't clear Ford's name,
Kennedy pointed out.
We need this whole thing dismantled, and that means getting evidence. If we don't do it right, Ford will look even more guilty, us along with him. That's what Lincoln is working on,
Ford reminded. Kennedy had told the guys that he'd gone to pay their former CO a visit last night, while I'd been sleeping. I'd known nothing about it, and I'd given Kennedy a death glare when I learned he'd left me in the dark. I couldn't say anything because then everyone would know we'd been in bed together, and that I slept like the dead. I was angry that he hadn't told me, but I grudgingly understood. I couldn't have gone. I could fly a helicopter, but breaking and entering wasn't my specialty. I also didn't know the man, and I would have only been a distraction, or annoyance. If Kennedy wanted the guy to talk, one-on-one, had to be the way to go. Still, he could have told me any time after, so I'd be having a little chat with him about that one. Hayes rubbed a hand over his cropped hair.
And in the meantime, we're sitting ducks, especially if Lincoln's lying and he's in on it. He's not,
Kennedy said. The others looked to him then nodded. If he said Lincoln was innocent, he was. Their deep trust was insane, but I felt that toward the men as well. I took them at their word because they'd only given it if they felt they could back it up 100%.
We're probably sitting ducks.
Ford confirmed Hayes' words. He turned to him and Kennedy.
I want you two to double the security measures on the compound.
You think they'll come here? I asked. Ford glanced my way.
No. I think it's far more likely they'll try to hit us on a job, more likely the next one he has Lincoln toss our way. Or frame us for wrongdoing of some kind while on that job. So no more jobs referred by Lincoln or the Navy, Taft said. On the contrary.
Ford's grin was wicked.
We take it and wait for the ambush. If they're planning on taking us out, it's the perfect time to do it. We'll look like fuck-ups and be dead. For us, if we're expecting them, what better way to get our evidence? Okay, Taft said with appreciation. His face lit up like a Christmas tree. Defensive offense, or offensive defense. He grinned. Sounds like a good plan. What about Friday's job? Was that from Williams? Kennedy asked. No, that came from a referral from a past client. No connection with the Navy. Ford said. It's still a go. I'll be right back, guys, I said, slipping away to the kitchen. Mrs. L was there putting something in the crock pot. It seemed to be her favorite kitchen appliance, and the smell of the barbecue sauce turned my stomach. I swallowed hard and took a detour for the bathroom and stood over the toilet, heaving a couple of times. Fortunately, nothing came up. Okay, I just needed to eat a piece of toast or something. I was probably just hungry. I returned to the kitchen to find Mrs. L examining me with shrewd eyes. Are you feeling okay? My stomach is a little queasy. Seasoned nuts on the plane aren't like your breakfast. I think some toast would help. I reached for the bread and popped a piece in the toaster. She came around the kitchen table and stepped close, setting her hand on my shoulder. Have you taken a test? I blinked at her. I'm sorry? My toast popped and I snagged it, dropping it on a small plate and slathering it with butter. I'd grown up with it kept in the fridge, but Mrs. L had it on a plate left out so it was nice and soft. Even now, I wanted and didn't want to eat it at the same time. I forced my mouth to open and take a bite. I chewed the bread and my body responded with gratitude. Apparently, I was hungry. I just hadn't felt like eating. Are you late, dear? I still couldn't follow. I wasn't late. Our plane had even gotten in early. What was she talking about? Oh. I blinked, then glanced over my shoulder. The guys were still in the other room, fortunately. They'd rather hear about dismemberment or gangrene than about a woman's period. Oh, no. I gave a nervous laugh. Not possible. I'm on the shot. I took another huge bite of toast. I seriously could eat that whole loaf of bread now. My answer only indicated that I was on birth control, not that I hadn't had sex, which I had, which meant she probably knew I had, which meant every single person knew Kennedy and I were together, or together-ish, or whatever we were. Sweetheart, when you finish your toast, could you run me into the store? I need to pick up my allergy meds. I eyed Mrs. L suspiciously. She didn't need me to run her to the store. Despite her age, the woman was perfectly capable of driving herself, and I'd never seen her even sneeze or sniffle from pollen. Then again, some ginger ale might be helpful with this nausea. Sure, no problem. I ate the rest of the piece of toast in record time and rinsed off my fingers. Ready now? Mrs. L already had her purse on her shoulder. I'll just let the guys know. I popped my head into HQ. I'm running Mrs. L to the store. Be back in a bit unless you need me. That's fine, Ford said. The guys usually plan the jobs without me. I was the newest but also was only a pilot. My expertise was needed on flying ops, and until we were given the job from Lincoln, I had no role. I might not have any at all if it was land-based. Out in the car, I peered over at Mrs. L, who looked suspiciously innocent with her bag in her lap. When I got pregnant with Ford's dad, I was sick the whole first trimester. She offered as we bumped down the drive. I can't be pregnant, I assured her. I took the shot. I'm not due for another one for 2 more weeks. Sometimes pregnancies still happen, even with vasectomies, or when a woman is on the pill. Some men just have very strong swimmers. She gave me a wise old owl look. Kennedy seems like he might be that kind of man. Oh my God, I said with a laugh. I couldn't believe I was discussing Kennedy's swimmers with Mrs. L. The heat on my cheeks was like an inferno. I used driving as my reason for not looking her way, instead keeping my gaze fixed squarely on the road in front of us. We aren't. Yes, you are. It's not. Yes, it is. It can't. It can. Think about it, honey. You passed out at the emergency training last week. You've been queasy. All of those things point to a pregnancy.
I suddenly wanted to throw up again, and not because I ate bad nuts on the plane. Damn. She could be right, but it wasn't possible. I meant, it shouldn't be. The shot was 99% effective. Oh, God. Could I really be the 1%? I let out a soft groan. I was turned off by alcohol, and I was now eating olives. I thought we should just pick up a test or two, just to put our minds at ease. Mrs. L adjusted her purse in her lap. Yeah, I said weakly, freaking out a heck of a lot. I guess you're right. That probably is a good idea. I couldn't be pregnant. It would really not be cool. It felt like we couldn't get to the store fast enough. Anxiety stirred in my belly, creating a fresh wave of seasickness. I parked and climbed out of the car on shaky legs. I wasn't pregnant. I wasn't pregnant. I kept telling myself that the entire walk into the store, through the aisles, to the counter to pay for the box. Mrs. L thankfully gave me room, going off in search of... I had no idea what. I'm just, going to the restroom here, I told her when she found me at the register. There was no way in hell I was taking a pregnancy test back in the bunkhouse. Pregnant or not, I didn't want any of the guys to find the box in the trash. They'd think then that I was a woman, not a pilot or a team member. And Kennedy! He was the last person I wanted in on this. He'd made it very clear his stance on babies. As usual, her penetrating gaze saw all. Of course you are, dear. I'll be waiting. I went into the restroom and opened the box with trembling fingers. I unfolded the instructions and quickly skimmed. The box contained 2 tests, which was good because it recommended testing first thing in the morning, but there was no way I could wait for that. I was here, stick in hand, hovering by a toilet. If I got a negative now, I could always retest tomorrow morning just to be sure. But the negative now would calm my nerves a lot. I was sure it would be negative because I got the shot. I unwrapped the stick and held it under a stream of pee, then capped it and waited, exiting the stall to wash up and throw away the packaging from the test. I didn't need to have that box lying around at home. No, this little exercise could remain between me and Mrs. L. Just as soon as I got my negative, I checked the timer on my phone to see how much time had passed, then looked in the window. Fuck. 2 lines. It wasn't negative. I didn't have to wait until tomorrow morning to confirm. I was definitely pregnant. Damn Kennedy and his powerful swimmers. I was having his baby. This was going to ruin everything. Chapter 16. Kennedy. I ran down the hill to our usual finishing spot on the obstacle course. Hayes gave me a high five, and I set my hands on my hips as I walked in circles, catching my breath. While Quincy and I had been on a plane returning from California, the others hadn't done the usual early morning PT because of a hard rain. A little water never stopped seals, but it was just exercise, not a battleground. Taft didn't need to fuck up his bad knee because of oversaturated soil. Maybe it was better this way. We all had energy and anger to burn after our briefing. Mrs. Ella and Quincy had returned from town, and we decided a little obstacle course competition before dinner would be fun. Yeah, we like to torture ourselves. Taft beat me back and was wiping his face with the hem of his t-shirt. Hayes and Ford came in neck and neck. While I was squirting water in my mouth, I watched the hillside looking for Quincy. She was slower than usual, and I worried she may have fallen or tripped. I was about to run the course in reverse to find her when I spotted her bright yellow tank. "Took you long enough," Taft said playfully. He patted her arm as she finished, then she began to walk in circles. She was sweating and breathing hard, her cheeks flushed. She gave him a death glare, before setting her hands on her thighs and bending at the waist. "Don't be a dick," I told him. "We were on the 6 a.m. flight this morning." His smile dropped and he held up his hands. "Sorry, Quincy. Just playing." She waved a hand in the air as a sign of something between "don't worry about it" and "send the paramedics." I moved beside her and leaned down. "You good?" That had her popping up and taking a deep breath. She pasted on a smile. "All good." She started walking toward the bunkhouse and I kept pace. She didn't look my way. "Kennedy, a little space?"
I stopped and she spun around. Yeah, she wasn't happy. She was out of sorts, but I didn't know why. I hadn't been a dick, that I knew of, and nothing had happened that might piss her off besides her dad the night before. Space. I feel smothered. We were in California together.
You were the one who pushed yourself onto the trip. Taft was supposed to go.
No, he wasn't. Ford had been fucking with me. But that was irrelevant because my saying that wasn't going to help the situation, even though I didn't know what it was. Sweets, is it because you were slower than usual on the course? I was taking wild guesses as to why she was upset. Her eyes narrowed and a lesser man's balls would have shriveled.
Are you going to kick me off the team for a bad showing?
I reared back. Seriously. Was she getting competitive with me? It made my chest ache to think she was that hard on herself. What? No. What the hell? Everyone has a bad day. She shook her head and spun on her heel again.
Yeah, you got on the same plane, did the same course, and you weren't slow. Of course you weren't.
Sweets. Stop calling me Sweets. She stalked into the bunkhouse, the door slamming against the inside wall. I watched her ass sway as she walked down the hallway to her bedroom. What the hell is going on with you? I think you want me to spank your ass to get the truth out of you. She stopped and turned.
No, Kennedy. I want you to take a hint and leave me alone.
With that, she headed into her bedroom and slammed the door. I heard the lock click. I knew with women that sometimes when they said one thing, they meant the complete opposite. However, this time I had the feeling she really did want me to leave her the fuck alone. Except I had no idea why. I'd done something, that was for fucking sure. I scratched my head and knew I had to wait it out to learn what it was, so I could apologize.
Quincy. I showered and went into my bedroom where I leaned my back against the door. Fuck, I was tired. Mixed up. Nauseated. All of it. This pregnancy had hijacked all my plans. My life. This new thing with Kennedy. How was I going to make this work? Ford wouldn't let me keep this job being pregnant. I couldn't even keep up on the obstacle course, and I'd only found out not even 2 hours ago. I wouldn't even be able to waddle soon when I looked like I swallowed a watermelon. Sure, they'd give me allowances, but not for a baby. Besides, I didn't want allowances. On top of that, these guys were way too alpha male to let a pregnant woman into the field. They'd make me stay behind. I'll be the kid sister all over again, left at home with Mom while the big boys got to go and have all the fun. Only I'd be the mom left at home. I could kiss my whole career goodbye now. More than that, I couldn't do this to Kennedy. He told me in very specific terms that he hadn't wanted kids. No 2.5, ever. I told him I was on birth control and it was safe. It was my fault. He would have used a condom if I hadn't promised I had it taken care of. Well, to be fair, I thought I had it taken care of. How was I to know Kennedy had super strong swimmers? Of course he did, the caveman. He was lucky he didn't already have a dozen babies with the way he got around before me, if his super sperm could bypass the most foolproof of birth control methods. This was unbelievable. How ironic. Just when I thought I'd achieved the unattainable, reformed a player into wanting something more, wanting something committed and ongoing, being a real boyfriend, I did the one thing that was a deal-breaker for him. Got pregnant. Who'd want to bring up a child with our fucked-up parents as examples? I only knew what Kennedy had mentioned about his family, but he was a pawn. A PR fixture for his father's political career and nothing more. And he damn sure wasn't having PR progeny. Kennedy was a stand-up guy, and he wouldn't bail or shirk his responsibilities. But I wanted to be with him as an equal, not a responsibility. He didn't want this, point blank. I didn't want to be the person he resented for turning his entire life upside down. It was enough that my own life was just blown up like detonated C4. I didn't need to make him give up his freedom and future along with me. I curled up on my bed, exhausted from the long day. Probably just exhausted from the drain of making a baby. Well, I'd never shirked my duty, not once. I was a world-class helicopter pilot in excellent shape. I was going to ace this pregnancy and parenting thing too. Not here, though. It wasn't going to happen at Alpha Mountain, nor in Sparks. I'd have to leave because as soon as the guys learned the truth, I'd be grounded and not allowed on missions even to carry bags. Hell, I'd never lift anything again, which meant I was useless. I needed something different. I sat up on the bed. Yes, that was exactly how I'd make a smooth exit out of this position. I'd tell Kennedy and Ford and the rest of the team that I'd had an offer for another job that I couldn't refuse. Better pay, more benefits, something. I didn't want to make Ford think he had to offer me more, so it would have to be something he couldn't provide, like proximity to my parents. Actually, that idea wasn't half bad either. Hadn't my mom just asked for grandbabies? I could definitely use her help and support with the single parenting thing. Only Dad would see me as just what he thought I'd be all along. A woman, and that was my biggest flaw. I deal with him because I'd rather deal with him than Kennedy, either hating me or resenting me while he did his duty to his child. I wasn't sure which was worse. The trick would just be to get out of here without raising suspicion. Mrs. L might have guessed, although I'd lied at the store and told her the test was negative. Thankfully, she hadn't said anything on the ride from town or since. I hadn't been able to stomach cashing it through with her. My brain had been exploding with the ramifications. It still was. I could say my dad, after my visit, hooked me up with a cush position, and I was moving back to San Diego. I would stay just to complete this weekend's job, because it turned out a helicopter was crucial to the op, but then I'd leave immediately afterward. It would be hard for anyone to argue with my plan, especially if I acted happy about it. Kennedy might be hard to fool. He knew I wasn't that close with my dad, especially after the night before and seeing him in person. Maybe I'd tell him I was doing it for my mom. He'd believe that. Maybe. I just have to break things off with the old, "it's me, not you" thing. We'd only had sex a few times since I found out he wasn't actually a player and had wanted me. And only me. Fuck. A knock sounded on the door and my stomach lurched a little. It had to be Kennedy. I stood and opened the door. Hey. Hey. Can we talk? I forced what I hoped was a friendlier expression than the one I'd been previously wearing. Yeah, I'm sorry I was so crabby out there. I think I'm just overtired from the trip. He'd showered too, his hair damp and his jeans and t-shirt laundry fresh. He reached out and stroked my cheek. Okay. Are you sure there's nothing else? Actually, there is. I drew a deep breath and stepped back. I had to do this, for him. I talked to my dad today. Kennedy's gaze was intent on my face. I didn't like how well he could read me. I needed to play this right or I'd screw everything up. And? He convinced me to go back to the Navy. He's got a sweet contractor position on base for me, and I'm going to take it. Kennedy drew back like I'd slapped him. Wait, what? I know this probably seems like it's coming out of left field considering I don't have the best relationship with my dad, but the job is perfect for me, and I do miss my mom. Kennedy's forehead wrinkled in confusion as he continued to study my face. He didn't mention it last night, and you were pretty pissed at him. I shrugged. I know. He left a message this morning, and I just talked with him. You don't like the guy, he countered. Yeah, but you saw my mom. She's desperate to see me. That was the truth, and I felt bad about it. Even with our spa weekends, she wanted to see me more. Now I could help with that and try to find some kind of inner zen with my dad. He took a step closer, and I was forced to breathe in his clean scent. Are you scared about this Admiral Williams thing? I mean, it's okay. I definitely want you to be safe. Maybe you should go take that job until we get this thing wrapped up. I totally support that. I should have played along and just said yes, good idea, but I had a lifetime of trying to prove I wasn't scared or too weak to overcome, so I immediately snapped. No, I'm not scared. This is just what I want to do. Kennedy's eyes narrowed and a muscle flexed in his jaw. Let me ask you this, sweets. Is this really about us instead? My breath left my chest in a whoosh. No. Damn it, I sounded breathless. Why would you say that? Was my voice higher in pitch? Things got serious. You got scared. Now you're running. Oh God, I was going to puke or pass out. I was definitely dizzy. Should I agree? But then he might try to convince me to stay, and that would seriously break me. I wasn't strong enough to survive Kennedy when he was being sincere and sweet. I could barely withstand his womanizing charm. It had been so much easier to keep my walls up with him when I thought I'd been one of a long line of women, that he didn't care for me more than a fun romp while deployed, burn off a little post-battle horny. I did the best and worst thing possible. I lifted my chin, put my hands on my hips, and squished my face up with scorn. You thought things got serious. I scoffed. A couple makeout sessions doesn't make us serious, Kennedy. The only thing I was serious about was getting off. Don't pretend you wanted anything deeper. We had that discussion. It was just sex. Exclusive, but still just sex. So no, I'm not running from you. I just had a better offer. That's all. Watching Kennedy's eyes go dead was the worst thing I've ever seen. And I've seen real death in the field. He stepped back, let his arms hang at his sides. Before my eyes, he went SEAL mode. Focused, closed off, leaving the personal behind. I'd heard him. Others might not notice, but I couldn't miss it. My words had hit their mark and made me see how much Kennedy was all in with me. Knowing I was the one who made him shut down gutted me. I swallowed hard to keep the words in, that I hadn't meant it, that it was all a lie. But the baby taking crazy possession of my body wasn't a lie either. A hardness crashed down on his face. Got it. Loud and clear. Just sex. And now it's off. Roger that. He saluted before he flung my door open and stalked out. I stood there trembling for a count of 3, and then I covered my mouth to hold back a sob. Chapter 17. Kennedy. I couldn't fucking believe it. Seriously, the irony. The one time in my life I actually thought about settling down, forming a deep and meaningful relationship, exploring something more than sex with someone, and she claimed to want only sex. The thing was, I didn't believe her. Not after our talk the other day about me not being with anyone since the first night we spent together overseas. Not since our trip to California. I'd met her parents, knew her backstory. Knew why she pushed and did everything to prove herself competent and worthy. Since then, sex with her felt different. Better. Beyond intimate. As I stared at her closed door, I knew. She was running. Just like she'd run after Qatar. Sure, we were deployed and our time hadn't been our own. We had orders. Missions that took us to different countries. Even different continents. Still, Quincy had intimacy issues. Who didn't when fighting a war? I had no idea they extended this deep, though. Giving up her job with Alpha Mountain just to run from me? And taking one from her dad who she didn't even like? It seemed crazy. Why would she give up a job I thought she loved? Ford had bought a helicopter specifically for her to come on board and fly it. He paid a hell of a lot better than the military. She had flexibility and adventure without the structure and rules of the Navy. Or her father. Sure, we did dangerous shit, but she lived for that stuff. Whatever. I couldn't figure her out, and right now I didn't want to. I tried. I stormed off out of the bunkhouse and just out. I'd been there for her, tried to give her what she needed. I'd given it my best even when it seemed I had no fucking clue what that was. Nothing was going to make her change her mind now, especially if what she wanted to do was go work for her fucking father. Pursuing her harder was just going to make her run faster. I kicked a stone with my shoe and sent it flying. I was done. Maybe having a serious relationship just wasn't in the cards for me. Laying it all out there. Admitting I'd had blue balls for months over a woman had done nothing for me except have blue balls for fucking months. It wasn't worth it. Hell no. I should go back to meaningless sex. Go fuck that redhead at the bar. Even as I thought it, I knew I wasn't going to. My dick wasn't going to stir for the waitress no matter how nice or pretty she was. This thing with Quincy was like an open wound. It was going to take a while before I even looked at another woman again. The only saving grace was that Quincy was leaving, for whatever her reasoning. I wouldn't have to live under the same roof with her and suffer not having her. She'd be back in San Diego, around all those Navy men, and work with them again. Fuck! I shouted to the mountains. That thought had me ready to butcher every last one of them.
They'd see how amazing she was. How smart, funny, sexy, brave, adventurous, wild. Then they'd want her. But I had no rights to Quincy. She'd made that crystal clear. I needed to scrape her out of my mind, purge every thought, fantasy, and feeling I had about her. Or I wouldn't be able to go on.
Quincy. The next morning, Kennedy left me alone. It was a good thing because I couldn't keep lying to him. I wasn't great at it to begin with, but being pushed would make me blurt out the truth. The truth that was making me sit on the cool tile of my bathroom floor, my stomach debating whether it wanted me to throw up again or not. I leaned against the bathtub and pushed my hair back. I was a mess. My life was a mess. I'd fallen for a guy. Yeah, I'd fallen hard. Who didn't want kids, and yet I was having one. His. There was no question I was pregnant. Besides the stupid test, morning sickness was hard to ignore, especially when it didn't only happen in the morning. I'd slept through the night tossing and turning, not from nausea, but from miserableness. I should have been down the hall in Kennedy's bed, but look at where that had gotten me. I'd skipped PT. Like a high schooler, I cut, a no-show. No one had bothered me or come knocking. Maybe Kennedy told them to give me some room. None of the men wanted to face a crazy woman, and that was absolutely what Kennedy probably thought of me now. After my alarm went off, I'd slept in. For hours. I hadn't slept until 10 since before basic training. But this demon being in my uterus wanted a nap. Then it wanted me to hurl, so I was woken up by a revolting stomach. I ran to the bathroom in time to empty my guts into the toilet. That had been an hour ago. I was still here, sitting on my ass and waiting to feel better. I didn't think that was coming anytime soon. Not just because I had 8 more months of this, but because I'd be leaving. And that meant leaving Kennedy, and my job, and... I muttered. I slumped down onto the bath mat and stared at the ceiling. Grabbing my phone, I called the one person who might understand. "Hey, Mom," I said when she answered. "Sweetheart, got back okay?" she asked. "No problem." "Good. It was so good to see you. I hope you come this way again soon, but we should do that little spot up in the mountains outside of Seattle." She wasn't giving me an intentional guilt trip, but I felt one anyway. Just because my dad was a controlling, misogynistic prick didn't mean my mom deserved to be lumped in with him, especially if I might be heading their way. Except I couldn't tell her I was doing that, because I wasn't sure what I was doing, and I didn't want to get her hopes up. All I knew was that I needed to get the hell out of Sparks before I started showing, or everyone caught on to why I was vomiting all the time. It was cruel to tell my mom I was going to move to San Diego when I might not. "I'm sorry we didn't get to visit longer," I replied. It was the truth. I missed her. "You have an important job." It was important to me. It wasn't like I was serving my country any longer like my brothers and father. "What about you, Mom?" I wondered. "What about me?" "You wanted to be a scientist. You were working on your degree when you met Dad. That's an important job." She sighed. "I did, you're right, but dreams change." "You stopped wanting to be one?" "No. I loved studying science in college. If I hadn't had Trent, maybe I'd have gone into it. But it still would have been hard." "How so?" "We moved a lot, as you're well aware. It's hard for a Navy spouse to have a consistent job when you're relocated all the time." "Scientists are needed everywhere, I think." I knew nothing about it other than the word scientist was a pretty broad term. I had Trent, then Thomas, then Bradley, then you. "I'm sorry we got in the way of your dreams." I turned on my side, my cheek on the soft bath mat. My legs pressed into the cool tile, and it felt good. "No, I didn't walk away from a career, sweetheart. You kids were my career." "That was enough? Don't you regret not excelling at something?" I raised a rear admiral, a commander, a captain, and a lieutenant in the Navy. 3 led others, and 1 became a pilot. I'd say I'd excelled at something. I heard the bitterness in her words. I'd insulted her. I never thought about it from her perspective before, but she had made us what we are, or at least got us to adulthood, and we'd used the foundation she made to be successful people. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. I don't know what I'm asking. Do I wish I had a career outside of my family? I played with the fringe on the rug. I guess. Not for a minute. You played volleyball in high school. Do you regret not keeping up with that? I frowned as I stared at the base of the sink. Volleyball? No. Didn't you enjoy that pottery class? Yeah, it was a one-semester art elective, but it was fun. But you didn't become a potter. I couldn't see myself at one of those spinning wheels to make bowls and pots, unless Patrick Swayze was behind me. Then I thought of Kennedy and his arms around me. No. I liked science. I studied biology, but I was happy to leave it behind. I had you kids. We saw the world from one base to the next. We all left, Mom. Got jobs and careers far away. Of course you did. You know why you all did that? Why? I wondered. Because I did such a great job. I had to smile because she was right. Otherwise, you'd be living in my basement being a troll on social media. I'm sure you can see Trent in his boxers with a bowl of Chex Mix downstairs at a computer with a headset. I couldn't help but laugh picturing my oldest brother with even a hair out of place, let alone eating cereal from his lap. I guess it's a good thing you did a good job then, I replied. What's this all about? I wasn't telling her about the baby, it was too early, and I didn't have my head on straight about it. Seeing you yesterday had me curious, that's all. I'm so proud of you, sweetheart. You had so many things you could do, but going into the Navy had to be the toughest. Yet you made your mark, in your own special way, then moved on. It sounds like you have a good team where you are. Work that you like. But find balance. Make room in your life for that man of yours. Make room for love. I pressed my lips together to hold back a sob. It was too late. I'd already given love the middle finger. My mom went on, oblivious to my despair. Women can have it all. A job, not a job. Kids, no kids, or both. A job and kids. It doesn't have to be all or nothing. You can have everything if you balance it right. Yep, I managed to say, swiping at the tears with the back of my hand. I'd better go. I love you, Mom. I ended the call before she caught on to the fact that I was crying. Oh, God. Maybe I made a huge mistake with Kennedy. With my life. I was making it all or nothing. What if there could be balance? An hour later, I finally felt good enough to scrape myself off my bathroom floor. I showered, then went in search of food, hoping to avoid the team. Mrs. L was in her kitchen when I came through the screen door. She was peeling potatoes over the sink. The men were nowhere to be seen, and I didn't hear any voices coming from the command room. I peeked around the corner to make sure Kennedy wasn't in there with his headphones on. They're at the barn looking over the latest contractor work. I'd say you'll all be into your new space by the end of the month, and I'll get my sewing room back. Do you even like to sew? I asked. I hadn't seen her once pick up a needle and thread, although I had only been here a short time, and her room had been invaded. She laughed. Not much any longer. I used to. Made my own dresses back in the day. Now, I have no interest. Too many cute things in the shops anyway. I couldn't argue with that. If I had to make a dress, I'd surely sew the armholes closed. How are you feeling? She asked. I shrugged and turned away from her, stuck my head in the fridge. Fine. When are you going to tell him? I grabbed the picture of tea and spun around. She was closer now, holding out a package of crackers. I gave her a look and frowned, but grabbed the crackers with my free hand. She certainly hadn't bought my lie the day before. I'm not. She blinked. What? I set the pitcher on the kitchen table and grabbed a cracker, shoved it in my mouth. It was dry and bland, and my stomach practically applauded. I'm not telling him. Why not? Because he doesn't want kids, I admitted. How do you know that? He told me outright. No kids. His parents use him as a political marketing tool, and he refuses to bring kids into this world. She frowned. I don't like his parents. I huffed out a laugh and crumbs flew out of my mouth. I covered my lips with my fingers and carefully chewed. He doesn't want kids, I repeated. Well, he's having one. She countered, grabbing a glass from the cabinet and pouring tea into it. She handed it to me and I took a big swig, thankful that I got the crackers down. It's not his fault, it's mine. I guess the shot sucks. It's not your fault, honey. Things happen, but it takes two to tango. I wasn't commenting on the tango part. I'm not messing up his life because of this. He is going to find out soon enough, she said, glancing down at my still flat stomach. I pursed my lips. That's why I'm going to leave. What? She gasped. As soon as Ford finds out, I'll be grounded. He won't do it right away. I gave her a look of, really? I'll do this last mission with them, but he'll ground me for sure. I know it, which means I won't be allowed on jobs. What's the point of paying my salary if I can't do my work? He'll have to hire someone else to fly. That didn't sit well at all. And after the baby's born, the same goes. It's not like I can put the kid in a baby carrier in second chair and fly a helicopter. She picked up her peeler and grabbed another potato and went back to work. Yeah, that was what I thought. If she had answers, she'd have spit it out. She knew I was right, about all of it. I had to go. Tell him, Quincy. She glanced over her shoulder. I think Kennedy might surprise you. And I'm sure you've heard this, but it takes a village to raise a child. You don't think I'm thrilled at the idea of having a little one around here? Those boys will dote all over that kid. If it's a girl, they're all doomed. I'm a pilot. I don't want to be left at home with the babies while the brave soldiers go off to war. That would suck. If my career is over, I need to at least go somewhere where I don't feel the loss of it every day. She set the peeler back down and turned around, leaned against the counter. You've been around too many men. A woman can have it all, whatever that is. God, she sounded just like my mother. A woman's career is everything, not just a job that pays a salary. When you're my age, you'll look back and tell your grandchildren that you were a badass pilot in the Navy and a mother and whatever else you do. You're young. You can fill your life any way you want. But there are no buts, honey. This is your life. It might not go as planned, but neither do missions. There are contingencies and changes, but the outcome is the same. Success. You'll be grounded for a bit, but you're making a person. It doesn't mean you won't fly again. She came over and patted my hand. Trust me. You'll look back on this child as the greatest accomplishment of your life. Tears flooded my eyes because the baby clearly made me a sappy mess. Don't steal the same joy from Kennedy. Tell the man. Chapter 18. Kennedy. Tell me what? I walked into the kitchen to find Quincy and Mrs. L having some kind of heart-to-heart that involved me. Thank fuck. I sure as hell hoped it was about her staying, giving us a chance, not tucking tail and running just because things suddenly got real between us, or whatever her issue was. Quincy looked up at me with those big brown eyes shimmering with tears, and all the anger I'd had toward her for giving up on us dropped to the floor. In all the times I'd known her, I'd never seen her look worried or scared, but right now she did. I swiftly crossed through the kitchen and took her into my arms. What is it, sweets? God, she felt good. Soft, warm. I breathed in her scent and my dick got hard. I couldn't help it. Whatever it is, I'll fix it. Mrs. L tactfully evacuated the kitchen, but still Quincy looked around, like she didn't want anyone hearing. Come on, let's go for a walk. I took her hand and led her out the back door and toward the mountain on the same path I'd taken last night when she damaged my pride and my heart by claiming this thing between us had just been about sex. I was grateful when she didn't argue or resist because Lord knew she did a lot of that when it came to me. No, according to Mrs. L, she had something to tell me. If she hadn't come willingly, I'd have tossed her over my shoulder. If I fucked up, I wanted to make it right. Hell, I was going to do stupid shit all the time, and I had a feeling I'd be groveling. A lot. But me doing something that had her saying she was going to take a job in fucking San Diego, that was seriously spooked about intimacy. Hopefully now she'd come to her senses. Except the tears made no sense. Hell, women made no sense. I had to slow my pace to match hers, and her hand felt clammy in mine. She was definitely nervous about this talk. I tried to lighten the mood. You can just say I was right.
I'll do the I'm right dance, and then we can kiss and move on." It worked. Quincy let out a bark of laughter. "Excuse me? Right about what?" I hesitated. She'd already ripped my heart from my chest and stomped on it. I didn't exactly want to get vulnerable with her again, not without knowing whether she cared, whether she was in this with me or not. But I was no coward. I'd been hurt worse as a seal. Well, that had been flesh wounds. This. It hurt in ways I wasn't sure would heal if she kicked me to the curb. "About you running. From us." Quincy's breath caught and she stopped walking to face me. Her expression held regret, angst, trepidation. "Kennedy." I squeezed her hand. "Do you know what the I'm right dance looks like?" I teased. "It's like this." I dropped her hand to do a couple of slow body waves that made me probably look like a male stripper. Quincy laughed. She drew in a long breath and exhaled. "Kennedy, I'm pregnant." The smile fell away from my face. I stared at her. My mind went completely blank, like I understood she'd spoken words, but they didn't compute. Then it all came crowding in. Quincy was having a baby. That was why she was leaving. That was why she'd been crabby and tired and sick. That was... Holy shit, she was having my baby. I didn't know why it took me a moment longer to comprehend that part. I frowned. "And you were going to leave without telling me." That felt even worse than her running from our relationship. She was running from our family. That baby was mine too. She licked her lips, which looked too dry. Her eyes filled with tears again, and I wanted to punch myself in the face. "I know you don't want kids. I didn't want to saddle you." "Saddle me?" I snapped. "What kind of asshole do you think I am? First, you don't think I'm capable of a relationship. Now you don't think I can be a decent father?" Her eyes rounded, and she held out her hands. Whoa, no, that's not it. Not at all. I'm not the jerk here. I just didn't want you to resent me, or feel trapped. You made it very clear you didn't want marriage and kids." Her beautiful eyes filled with tears again, and I finally yanked my head out of my ass. Oh, shit. I started to reach for her, to fold her into my arms and apologize, to fix this rift between us and reassure her that with her, I'd throw away all my previous notions about family. But that was the moment Hayes came sprinting up the path, yelling Quincy's name. We both whirled. "What is it?" she asked. "Search and rescue called. They've got some hikers injured up in the national forest. A trail was washed out and they fell going around it. That's all they told me, but they wanted to know if you could fly them out there. You can get them much closer and we'll cut off some time." Quincy and I looked at each other for a moment, both of us opening our mouths, but not making sounds. "You should go," I managed to say because it was the right thing. It would be just like the training exercise the week before. It wasn't like she was headed to war. She might be pregnant, but she wasn't having the baby anytime soon. We could talk when she got back. It would give me time to formulate my thoughts and not come off as a dick, because the woman was having my fucking baby. A baby. Right. She bobbed her head, then ducked it, following Hayes down the mountain. I walked beside her, reciting a million promises to her in my head, dying for the moment I could get her alone again. Taft and Ford were waiting at the helipad along with 2 search and rescue team members, who seemed familiar with Quincy. They briefed us quickly on the situation, that they'd be dropped off in a clearing they found on the topo map near where the hikers were supposed to be and would hike in from there. "I'll go with you," I suggested when she started to climb in. "No, they may need all the seats on the way back. I'll be on comms," she said. Her gaze met mine and held. "Be careful," I said as the door closed. Quincy rolled her eyes. Of course she would hate that. She wasn't the type who ever wanted to be babied. I'd get her past it, even if I had to tie her up to let me dote on her. It wasn't just her now I had to protect. "We'll talk when you get back," I vowed. Yep. Quincy was all lieutenant now, her spine straight, her face composed into a resolute expression. Damn it. I'd royally fucked up that talk, but I would make it up to her when she got back. I'd make sure she understood just exactly how much I wanted to have that baby with her and what I'd do for the 2 of them, which was anything and everything. Chapter 19. Quincy.
Is that the clearing? I asked, pointing to what had once been an open area. One of the search and rescue guys, Marquette, he'd said his name was, sat second seat beside me. He wore sunglasses and had a jaw so sharp and square, it could probably cut glass. He wasn't smiling. Used to be, he replied. Baby pine and aspen trees dotted the area. It had definitely been an alpine field a few years ago, but nature was taking over and filling it in. I couldn't set the helicopter down on top of 5-foot-tall trees and shrubs, and it was too much of a jump for them if I hovered.
Fuck, this isn't going to plan. Although calls like this rarely do.
That was Anderson from the back.
Can you circle wider to see if there's a different place you feel you can put her down?
I nodded and turned the bird to the east, then took a broad loop over the mountainous terrain. We were about 20 miles as the crow, or helicopter, flew from Sparks, but civilization fell off fast. There were only dirt access roads cutting through the terrain like ribbons, and they were rare. The peaks were jagged in spots with thick patches of snow that never melted. How about there? I pointed to a reasonably flat alpine meadow. It was maybe 1,000 feet below the tree line.
That will work, but we're probably a mile further away from where the hikers are than planned. We could be hours,
Anderson said. It didn't usually take that much time to hike a mile, but this land was rugged and without a trail.
Weather report calls for possible storms.
Marquette added, glancing at the sky. Clouds were forming from the west, but nothing too bad yet.
You should head back to base and we'll formulate a plan for extraction when we find the hikers. I'm hoping they're stable. If the weather's shit, you'll be grounded, so we'll have to hike out to the nearest access point where our guys can meet us by vehicle. Otherwise, we can give you the exact coordinates, and you can circle for a nearby spot once it clears.
Understood. I wouldn't be thrilled about being in the wilderness in bad weather, but this was their job, and they lived for it. Indy was used to it as a backcountry guide. We were trained for anything in the Navy as well, but not the wilds before a storm. This wasn't war. This wasn't even naval transport. This was Montana. I carefully sat down in the field, the wildflowers whipping about from the rotors. The men climbed out and Marquette turned to face me.
"Thanks for the ride,"
he shouted, since they ditched their headsets.
"We owe you a beer when we're back."
He didn't wait for me to respond, just slammed the door shut and they were off. I waited until they disappeared into the trees, then lifted. Search and rescue has been dropped off. Returning to base until further update. I said into the comms.
Affirmative.
Taft. I had about 30 minutes before I made it back, and I knew Kennedy would be waiting. To talk. I dropped the baby bomb on him and then left. Maybe that had been the way to do it. I was giving him a chance to realize his life would be better off without the extra baggage of a child he never wanted. It would crimp his lifestyle. He went on missions, risked his life. He wasn't a baseball coach kind of dad. From what he'd said, it sounded like his father hadn't been anything like that. Or if he had, it'd been for a political photo op. Nothing more. Kennedy wasn't anything like what he'd painted his parents to be. I wouldn't have been interested in him if he had. During our little conversation where he told me kids weren't in his future, I told him exactly the same thing. I was on birth control because I didn't want a baby. At all. But I got pregnant anyway, regardless of our wants or plans. I was pregnant. I was having a baby, but Kennedy could still walk away. But my even suggesting that had pissed him off. He wasn't the kind of guy who bailed on his responsibilities. Hell, he faced them head on. I didn't want to be a responsibility. If I was going to be with him, I wanted to be his everything, just as I would want him to be mine. Devoted, in 100% for love, not responsibility. So even though I'd land and he'd tell me we'd raise the baby together, I didn't even know what that meant, what it would look like. Because I knew it wouldn't look like love no matter how I felt. It would be obligation. My father had wanted children and a family. He'd been devoted in his own way, but the Navy was like a second family and had put the heavy load of raising 4 kids to my mom. Hell, they'd have stopped with my brother Trent if he'd been an accident. I had to face Kennedy and his feelings on this, let him come to terms with it, and then make a choice. Me, all of me or nothing at all, because I would go to San Diego if he chose nothing.
"Kennedy, you giving up sugar or something?" "Huh?" I asked Taft, who was in my seat in the command center. I dropped into Mrs. L's armchair and picked at one of the doilies. I shifted the lollipop in my mouth to the opposite cheek. What's crawled up your ass? He had on comms headgear to talk to Quincy, but pulled one earmuff off and looked me over. I set my hands on my thighs, and I blinked. I was a little stunned, and angry, and lost, and freaking out, and pissed. Quincy was pregnant. We'd made a baby. She told me she'd had the birth control shot. It wasn't like I didn't believe her, but wasn't that supposed to actually stop a baby from being made? Then I thought about my powerful sperm that got to her egg. Yeah, those boys wouldn't be stopped by fucking birth control. The one and only person I hadn't used a condom with, and bam! Pregnant on probably the first go. I had to admit, I felt a little virile and proud of that, and Quincy would grow around with my kid. My dick throbbed in my jeans at the idea. Damn, Quincy pregnant was a fucking turn-on. But we hadn't had time to talk because she wasn't happy about it. In fact, she'd been afraid of my reaction. She'd said it was her fault. Her fault? I'd had my dick so far up in her it couldn't be a surprise at all she got pregnant. Still, she dropped that bomb and then flew off into the sunset, completely freaked out. She assumed I'd be mad, that I'd hate her for, what, trapping me? For a mistake? An accident? She was having my baby. We were making a person. A little boy who'd blow shit up and survive in the woods with a pencil. No, fuck that. That little boy would be tucked in safe in his little bed with lasers for a security system making sure he was protected. And if we had a girl, with Quincy's dark hair, I was totally completely fucked. Lasers wouldn't be enough. I'd have to camp out beside her bed with a K-bar and an AR locked and loaded. Any child we made wasn't a mistake. Sure, it hadn't been planned, but it wasn't an accident. An accident meant something went bad, and that had not happened. It was fucking good. Amazing. Holy shit. We were having a baby. I pushed out of the chair and grabbed the second comms unit. I put it over my ears and growled. Get back to base. I had plans for her, in bed. I'd tell her how I felt about our situation and show her my opinion of it, and her, if she'd only get her ass back here. Lay off, Kennedy, Quincy snapped. I got this. The guys were dropped off and are on their way to the lost hikers. I'm a mile off the targeted landing area, but no issues. You're not out of there yet, I reminded impatiently. I'm well aware of where I fucking am. It's not just you at risk this time. I reminded. I trusted Quincy as a pilot and knew she could fly and fly safe, but she had my baby up there with her, and I couldn't protect either of them. You need to... I could hear alarms blaring through the comms, and I glanced at Taft. His fingers whipped over the keyboard and pulled up the radar. Holy shit! Incoming! She said. Evasive maneuvers! Fuck, what the... I began, but Taft cut me off as he stared at the monitor in the radar display. 2 incoming! Holy shit. Quincy's bird was heading in our direction and there were 2 blips coming in hot. Who the hell is shooting at me and why? She asked. Her voice was more pissed than scared. What the fuck is going on? I shouted. Some helo is firing at Quincy, Taft barked. No fucking kidding. Why? Here! What the fuck? Ford? I shouted, my voice echoing off the walls. I heard the screen door slam, then Ford and Hayes raced into the room and came to a stop. I had no idea where they'd been, but thank fuck it had been close. Taft flipped a switch on the speakers and I ripped off my headset. He did too. Quincy's voice came through loud and clear for all of us when she said, I've been hit, she said, then relayed the list of damages. Ford's eyes widened. Hit by what? A missile, gunfire. Someone's up there trying to take her out. Williams? How the fuck do I know? She was on an emergency call, Hayes pointed out. The trip wasn't planned. It's not like he'd have known about it in advance and sent a team. Then they're coming here and decided to take her out first. Her and our chopper. And my baby. All 3 men stared at me. Complete silence in the room. Not sure about the landing, but I've had worse, Quincy said. Fucking A, Quincy! I shouted after picking up the headset and speaking into it. Shut it, Kennedy, I snapped. Get your ass off the fucking comms. You're my woman, and I'm not your woman, she countered. Taft, shut him down. I'm returning to base. I don't need... We heard the alarms blare again. Incoming. Someone sure as shit doesn't like your ass, Taft said. We stepped close to the monitor and watched. That's another bird. Definitely Williams. Surprise attack, Ford said. Hayes. Fuck, Quincy muttered. I never once, not in any firefight or infiltration, halo jump, or even drown-proofing had I been scared like this. It's a Bell, friendly. The familiar whiz of bullets had the hairs on my arms raise. Shit, not friendly. Quincy, get the fuck out of there, I shouted. They want to shoot me down. Get back to base, Taft called. I'll bring them right to you, she countered. Oh shit, I breathed. I covered up the comm speaker and turned to Ford. She knows it's Williams and doesn't want to bring them to us. Ford clenched his jaw. They know where we are. They were coming here anyway. She's trying to protect us. Christ, we need protecting? Hayes said, patting his chest. Bring it. Ford nodded. Take this, you fucker, she muttered. She's firing back, Hayes said. We couldn't see shit, but we could picture it in our heads. Fuck, come on! Come on! Get an extraction team on the horn, I yelled. Extraction team? Quincy is that team, Hayes reminded me. Give me something, I snapped back. Coordinates are, Taft stated. Mayday! Mayday! Holy shit, she'd been hit and she was crashing. From what I could tell on the radar, she was a few miles from here in the hills. It was rugged terrain with no place to land. It didn't sound like she was landing. Stay alive, Quincy. Stay fucking alive. Taft popped to his feet. I know the coordinates. Get the gear. Hayes led the dash to the greenhouse, where we had an impressive supply of weaponry. Where's my grandmother? Ford asked. We were sprinting across the field, and all I could see in my mind was Quincy in a twisted heap of metal. In town. City council meeting, Taft said as we entered the greenhouse and began to prep for an attack and rescue. Thank fuck she wasn't here. Text her to tell her not to come home until she hears from us. They're coming here next, Ford said. We have minutes. I was putting on my backpack, loading it with weapons and ammo without even thinking about it. Quincy. That's all I had on my mind. I'm going for Quincy. We're all going for her. Ford snapped a thigh holster into place. These mercs, whoever Williams hired, don't know this land, the terrain. We'll finish them on our turf. We said they'd be stupid to go after an admiral's daughter, I said, remembering our earlier convo. I guess we were wrong. Taft nodded, gripping his AR. We'll get to Quincy, and the baby. Hayes slapped me on the shoulder. Then we'll finish this with Williams, our way. We set off, Taft taking point. He knew exactly where to go, and we'd had plenty of practice pushing ourselves on the obstacle course. This time, we weren't racing the clock. We were racing for Quincy. Chapter 20. Quincy. A good pilot knew how to fly in difficult situations, weather, and terrain. A top-notch Navy pilot knew how to crash land. Sometimes, though, especially with helicopters, there was no landing involved with the crash. This was going to be one of those cases. It was funny how in an emergency, things became crystal clear. Time slowed. You knew exactly what was important and what you had to do to protect life at all costs. This was one of those moments. It wasn't just my own life on the line here. It wasn't just my own future. It was my baby's and Kennedy's. I had to be smart and stay alive so the three of us could have that future. I cut the engine since it was smoking. I had no power, but that didn't matter because the rotors were still spinning. I pitched the blades down and got the lift I needed for auto-rotation. I was going down, but on my terms. There wasn't a good spot, which was the issue, but I was able to slow down enough to make the impact better. Time went still as I pulled up hard. My velocity slowed, and with it, all the frantic, circular thoughts I'd had about the pregnancy disappeared. I somehow knew that Kennedy was all in. He'd been right, after all. He did get to do the I'm right dance. I'd been afraid of getting hurt, so I'd pushed him away. I doubted his intentions and his love. Of course Kennedy would stand by me, and of course it wouldn't be out of obligation. He'd already made it plain he wanted a relationship, with me. He'd challenged me to stop fighting it. We may not have planned to have a family, but we were going to have one, and rather than this being a big mistake, It just might be the biggest blessing imaginable. I was being gifted with a future I never even imagined for myself, one I thought I hadn't wanted. But now that I'd adjusted to the idea, could imminent death do that? I couldn't think of anything I'd want more. A shot at real happiness. Real love, both with Kennedy and our baby. A family. As soon as I came to that realization, my survival instinct kicked into high gear again. The ground was still approaching more quickly than I'd like, and I was in for a hard landing. My harness was tight and there was nothing I could do except hope. As I scraped across the ponderosa pines, luck was with me, because the helicopter caught in a treetop and settled. I jerked in my restraints, suspending me above the ground without any impact. The rotor sliced up the trees it encountered, making a whirlwind of twigs and greenery until they stopped. Breathing hard, I unclipped my harness and pushed open the door. I was 15 feet off the ground, but I climbed out, descended a tree like an uncoordinated black bear. We did it. I muttered to the baby, even though she was just the size of a grain of rice at this point. I glanced up at the chopper snagged in the trees. It hovered there, like caught on giant toothpicks. Holy shit. I stumbled across the steep ground to get away from the wreckage. I felt a little banged up, maybe some bruising from the harness and scratches getting out of the trees, but I wasn't hurt. Now we just have to hike out, I said aloud, catching my breath. My adrenaline was pumping, hard. I didn't hear the other chopper. It probably saw me hit, then flew on as planned. I'm going to guess your daddy will be here in about T-10. They're smart and quick like that. I hadn't been following the radar there at the end, but I'd worked myself closer to the compound. The helicopter full of men who wanted us all dead would be here by now. That had me quickening my pace. They were headed right to Kennedy and the others. I hadn't had tons of time to think on it, but it seemed my dad's poking around had gotten Williams to act as we'd all thought, except we expected them to do it on one of the assigned jobs, not at a random day and time. What if Kennedy and the guys couldn't take them? No, I couldn't think that way. They were ex-Navy SEALs on their home turf, and with my being shot out of the sky and all, they had a heads up of things to come. If I knew my team, those assholes who put my baby in danger were already dead. I hoped. Yeah, I was already ridiculously protective. The thought of Kennedy being shot before he got to meet this baby terrified me, and I didn't mean a scratch on his head. Had I actually intended to keep a baby we made together from him? To not tell him about its existence? I must have been out of my ever-loving mind. I checked the sky to make sure I was headed in the right direction, but the clouds that had been threatening to storm had fully gathered now, blotting out all signs of the sun. I knew I wasn't more than a mile or two from base. I also knew it was down, not up the mountain. Civilization of any kind was at a lower elevation. Talking with Indy, I remembered her saying once to find a creek or a stream and follow it out if ever lost and stranded. Okay, baby bean. It looks like we might get wet, but that's okay. Mama has toughed it out and worse. Not 5 minutes later, thunder rolled, and I shivered as the sky opened up and dumped pelting rain on us. It also erased the smoke from the crashed helicopter that might have helped my team extract me. If they'd been monitoring the radar, they'd know my last coordinates. They'd find me, I knew they would. Except they might be busy with bad guys. In the meantime, I would find my way out. My job was to get us to safety. I sure as hell hoped search and rescue had found their hikers. Too bad I wouldn't be able to pull them out. Maybe I'll commandeer the enemy's helicopter after my team takes care of them, I say to the baby. The thought cheered me as I made my way down the incline, using the base of the pines to help. A whistle pierced the air. It was a sound I recognized. It was Ford's signal. I didn't know how to whistle, but I sent up 2 loud whooping sounds with my voice. The whistle immediately responded with 2 notes. Quincy? I heard Kennedy's shout echo off the mountains. Here! I shouted back. My heart kicked in double time. He was here. A few moments later, he called again. This time his voice sounded closer. Quincy? Yes! I ran in the direction of his voice, watching the ground so I didn't trip. As if the sky was celebrating our reunion, too, the rain slowed to a drizzle. Quincy! I didn't know why he sounded more frantic. He'd found me. But when Kennedy barreled through the trees toward me, I suddenly knew what it was like to be loved. He was in jeans and a t-shirt, not his usual mercenary outfit, but had a backpack strapped to his back, a thigh holster, and was carrying an AR. This man,
I knew it in my bones, in my cells, in the womb where our sweet tiny baby grew. He was mine. He didn't have to say it. Kennedy loved me. He wanted me. The rest we could figure out. Quincy, thank fuck! Kennedy caught me in an embrace, lifting me off my feet. He was big and solid and warm and dripping wet. You're not hurt. He stroked over my body with his hands, pulling back to inspect my face, the rest of me. Oh God, I was so fucking scared. I'm okay. I caressed him back, catching his face in my hands. I'm okay. We're okay. In my periphery, I saw the other guys arrive behind Kennedy, forming a circle around me. They weren't in fatigues, but they were armed just like when I'd flown them into enemy territory. We weren't in a war, but we had a fight on our hands. Oh, sweets. Oh, thank God. Fuck the helicopter. I pointed behind me. I think it might be totaled. And getting it off the top of some pines is going to be really hard. Fuck. Kennedy breathed and pulled me in for a hug. What's the status on the enemy? I asked, stepping back. I loved being in his arms, but this wasn't over yet. Probably in pursuit, Ford said grimly. We heard them fly in as we were coming to you. They landed on our helipad, I'm sure. A fucking welcome, Matt, Hayes grumbled. I swallowed. You let them breach the compound. Extracting you was priority 1, Ford said. I shook my head because tactically coming for me wasn't the smartest move. Instead of feeling defensive that they were babying me, though, my eyes went misty. Leave it to my team to put my safety above all else. Mrs. L, I gasped. She's in town, staying there, Taft said, his gaze scanning the forest. Relief coursed through me knowing she wasn't in danger. The Merc team wanted us and would probably use Ford's grandmother against him. We need to get back right away, I said, before they destroy the place. You're not going anywhere until we know it's safe, Kennedy said. I pulled the gun from his thigh holster. I'm armed. I can take care of myself. Kennedy shook his head. Not happening. Stay close. We'll all cover Quincy if there's any fire, Ford ordered at odds with Kennedy. I wasn't a SEAL, but I wasn't a simple civilian either. You good to hike it out? He asked, shifting his gaze from mine and downward to my stomach. I nodded. I'm not injured, I'm good. I looked at Kennedy as I fell into step, and the group closed around me in a pack. Kennedy walked behind me, AR up and ready. You told them? I looked over my shoulder. You got shot down in a helicopter. I was nearly out of my fucking mind. Again, instead of taking offense, I grinned. I patted my still flat belly. Your daddy is going to take very good care of us, I told the baby. Kennedy's steps faltered. Damn straight, he growled. And you're going to let me, right? I turned and he stopped, moved the assault rifle out of the way when I wrapped my arms around his neck. Yeah, I said softly just before I kissed him. Your job is to cook this baby, but I have to stand back with my thumb up my ass. This isn't something I can fix or take care of. I'm helpless. I never thought about it that way. Besides his super sperm getting past my birth control, he was on the sidelines for this job. I'll let you, I told him. If it gave him some peace of mind and something to do, I was okay with it. Some of the tension in his body slackened, and he kissed me back hard. Then he turned me around, smacked my ass, and told me, We'd better keep walking. As it turned out, there was no time to walk. Shots rang out in the air, and we scattered and dove for cover behind trees, weapons drawn. 2 o'clock, Taft shouted. Someone returned fire. Hayes, I thought. Kennedy made eye contact with me where he stood 10 feet away behind a tree. He made a hand signal that I should stay. I nodded. I wasn't going to do anything risky. Not with the precious cargo I carried and only a pistol. More shots were fired from several directions and a body dropped. 1 down, Hayes called. The Mercs were good, clearly trained as well as the Navy SEAL team, quiet and organized. I count 3 more. 9 o'clock, 2, and 3, Hayes said in a low voice. Nobody moved for a moment. It was dead quiet except for the droplets of water falling from the trees, the call of a bird somewhere overhead. Then all 3 of the enemy teams started firing on us at once, reminding me of a grand finale at a fireworks show. Kennedy stepped out from behind his tree to return fire. From the sound of things, so did Ford, Hayes, and Taft.
I stayed put. I heard the thud of 2 more bodies dropping and prayed they didn't belong to anyone on our team. At least I had a clear line of sight on Kennedy to know he was okay. I breathed in the cool air, let the tree at my back hold me up. "Take the last one alive," Ford ordered, and a rush of relief washed over me. That meant none of our team had gone down. Thank God. Someone started shooting up the tree I was behind. I dropped and pressed against it as bark and wood chips splintered around me. I tucked my head into my knees and covered my head with my hands. Kennedy darted out and fired 5 times with his AR. "I said alive!" Ford shouted. "Sorry, boss," Kennedy said, tucking me beneath his arms so I was curled on a ball. No one moved for a few beats. "Stay where you are," Kennedy said to me in a low voice as he crept out from behind the tree to investigate. "Clear?" Taft asked. Kennedy crept forward silently to check the pulse on one of the fallen bodies. I heard movement from the others as they emerged from their tree cover. "Okay, Quince, stay close, sweets." Kennedy beckoned me. The moment I stood and walked out, I saw movement just beyond Kennedy. Just like I'd known what to do without thinking back in the helicopter, I lifted my pistol and fired right over Kennedy's right shoulder. He didn't even blink, it happened so fast. There was a grunt, and the guy fell backward, shooting his gun as he went. Kennedy launched himself at me as I dropped to the ground. He knocked the wind out of me with his weight. Hayes and Taft, I assumed it was them since all I could see was ground, fired. I heard the thud of a body collapse on the ground. Kennedy scrambled forward off of me and disarmed the guy. "He's still alive. See, we do listen sometimes," Hayes announced proudly. I couldn't help but laugh. I'd never gone on a mission with the men before where I was part of the firefight. I had to admit, and I immediately thought of my mother, that sometimes missing out was okay. I wanted to be included, but I was good now. Chapter 21. Kennedy. I didn't know how I would survive Quincy's pregnancy. I seriously thought I was going to have a coronary, imagining everything that could have gone wrong back there. She could have died in multiple ways. A fucking helicopter crash, for starters. Now, as we waited with local law enforcement, we'd called in Megan and her partner Dan from the sheriff's office for the Navy to show up and deal with our prisoner and dead bodies. I had to force myself not to replay the past scenes and think about how lucky we got. Because it was we now. Me, Quincy, and our baby. I heard the beat of helicopter wings and let out a slow exhale. Quincy was back. After all that, my beautiful, brave pilot had taken one of the helicopters the other Merc team had shown up in to go pull out the search and rescue team with their stranded hikers. We'd gotten word of the retrieval, and with a perfectly good helicopter at the ready, she'd offered to go and get them. Not that she hadn't been shot out of the sky and been part of a shootout. And pregnant. She wanted to help. Needed to. The idea of forcing that team to walk out to help wasn't something she could do if she could get to them herself. I hadn't been thrilled about her doing that and had wanted to go with her. I'd acted like a fucking 2-year-old having a meltdown, and I hadn't gotten my way. There hadn't been room. That was the reason. No seat for me. I'd let her go. I laughed just thinking that because I hadn't let her do anything. It was her job to help people, just like it was mine. Except she was the only one who could fly. The only reason she'd crashed— fuck, I was going to have nightmares for months over it— was because of the team Williams had sent in. She was safe, so off she went, and I'd had to stand on the sidelines and wait. Hayes had slapped me on the shoulder and offered a commiserating look, but that hadn't done anything to help. It had been hell on my nerves, but I had to let her go, just as she let me go off on jobs. Jobs that were fucking dangerous. Less than an hour after she left, she landed on the helipad and turned off the bird. I had to admit it was a nice one, and I wondered if it was finders keepers in situations like this. With our helicopter in the trees a few miles up the mountain, this one might be ours now. I jogged out to meet her. "Thanks, Kennedy. We owe you that beer." The search and rescue guy called out as he helped the 3 hikers— I'd only thought there had been 2— out of the helicopter and toward a waiting SUV. They didn't appear all too injured. One was hobbling, and another held a shirt to his bleeding head. They'd go to the hospital to be checked out and hopefully told to stay out of the woods from now on. I caught her waist as she climbed out. "I don't need help, Kennedy." She chided, but there was a smile on her face. "I know, but you're getting it anyway." I slid her body down along mine, so she landed on her feet without an inch between us. She lifted her face, and I cupped the back of her head to show her how relieved I was that she was back. I kissed the hell out of her, my tongue sweeping between her lips, my teeth tugging on her lower lip. By the time I was through, her lips were swollen and her eyes glassy. "Wow, I should crash more often," she said. I bristled and had an internal freak-out. "Don't even say that." I growled through gritted teeth. Yeah, there would be a lot of nightmares. She shook her head and cupped my cheek. "Kidding. Just a joke." "Listen, we should talk." Her gaze darted away. "Yeah." There was something softer about Quincy. That wary defensiveness she usually carried like armor had dropped away. I laced my fingers through hers and started walking slowly toward the bunkhouse. "I'm sorry I was a dick when you told me about the pregnancy." She slowed and glanced up at me. "No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have kept it from you. That was wrong. Of course you have a right to know and to be involved in any decisions I make." The remaining anger I'd felt when she told me she was pregnant and had chosen to leave without telling me fell away. "If you have to go to San Diego, I'm coming too," I said. "I want to be with you, Flyer. I need to be your wingman. If that means leaving Alpha Mountain, so be it. You and the baby are all that matter to me." Quincy stopped altogether and turned her face up to mine once more, her eyes shining with unshed tears. "I want to be with you too," she said. "You were right. I was afraid of things getting serious, or of getting hurt or whatever. I thought you would resent us for changing your life. But I should have given you more credit than that." "You know what happens now, don't you?" Quincy caught my teasing tone and smiled. "Is it the 'I'm right' dance?" "Yes." I held both my hands in the air. "Yes, it is." I gave her a slow undulation of my body while she laughed and rolled her eyes. "Okay, I'm done." I dropped my arms like an actor dropping character and reached for her waist. "I love you," I said softly. She blinked rapidly. I love you too." Her voice was choked with tears. "Say it again," I murmured as I leaned in for a kiss. "I love you," she said. I brushed my lips across hers. "One more time." "I love you," she whispered. "I love you so fucking much," I said fiercely. "I've loved you since Qatar, even if I was a dumbass then and didn't know it. I've been waiting all this time to figure out how to make you mine." "That's why your sperm broke through the birth control shot." She slapped my chest, the smile on her face broad and beautiful. I laughed. "That must be exactly why." We turned and continued walking hand in hand. "What's the status with the prisoner?" she asked, since she'd been retrieving the hikers in search and rescue as he was hauled at gunpoint out of the forest. "He broke down during interrogation. He was a merc and in it for the money. He knew he was going to jail, so he had no reason not to give up his client. No waterboarding or other options needed to extract the info we wanted, although there might have been a little persuasion on Ford's part as well. Ford got him on tape admitting Williams sent him, just as we thought." Elation made her smile. This had been a while in coming for all of us. "Ha! So Ford's name will be cleared." I nodded. "Yes, Ford called Lincoln and they pulled your father into the conversation as well." Her eyes widened. "My father?" "Yeah, since he's the one who gave us the lead we needed. We were all pissed about not being better prepared for the attack on our home turf, but at least we'd had a heads up from the Admiral. Admiral Mason, not Williams, obviously. I wasn't sure how we were going to beef up our security from an air attack, but it was going to happen. That was for us to figure out, later. Between the two of them, Lincoln and your dad, and now this admission from our prisoner, the case is airtight. Williams is being arrested right now." "Hoo-yah!" Quincy offered me a fist bump and I returned it. You'll have to see your father again soon, I'm sure. You okay with that? It'd only been a few days since we were in California, sitting across from him. So much had changed since then. My outlook, my future. For once, she didn't feel like she had to please her father, to try to keep up. She'd be forging her own direction now. I'm going to follow my own happiness. Oh? I asked. She nodded. I'm not going to be just a pilot. I'm not going to be just a mother either. I don't know how I'll find the balance, but I have a feeling I will, and I'll have a lot of help doing so. Why's that? I asked, glad to hear her think so calmly and confidently about her options. Because you love me, and are going to be at my side the whole way. That's fucking right. I said, giving her a sweet kiss. Are we needed for debrief? She asked. You're not needed for anything but a hot shower and my tongue between your legs. I wanted her beneath me and screaming my name, so I knew she was safe, whole and all. And a snack, Quincy added. I smacked my forehead. Shit. Yes, snack first, then shower, then pussy licking. I'd race you there, but I'm so tired I can barely put one foot in front of the other. I swept Quincy up into my arms and carried her. Problem solved, Flyer. I got you. She wrapped her arms around my neck and leaned her head on my shoulder. I know, she murmured. Chapter 22. Quincy. Things didn't go exactly to plan. Kennedy had fed me, snagged some crackers and making me a plate of variety of leftovers. I'd scarfed it all down before being led to the shower where he'd soaped and touched and kissed every inch of my body, especially my flat stomach. He'd tucked us into bed, and before he could do more than pull the blankets up, I'd fallen asleep. His plan to get his tongue between my legs did happen, though, after a nap delay, because him sucking and nibbling on my clit was how I woke up from it. I arched my back and moaned. This is how I want to always wake up, I murmured. There was still light in the sky, so I must not have slept too long. I can make that happen. Kennedy lifted his head enough to look up my bare body and meet my eyes. Feeling okay? Don't stop and I'll feel better. I reached down and ran my fingers through his silky hair. Yes, ma'am. SEALs were precise and thorough in their tasks. Diligent, focused. That trait carried over into other things, like having my pussy eaten. He added a finger, then two, and had me to the brink of coming in an admittedly short time. I wasn't sure if it was his skill or my desperate need for him. Either way, I didn't care. Don't stop! I cried when he pushed up with those strong arms to hover over me. His lips glistened with my need. You're going to be grounded soon, he said. I blinked at him. You want to talk about this now? I asked, reaching up and grabbing his hair and trying to push him back down between my legs. Instead of doing that, he shifted his hips, lined himself up at my entrance and thrust deep. I moaned. His eyes fell closed for a moment. He felt so good. Thick and long, he filled me up. If I had my way, I'd stay right here like this forever. He breathed. The baby's going to have a hard time coming out around your dick. I lifted my hips, trying to get him to move, to do something. I clenched around him and he hissed. I know you want to fly. You need to. But today, fuck. He dropped his head and kissed me. I tasted need and desperation on his lips along with my arousal. I'm going to be protective as fuck. I already am. You'll fly, I won't stop you. But the baby will. You okay with that? He was checking in, making sure I was good with what was to come. Maybe it was too early because changes were coming we couldn't even fathom yet. Still, he was trying to be present, to take care of my current needs. My mom told me I could have it all. I think she's right. I'll fly again, but I've got a different job now, at least for the next 8 months or so. He pulled back and sank deep once again. Fuck. Kennedy breathed. I'm good, I murmured, rolling my hips. We'll take it one day at a time, as long as you're with me. I'm with you, sweets. He took my hands and raised them over my head, gripped them in one of his big paws, then started to move. Hard, deep.
Each time he filled me, I met him, thrust for thrust. Hooking a hand behind my knee, he pushed my leg up and back, going deeper. Then he stopped, pulled out, dropped between my thighs and sucked on my clit. I stared up at the ceiling as I came with the focused little pulls. Then he shifted again, back up and spearing me while I was still coming. "Kennedy!" I shouted. Oh my God. I was coming so hard I was sure I was strangling his dick. He dropped to his forearms and caged me in as he fucked me, his motions losing their consistent rhythm. He was lost in me, finding his pleasure in my body. He found his future there as well. When he held himself deep, filling me with his seed, which we knew was potent and powerful, he whispered, "You're mine, sweets. All mine. You're giving me everything I never even knew I wanted." I stroked his sweaty brow. He lifted up enough so his pale gaze held mine. "I've been all over the world, but what I want is right here." I blinked back tears and nodded. "It's all right here." He rolled us so he was on his back and I lay sprawled across him. Reaching down, he tugged up the covers and kept his arms wrapped around me. I fell asleep listening to the beat of his heart. All I ever wanted was right here, too.
Chapter 23. Kennedy. 5 weeks later, we gathered on Ford's new deck for a celebration. Construction had begun on their homestead on the property a couple months ago, and the exterior was built out. He and Indy couldn't move in yet, but the outdoor area was ready. It had been designed for entertaining, with a huge deck and grill and picnic tables he'd bought from Buchanan Hardware. The spot was perfect, down by the river. The view alone made it an unparalleled location for big gatherings. We'd brought the food and supplies down from Mrs. L's for the barbecue. The entire Alpha Mountain security cohort, including Mrs. L, Megan, and Indy, was sitting at 2 long picnic tables pushed together, eating grilled hot dogs and hamburgers. We were joined by our colleagues from San Diego, Lincoln, Admiral Mason, and Quincy's mom, Janet. "Thank you for all your help in gathering evidence to take Williams down," Ford said to the Admiral. Mason's face darkened as he looked across the table at him. "Are you kidding? He shot down my baby girl. He's lucky I didn't have him executed." The man's jaw was clenched and he was pissed. I knew the fucking feeling. Williams had shot down his daughter, my woman, and my child. It was probably the one and only thing I'd have in common with the man, the need to protect Quincy and the baby. "James!" Janet exclaimed, sounding shocked. He swiveled to face Quincy. "I told you I wanted you out of the fray," he accused. "Uh-oh," I said, smirking. "He's doing the I'm right dance." It worked. Quincy laughed instead of getting riled up by her dad. She knew how I felt about all that had happened, and she couldn't blame her father for being upset. There was protective coming from love, and protective coming from some misplaced belief about a woman in a man's world. "Excuse me?" He swiveled to raise a stern brow in my direction. I didn't care. He wasn't my dad or my commanding officer. He would hopefully be my future father-in-law, though, so I flashed him my most charming smile. "You were right, of course," I smoothed. "But thanks to your heads up, we were semi-prepared for the attack." Quincy chuckled some more. She and I had been on a honeymoon of sorts these last few weeks. I made it my life purpose to keep her well-fed, rested, and sexed, and she'd relaxed into the promise of our future. Ford had pushed off any jobs for the time being. He and Indy had been working on the house, and we'd all been analyzing and working on our security. We decided to stay here in Sparks. Quincy didn't want to give up her career, and she didn't have to. Ford was willing to keep her on the team in whatever capacity she wanted. He'd purchased a new helicopter, although Lincoln had said we could keep the other Mercs team's bird indefinitely, because it wasn't like they were going to come asking for it back, being either dead or in jail. It had happened fast, but Quincy and I had put an offer in on a 2-bedroom house in town, just up the block from Megan and Hayes, and we were set to close next week. I planned to throw my time into fixing the place up before we moved in, fresh paint and flooring, a cozy nursery for the baby. Taft was thrilled he wouldn't have to listen to us for much longer, although we tried to keep things quiet. We hadn't told her parents about the pregnancy yet, but Quincy planned on spilling the beans sometime this weekend while they were visiting. She was still in her first trimester, so still feeling sick and taking lots of naps. According to my extensive research and Mrs. L, she should perk up in another couple of weeks. Whatever happened, though, I'd be there for her. Whether it was middle-of-the-night pickle runs to the store or holding her hair back when she threw up. Their dishonor was unbelievable, the Admiral grumbled, and they were former Rangers. He shook his graying head. What a disgrace. It was. The fact that they were all military or former military men made the betrayal even worse. Well, here's to Ford's name being cleared. Hayes lifted his glass of beer and we all clinked glasses. Yes, thank you for that. Ford raised his beer toward Lincoln, who smiled in reply. Once Williams had been taken down, Lincoln was able to have the drug test Ford supposedly failed thrown out, and his dishonorable discharge erased. I expected the wheels of justice within the military to move slowly, but this had happened fucking fast. Perhaps there had been more people who believed his innocence and had only been waiting on the proof of it to fix it. Ford Ledger was now officially on Navy pension like the rest of us. "Where's your drink, dear?" Janet asked Quincy when she toasted with the bottle of water. "Do you want some wine? I brought a bottle of rosé we could open." "No, the water's fine," Quincy said. "Actually, She glanced up at me for support, and I put my hand on her back. "I'm, pregnant?" Her mom threw down her napkin in triumph, her eyes wide with excitement. "Yes," Quincy laughed. "Oh my goodness, I'm so excited!" Janet stood from her side of the picnic table and ran around to give Quincy a giant hug. "How?" She quickly shook her head, blushing. "I don't mean how. When? Were you already pregnant in San Diego?" Quincy nodded. "No, well, yes, but I didn't know it then." She took a shaky breath and exhaled. "I found out right before the helicopter crash." Now her dad threw down his napkin. "They're dead. Williams, his lackeys, the remaining member of that Merc team. Nobody shoots my grandchild out of the sky." I didn't think he meant it to be funny, but everyone at the table roared with laughter, me included. Quincy set her hand on mine. "Yeah, Kennedy was ready to tear them limb from limb. We all were. It was hard to get the guys to take one alive," Ford said. The old man pinned me with another glower. "I don't see a ring on her finger." Again, I didn't let him get to me. I gave him my cockiest grin. "Working on it. Quincy doesn't love it when I get mushy, so I'm waiting for the right opportunity to pop the question." Quincy shot me a surprised look. "Come on," I said, drawing circles on her back with my hand. "You had to know it was coming." Quincy blinked rapidly. The hormones had made her far more emotional than usual, which she hated. "You didn't?" I asked more softly, my words just for her. I just didn't know if you were into that," she admitted, leaning in close, as if everyone else wasn't surrounding us eating barbecue. "You know, with your parents and everything." We hadn't told my parents yet either. I'd planned on doing that after I convinced Quincy to marry me. We'd have to invite them to the wedding after all, but I'd be damned if I let them turn it into another political media circus. Maybe we'd elope. Maybe we'd get married right here on this deck. The rest of the group tactfully shifted the conversation to give us some privacy. I tipped my forehead down to touch it against hers and murmured, "Flyer, I'm into it. I'm into you. I'm into us, this baby, our family. Of course I want to marry you." She nodded, clearly still struggling not to cry. "Cool. Does that mean you're going to say yes? Are you asking me now?" I shook my head. "Nope." She let out a watery laugh. "Then I'm not answering." I groaned. That's my girl. Always giving me pushback. That was one thing I was sure of. Quincy was going to give me a run for my money with everything. And yeah, I was totally up for it. 100%. "So what's the plan? Are you staying here? May I come out for the birth?" Janet asked when we brought our attention back to the group. "Yes, and of course," Quincy said. "I will definitely need you." Janet's eyes filled with happy tears. "I'm so excited. I love babies." "I know."
Quincy smiled warmly at her mom. Our baby will be so lucky to have a doting grandmother.
And a senator and an admiral for grandfathers. We might have a future president on our hands,
the admiral said.
I had to work not to grip my teeth. I knew the admiral was just proud of his future grandchild, but his prediction was far too close to what my parents would want for comfort. Quincy reached for my hand again, this time under the table.
Our baby won't be going into politics, she said quickly. At least not unless she or he is totally willing.
Her father took a long, musing look at me and seemed to understand. He nodded. Of course. I squeezed Quincy's hand. If she's anything like Quincy, she'll do whatever the heck she wants and excel at it, because she has pretty fucking amazing parents.
Epilogue. Quincy. I stood on the beach on Coronado Island and sank my toes into the sand. Rose petals were scattered in the shape of a heart around me. I held a bouquet of pale pink roses in my hands, and a wreath of them crowned my head. A white, lightweight, flowy sundress cut in the baby doll style, so there was nothing constrictive around my swelling belly, served as my wedding gown. I'd become so sensitive. I couldn't stand rough fabrics or anything biting into my skin. It seemed like pregnancy made me feel like a big baby, so I'd have some compassion when I was finally caring for one. I had my energy back, but I still napped a lot. Ate more than one breakfast, felt like crying when I was hungry or tired. 3 more months, and we got to meet this baby. Our daughter. Yeah, a girl. When the guys found out, they went into SEAL mode, super protective and planning all kinds of baby-proofing. They even started a master plan for screening her dates when she turned 30. Yeah, 30. I just laughed and rubbed my belly listening to the crazy bunch. Around me stood all the people I loved. The Alpha Mountain team, my Navy friends who could make it. Some local friends from growing up in San Diego, my parents and brothers. Kennedy's parents and friends from the service were here too. In fact, there were enough SEALs here to make a woman swoon, if I was looking at anyone besides my groom. Kennedy stood against a majestic sunset in a pair of navy blue beach shorts and a loose, short-sleeved white button-down, open at the throat to show his tan chest. His eyes crinkled, dimples winked. He was literally the most handsome man on earth. We picked the beach in San Diego as the site for our wedding since we had friends and history here. The Burgharts had wanted a big formal affair in D.C., but we'd refused, and they'd backed down when they realized how far along I was. No photo op of premarital sex for them. There was no hiding this pregnancy, not that I thought I had to. So far, it had been one big casual celebration. Last night, the entire gang had taken over the shack for a private rehearsal dinner, which was actually just eating a ton of tacos. Today, we played beach volleyball after brunch and swam in the ocean until it was time to go in and clean up for the ceremony. The Navy chaplain who was our officiant addressed our guests now.
Good afternoon. Melissa, Chase, and I would like to welcome everyone on this gorgeous day. It's because of all of you, because of the strong community, Melissa and Chase's relationship has strengthened and grown and led them to this very moment. Thank you for being here, for supporting their journey, and for honoring the next stage of their lives.
It was sweet. He probably said it at every wedding, but I felt it was true. We did have support all around us. I wouldn't be bringing our little girl into this world alone, as I'd originally feared. No, I had Kennedy and a robust village to help raise her. We may not know much about babies, but our daughter sure as hell would be the best protected child in the country.
The bride and groom have written vows to each other that they will exchange now.
Kennedy pulled a piece of paper out of his pocket and unfolded it, then caught my gaze and winked. My heart fluttered. I would never be immune to that panty-melting charm of his.
Melissa, I chose you to be my best friend, partner, wife, and the mother of my children. I choose to spend my whole life with you in sickness and in health, for richer or for poorer, in good times and bad. I promise not to do the I'm right dance, except when it's completely necessary.
My laughter burst through the tears that were threatening. Our guests laughed and cheered too. It was so Kennedy to lighten the mood and charm every heart at the wedding. His proposal had ended up being simple, like this wedding. I'd waited for it since I'd known it was coming, but it never did. Old me wanted to think he was chickening out, but nothing about his actions or words supported that. Finally, one day in the shower, he'd gotten down on one knee under the spray of water. He'd hooked one of my legs over his shoulder, pinned me against the tile, and pleasured me with his mouth. Then, in the middle of it, he'd said, "Marry me?" I'd burst into laughter. "This was your big proposal?" I demanded. He shrugged those broad shoulders. "I was trying to think of the perfect proposal. This morning, I decided you probably didn't care about perfect." "This is perfect, Kennedy," I'd said, still laughing. "Is that a yes?" He'd prompted. "Yes." He'd flicked his tongue over my clit and brought me to a celebratory finish. Now I gazed up at his handsome face as I read my vows now. "Chase, I choose you to be my best friend, partner, husband, and the father of my children. I choose to spend my whole life with you, in sickness and in health, for richer or poorer, in good times and bad. I promise not to push you away when things get too real. I know you'll show up and be there for me no matter what happens, just like I will for you." Oh, shit. Kennedy looked like his eyes had misted now. I needed another joke. Quick. "And I promise not to crash any more helicopters while pregnant." I ad-libbed. This garnered another roar of laughter from our guests, although Kennedy clenched his jaw. "Melissa and Chase will now exchange rings as a symbol of love and commitment to each other. Your wedding rings are special. They enhance who you are. They mark the beginning of your long journey together. Your wedding ring is a circle, a symbol of love never-ending. It is the seal of the vows you have just taken to love each other without end. Melissa, I understand your groom has chosen to wear his ring as a tattoo on his finger." Our guests laughed again. Kennedy had had the ring tattooed on last night at the same ink shop where he'd had the tattoo put on his back when he was in SEAL training. We decided wearing a metal ring on his finger didn't make sense for a man like him. He didn't want something that could be removed by an enemy or lost in the field. He wanted his commitment to be marked permanently on his skin. To say he'd gotten lucky last night after seeing the final result was an understatement. "Melissa, please touch the ring on Chase's left hand and repeat after me," the officiant said. I handed my bouquet to Megan and picked up Chase's hand in one of mine, tracing the freshly inked tattoo with my finger. "As a sign of my love," the officiant recited. I looked into Kennedy's eyes. "As a sign of my love." He winked again. I melted a little more. "That I have chosen you." Our baby kicked, making me smile. She wanted to celebrate our commitment, too. "That I have chosen you." "Above all else." I swallowed, thinking how much I already cared about Kennedy, and how much more I knew was possible. Every day I let him into my heart even more than the day before, as my trust and joy grew. "Above all else." "With this ring I thee wed." "With this ring I thee wed." As Kennedy placed the titanium ring I picked out, because it was lightweight and no fuss, of course, on my finger and repeated the promise, our baby kicked again. Maybe she was doing the I'm right dance. Maybe she knew all along. She was the one who brought us together, the one who would keep us together. Not out of obligation or duty, but out of an ocean of love. This has been Warrior, Alpha Mountain Book 3. Written by Vanessa Vale and Renee Rose. Narrated by Kylie Stewart. Copyright 2022 by Bridger Media and Wild Rose Dream Ventures, LLC. Production copyright 2023 by Bridger Media and Wild Rose Dream Ventures, LLC. This has been the Alpha Mountain series, the complete boxed set, written by Vanessa Vale and Renee Rose. Narrated by Kylie Stewart. Copyright 2023 by Bridger Media and Will Rose Dream Ventures, LLC. Production copyright 2022 and 2024 by Bridger Media and Will Rose Dream Ventures, LLC.